ready.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Naomba wale mliotayarishwa kutuombea tuje mbele tafadhali, tuweze kuomba. Tutaanza na traditional prayer. We can have a volunteer to pray with us as we start. Volunteer, hai, njoo tafadhali. Tukwenda kule mbele, kuna kipaza cha sauti kule mbele. Karibu sana.
Let us recognize the Almighty God, which even Africans we always respect. We know there is a spiritual world. Let us pray. Almighty God, we honor you this day. We praise you this day. You have enabled us to plan for this day. You have enabled us to travel up to this day. You have kept us healthy through generations. You is ancient, and you understands every human being. You who set the boundaries of this country, and you who brought us into this country as different cultures, different languages, and you gave us the different techniques, different intellectual properties of survival on this land. We thank you for this opportunity to be able to display these techniques, these survival methods. We pray that, Lord, you will enable us as we share, as we talk about them, as we discuss them, and you give us more techniques to even improve in research. We bring together all the abilities you have given us to improve them so that it may improve our economic being in this country, it may improve our relationships in this country, it may improve our health in this country. We pray that you will coordinate us in this congregation, in this coming together in this conference and trade fair, so that we may catapult the economy of this country to the next level. Help us, Lord. We have done the bit that we are supposed to do, but we know that you can make it even better as we move into the future. Help us to be healthy in this place and keep protecting us and keep guiding us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Naomba umsalimu mwenzako aliye kando yako kwa nguvu. Mnamsalimia kabisa, namkwambia salamu ya Kiafrika. Naomba unipe sound pale. Alafu kishamaliza unaweza kuketi. Asante sana. Naomba sauti pale. Tuko tayari kuanza. nataka tuanze. Asante. Na kutukaribisha rasmi alafu namuona mwenzetu yuko kule juu jukwaani. Ungependa kutuombea pia? Asante sana. Asante sana. Anatuangalilia sauti pale, lakini kwa sasa kutukaribisha rasmi. Let's have the screen please. Let's move on to the screen so that we can appreciate our speaker who will start off the event for us. But we'll be using the Menti platform for the better part of our engagement. In one word, what comes to your mind when you hear indigenous knowledge? So you have culture standing out. Na wale wote ambao mko nyuma, naomba muweze kuja mbele tafadhali. Kienyeji, Jeskaren Grocery. Wale wote mko nyuma, naomba muweze kuja mbele, mko tayari kuanza. Asanteni sana. Unlocking investment opportunities in Kenya's indigenous wealth, a new growth area of the economy. So to welcome us officially, we want to appreciate all the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to kick off. To welcome us, please welcome.
He is a distinguished thought leader. Products through research, innovation and policy engagement. As Natural Products Industry Program Coordinator, he drives initiatives that promote indigenous knowledge, biodiversity conservation and value addition, empowering communities and strengthening the natural product sector. Please welcome Dr. Evans Taracha.
Makofi yake tafadhali.
Thank you. So Wakenya wenzangu na wale marafiki wa inji yetu ya Kenya ambapo mko hapa, hamjambo. Hamjambo tena. Hamjambo tena. Asante sana. Mimi naitwa Evans Taracha. Mimi ni mtafiti hapo makavazi makuu ya kitaifa, National Museums of Kenya, na niko na furaha tele kupata nafasi hii nizungumuze nanyi kwa niaba ya wenzangu ambao huwa tunafanya kazi pamoja. I wish to recognize the presence of our Chief Executive Officer, Professor Mary Kikungu, along with the very many VIPs who have reached to grace this occasion. Na vile vile wale mashujaa wa utamaduni wetu na turathi zetu from the different corners of Kenya, pamoja na wenzangu ambao tunatembea hii safari pamoja. Kwa hivyo ningeomba sasa nipeane presentation yangu, na lengo la hii presentation ni kujaribu kupeana ujumbe zaidi kuhusu huu mradi ambao tunauita Natural Products Industry Program, na vile vile Heritage Based Enterprises, mtasikia hayo, na vile vile Indigenous Knowledge Intellectual Assets, na mambo mengine yote ambayo yanaambatana na hayo. So, first slide please. First slide. Okay. Thank you. Right, I'll be speaking. Nitakuwa nikitumia Kimombo na vile vile Kiswahili. Hapa tukipenda tuzungumzie kwa ufupi kuhusu huu mradi ambao unaitwa Natural Products Industry, and what it seeks to achieve is harness natural products subsector as a new growth area of the economy. How do we do that? Kupitia kwa kukuza elimu chadi na maarifa yetu ya kale na mali asili ambayo yanaambatana na hayo maarifa. Thank you. Kupitia kwa kukuza elimu chadi, maarifa yetu ya kale na mali asili ambayo yanaambatana nayo, na pia kuhusisha sayansi ile inaitwa ya kisasa, mambo ya usanii na biashara. And when we do that, we are all working towards contributing to nation building. Pale ningependa tu nitambue vipengele fulani kwa katiba yetu. Chini ya hivi vipengele, kipengele cha 11, kipengele cha 69(1) cha, those two constitutional provisions first of all recognize culture as the foundation of our nation and the cumulative civilizations of the Kenyan people. Na ukienda pale kipengele cha 69, it expressly mentions the word indigenous knowledge. Na wenzangu ambao mko hapa, our constitution is very contemporary. It might be among the very few that expressly recognize the word indigenous knowledge. Now, along with it, saying the state shall be compelled to recognize indigenous knowledge and derived intellectual property for the benefit of Kenyan communities and other partners. So that's the Supreme Law saying. So if you failed, doing this is exciting research and science, but the Constitution compels us to do that, beyond that passion or interest you may have. Now, kwa ufupi tu, hii sekta inaitwa natural products industry, globally is a huge industry. Ukiangalia zile hela ukiangalia hizo hela USD, ukiangalia hizo hela USD $513, if you convert it at a modest rate of 100 Kenya shillings to the dollar, that's about 51 trillion in Kenya shillings. And if our annual budget is about 4 trillion, that's about 12 years. This kind of industry would run our economy if we owned that wealth. It will run our economy for 12 years without looking for money from anywhere else. And it's growing very fast, 10%. But also, it's dominated by those countries that are listed there. But what is equally important to note ni kwamba kontinenti letu la Afrika, licha kwamba Mungu ametukabidhi utajiri mwingi, kwa hiyo elimu chadi na maarifa ya kale na mali asili yanaambatana na hayo maarifa, we play a very minor role in that global industry. Now, let's understand why Brazil and China are making that top list. Very briefly, just very briefly. I will use the example of cosmetic industry in Brazil to make the point why Brazil is in that list, top list. And make the point that Brazil is third largest cosmetic industry in the world. But that's not the point. The key point is Brazil has developed that big industry based on the traditional knowledge and technical know-how of the tradition of the indigenous peoples of the Amazon forest, the equivalent of the Ogiek, who have lived in that forest for millennia and developed a huge body of knowledge and practices, to the extent that the Brazilian government found it fitting to bring those knowledge holders together with researchers, scientists, business people. Through that partnership, they developed the cosmetic industry. Those of us who have been in Brazil, it's not uncommon to find Brazilian professors in indigenous knowledge. People who have doctor of philosophy in indigenous knowledge. Those who have been in international meetings focusing on natural resources, COP, Conference of Parties. Brazilians come there as a strong team, talking very strongly and very proud of the natural resources and how the world should be fair in ensuring that any use of any natural resource anywhere in the world, the benefits accruing from that sustainable utilization must be fair and equitable. That's why they make the top list. China, I would just like to use one example to make the point why China is up there. There are many reasons. But one is TCM, traditional Chinese medicine. Those of us who've been to China, you will find China is an official policy. You'll find all forms of traditional medicine, traditional Chinese medicine, being used by Chinese in all forms in their all different forms, as long as they are safe. Now, malaria, clinical malaria, at the moment is managed by combination therapy, part of which is artemisinin. Artemisinin is a modern product born out of the traditional or the herbalists of Chinese in China, in southern China, who had used a plant called Artemisia annua for centuries, managing people who had been bitten by infected mosquitoes. Southern China is near the tropics and has malaria. So China, just like Brazil, made a conscious decision to create a partnership between the herbalists who have the knowledge and practice, and again, scientists and business people on the other hand. And through that partnership, artemisinin was developed and is now used everywhere in the world. So those two examples are part of the reasons why China and Brazil make that top list. Now, Kenya, I would like you to just focus on the first bullet point. If you remember the global market of USD 513 billion, if Kenya just said we want to do what it takes to have a 0.5% stake of that global market, it will translate to about 200 billion Kenya shillings. New money, new money. Now, this is a busy slide, but I beg that you just listen. I walk you through it. And namuomba mwangalie the right, you know, that bar graph, the bar graph. That bar graph on the y-axis is Kenya shillings in billions. So 0 through to 16 billion Kenya shillings. On the x-axis are years, 2008 through to 2015. Now, this data is collected from KRA, Kenya Revenue Authority. We went there to collect the data and ask the question, how much natural products did Kenyans consume within that period of time? And the answer is you get it through the tax that KRA slapped on the importers as they brought in those natural products. The natural products, I'll be naming them. But what I would like you to take note from this bar graph is that there is a general 7% increase. There are bumps and valleys. Of course, like 2008, KRA collected 8.7 billion Kenya shillings in tax, not the entire sale volume, in tax. So you can imagine what the sale volume is. Then, of course, it goes down and up and down, but generally 7% increase. What that denotes is that growing demand for natural products in Kenya. And that growing demand is made through imports of products such as food supplements, personal care, household products, and all that. Allow me to use a common example. Ukienda kwa supermarket, anywhere now in Kenya, anywhere, even small towns, you'll find herbal toothpaste, herbal soap. The word herbal, herbal. Herbal, there's a time when it was demonized. Demonized. So anything herbal was a no-go zone. We've come full circle. Herbal is now a brand. So herbal toothpaste, herbal soap. And it's coming from outside. Even countries like Egypt, where it's almost a desert. So those are the types of products you and me are consuming that accounts for that rising demand. But the take home message hapa, ujumbe ambao ningependa tuushikilie kabisa ni kwamba Wakenya kila ujao wanatamani kutumia bidhaa kama hivi. Kila ujao. The demand is there. So, ni ukweli kwamba any of us, these products you will see in the exhibitions there, they have a chance just like artemisinin in China. Just like those cosmetic products in Brazil. They have a same chance if we do what it takes for us to develop them and put them to the market. And that's why the national government, through our ministry and through National Museums of Kenya, and as you will hear from our CEO, you will note that the core mandate of National Museums of Kenya is heritage management. And that's a loaded statement. So the government, through our ministry, through National Museums of Kenya, and through the program called NPI, Natural Products Industry, funded a program that is geared towards recognizing, documenting, protecting, and promoting indigenous knowledge intellectual assets, so that we can start the journey that Brazil and China continue to chart. And therefore, allow me to share a few slides on what that program we call Indigenous Knowledge Documentation and Digitization is all about. So ultimately, it will be rolled in all the 47 counties. But for practical reasons, we started with 13, phase 1. Phase 2 will be 20, phase 3, 14, to make 47. So what does it mean to roll out this program in a county? I will walk you through very quickly, not every slide here. But each of the 13 counties you'll see it. Seeing is believing. So, Murang'a, where we are, is among the 13 counties. And I would like that I explain, and I beg for you listening in, and then we'll look at the photos together. So the key thing here is Murang'a County, community engagement, buy-in, and ownership. That is not just words picked at random. Hiyo inazungumuza ikitambua vile vipengele ambavyo viko kwa katiba yetu. Haswa 691C, indigenous knowledge, where it recognizes that local communities are the owners of that knowledge and indigenous knowledge assets. So the Constitution says that to access, if you are interested in any of those assets, you have to follow a legally prescribed path to get to it. So you start by engaging the communities. And then you do what we call full disclosure. Why are you interested in it? Then they will listen to you, and then they will say, yes, we've heard you, we are providing what we call consent. Consent. So we consent that you will access it, for whatever reason you have said to them. So even the national government and the county governments have to seek that consent from the communities, because the Constitution says that. So you will see in these photos where a document called Prior Informed Consent Agreement is being signed by local communities, leaders, the county government, and the national government. Through that agreement, kupitia kwa huo mkataba, basi idhini ya kwanza kunakili na kuhifadhi hayo maarifa unaanza. Kwa hivyo hapa tulikuja hapa Murang'a na ndio tulianzia. Na kuja hapa huwa tumekuwa tumeuzisha wahusika wafuatayo: jamii, kwa jamii, wanachamii wenyewe watakuwa wamechakua viongozi wao. Vile vile tunakuwa na wanarika, young champions for culture. Young champions for culture, ambao niko na furaha wengine wako hapa. Hiyo ni kitengo kimoja. Kitengo cha pili wenye wanahusika kwa huu mradi ni maafisa wa serikali katuzi ya Murang'a na kwingine, na vile vile national government officers and other stakeholders. So hapa tunaonyesha top left, huyo ni deputy governor wa Murang'a alipokuja kushuhudia huo mradi ukianzishwa hapa, and that was way back March 2023. Akazungumzia wahusika, kisha utaona top right hapo mtu anaweka sahihi kwa ule mkataba nilizungumzia, prior informed consent agreement. Na katikati mtaona vyombo, ICT equipment. It was part of capacity building by the national government. That ICT equipment has only one use, to be used to document and digitize, and therefore protect and secure indigenous knowledge. And through this program, counties are being capacity built together with the communities to continue documenting. I would like to use India as an example. India is over 25 years ago, they rolled out documentation of their traditional knowledge, but only as it relates to their traditional medicine. Here, ukienda kwa sheria ya bunge ambayo inaitwa Protection of Traditional Knowledge and Cultural Expressions Act 2016, imeorodhesha maarifa mbalimbali na mali asilia mbalimbali ambayo inatakiwa kunakiliwa na kisha ilindwe kupitia kwa huu mradi. So tulianza na maarifa yafuatayo. 1, traditional foods and local cuisines. Kisha tukaenda kwa mambo ya usanii, performing arts for creative economy, song and dance, storytelling. Kitengo cha pili. Kitengo cha tatu tukaenda kwa heritage sites, historical sites, ambayo utapata kwamba kila jamii hapa Kenya wako na hizo heritage sites, shrines with very powerful storylines behind them. Very powerful. Hiyo pia ikakuwa kitengo cha tatu. Kitengo cha 4 ni tiba yetu asilia, traditional medicine. And I'm happy the Kenya government is now moving very, very aggressively to mainstream traditional medicine into a primary health care. Mutasikia different speakers hapa wakizungumzia hiyo. Hiyo ni kile ni kitengo cha 4. Kitengo cha mwisho ni what we are calling indigenous technologies. Maarifa kama ya kuunda nguo zetu za kiasili, traditional regalia, zile pottery products na maarifa mengine. Kwa hivyo hapa Murang'a tulikuja tukazindua mradi, kisha it's not working. It's not moving. Imemove. Kisha baada ya masomo wanarika young champions for culture wakaenda nyanjani kwenda kunakili hayo maarifa kwa hivyo vitengo 5, na wakanakili wakiwa wanashirikiana with indigenous knowledge holders. You can actually see top bottom left hapo ni mama mwenye ako na maarifa ya kuunda hapa, hiyo inaitwa hapa nyungu, pottery product. And there is a special type of soil hapa Murang'a that does this. our people, the people here knew that. Kuna muhindi alikuja akajua, oh, kuna special type of soil. Alikuwa anakuja, he scoops that soil, anapeleka Kitengela, anaunda bidhaa, anauza without any benefits accruing into the community. But through this program, that now has been documented, secured. So huyo tu muhindi akija hapa, hawa wenye maarifa na hiyo mali watakaa na yeye waseme basi kuja tuongee. Kiwa uko na haja tuache tuongee. So that is the power of this program. Kiondo tulipoteza kwa sababu hatukuwa tumenakili kupitia kwa mradi kama huu. Kwa hivyo ningependa tu niendelee kupitia kwa hiyo harakati, hiyo shughuli ya kunakili, tukanakili maarifa mbalimbali, and here you will see zimeonyeshwa kwa lugha ya hapa. For ownership, identity and ownership. Identity and ownership. And each of that asset, kuna maandishi ya kalamu, kuna voice recorded data, kuna video coverage. So kila asset hapa iko na handwritten na hayo mambo mengine. So nitaenda haraka. Narok, sasa sitaenda nikirudia hapa. Vile tulifanya hapa Murang'a na ni vile tulifanya Narok. Okay? Ukaona gavana mwenyewe hapo, ako hapo na timu yake, our principal secretary Madam Umi Bashiri ako hapo, akirepresent national government. Hata hapo chini bottom left unaona wanaweka sahihi kwa huo mkataba nilizungumzia. Unaona Madam PS anapeana ICT equipment to governor wa Narok as part of the capacity building. Vijana wakaenda nyanjani wakaanza kunakili. Hapa top left hapa kuna Laibon yako hapo. He was part of the people who are providing Maasai unique indigenous knowledge. Na wazee wengine hata Ogiek pia walipeana. Just to emphasize something about Maasai is that Maasai wanakula red meat in the morning, at lunchtime, in the evening, without suffering the consequences that the rest of us do. And there is something there, a huge opportunity. The Western world that has a lot of disposable income, they eat red steak, but with severe consequences. So if they had these secrets where you can eat that red steak without suffering the consequences, there's a huge market around the world. Just that. And believe you me, Kenyans, just like the story of artemisinin in China, the story of cosmetic industry in Brazil, so can that story about the Maasai and their meat be fully realized. Tukatoka hapa nguo ya Wamasai, tukaingia haya, angalia hiyo. Assets in local language for ownership and identity. Naenda haraka, huyo ni Ogiek. Makueni tukaingia. Makueni ndio ilikuwa ya tatu. Again the same procedure. I want to call your attention to the presence of who was our then Cabinet Secretary, Penina Malonza, together with our Director General, Professor Gikungu, middle bottom photo. They are handing over the ICT equipment to the Deputy Governor, Omakweni, who represented the Governor, as part of the capacity building. And the same story, after training, wanarika, young champions wanaenda nyanjani to document those different assets. Okay? Naenda tu haraka. Different assets, traditional foods, whatever, indigenous technologies, pottery, meona. And again, the assets are documented and digitized and secured in local language for identity and ownership. If Kyondo had gone through this, there is no way we would have lost it. Okay? Kericho, the same way. Na Kericho wako hapa, timu kubwa wako hapo. Kericho, the same approach. Okay? And here, we'd like to identify Madam Waziri. I think she's in the next. Madam Waziri, who is here? Waziri wa Culture. Madam Chirichiri, thank you very much. Together with your team. Tulikuja huko, pia mradi ukazinduliwa. And through the same process, after training, vijana wako nyanjani, documenting, again in your local language, assets captured in their local language, identity and ownership. And we can go quickly. Yeah, Murisik, one of the products that have been documented and prioritized for value addition. Kisii, the same thing. Okay, naenda haraka sasa. Hapa mtaona Governor Simba Arati, top right, witnessing the signing of that critical prior informed consent agreement. Na ako hapo na timu yake. Wazee wa Kisii wako hapo bottom right, also signing. Okay, vijana wanaenda nyanjani, kwanza kuna Kili. Director Nyambane Obino ako hapa. That time he was the director of culture. Right now he's now the cultural ambassador. And he is a force. Yeah, thank you. Okay, wacha nimaliza raka. Kisii nimeambiwa time yongo. Siaya the same thing. Siaya wako hapa. Thank you very much. Everyone is here. Siaya the same thing. Tuende tu haraka. The same language. Tarakanite again. Governor wa hapo na Madam PS wetu hapo. Wali witness. Naenda haraka. I've been told time yangu imeisha. The same way. I want to end. Kilifi the same thing. Governor Mungaro mwenyewe alikuwa hapo. Kilifi wako hapa. Nimewaona. Alafu Kakamega the same. Governor alikuja hapo. Even King Navongo akakuja akawa hapo. Na wazee wa huko. Vijana wako nyanjani. It's documented. Tukakuja Vihiga the same. Governor ako hapo. Governor Otichilo. Timu ya Vihiga iko hapa. Tukaenda namaliza tu. Tukaenda Garissa the same way. Governor Nadhif akakuwa hapo. Mwenyewe akaweka kidole ndio huyo. Alafu vijana wakaenda nyanjani. The same thing. Tukaenda Turkana deputy governor. Daktari ndio huyo anawakilisha governor. Tukakuwa huko wakanakili hayo maarifa yote. Turkana wako hapa. Kisha tukaenda Marsabit. Marsabit is very complicated. We dealt with 10 different communities. Each community is just like a tribe in its own right. Sasa wako hapa wote, tuna recognize wako hapa. Madam Ailo ndio huo, Andy na wengine wako hapa. Karibuni. Sasa ningependa sasa nimalizie my presentation on the following note. He is a very key thing. Through this program, we established a key governance structure at the local community level, as the Constitution anticipated, and as the legal framework passed by Parliament also provides for, called local community governance structures. Those are the people who would represent the community on all matters relating to access and user rights of the indigenous knowledge as well as related natural assets. So I will not read everywhere, but for each of the 13 counties we established those. It's a very key milestone of this project. Vile sasa ningependa nimalizie hapa. Na hapa pia nitamtembeza tu pole kwa sababu hapa ndio sasa tutaanza kuzungumzia ni kwa nini tuko hapa. Na kabla nisungumzie hii, ningependa to recognize one key milestone out of this project. And a key innovation was was established one of its own. And mark my words, the system called Indigenous Knowledge Management System. Indigenous Knowledge Management System is a digital app. It was innovated by software engineers, young Kenyans who burned the midnight oil and came up with it. And if you want to know the significance of what I'm saying, one global body called WIPO, World Intellectual Property Organization, showed interest to want to support and bring technical people from Geneva to come and develop that system for us. I'm very happy that our cabinet secretary then, Penina Malonza, our current PS, Umi Bashir, and NMK management and the rest of the people said, no, government is already funding this. And you know why? They wanted to establish that system, and once it's up, anything you document and put in that, they'll be jumping through the window to access it and take it away. But Kenya proudly funded this. It's part of what would be commissioned here, the Indigenous Knowledge Management System. It is unique. It has county digital repositories interlinked to a national repository which is in the National Museums of Kenya by the touch of a button. The national admin at NMK can see what is in all of those counties, but no one county can see what the other county has. So there is a mirror copy of every asset from every county stored there. Should something go wrong at the county level, we are safe. So that's a major, major achievement. So I would like now to walk you through this. Honorable MC, I'm very happy to interact with you. Many people are. Just 1 minute. Now, Tuko, we have 4 pillars here. This is the journey that Brazil, China, and other countries have followed to harness heritage-based enterprises from indigenous knowledge. So, kitengo cha kwanza, hapo the acronyms, IK, DODI, rollout. IK is indigenous knowledge. DODI is documentation and digitization. Na zile picha zote mliona, ndio hii kitengo cha kwanza kinazungumzia hizo picha mliona. Mliona kwamba there was capacity building, mlidhibitisha. There was local community consent agreement signing, mliona. There was transfer of ICT equipment as part of the, mliona. Mliona wanarika wakienda nyanjani to document. So the first one is answering specifically to the constitutional requirement and that legal framework that Parliament enacted, where it states that higher maarifa will be documented and secured. Okay? And so, up to that point, we have documented and secured. So protection for posterity. Protection for posterity. The key other objective is promotion for prosperity. So promotion inaanzia kitengo cha pili. INGBank. INGBank is short form for Indigenous Knowledge Innovation Bank. Ni benki kabisa. Hapo ndio hiyo mali tumezungumzia inawekwa. Na hapo ningependa tu nisungumzie mambo mawili. Kwamba tulishirikiana na wenzetu kutoka kwa jamii na counties, and we did what we are calling prioritization of IK assets. Kwa sababu walinakili maarifa mengi. So we wanted a short list to start value addition and product development. So tukafanya kupitia kwa utaratibu fulani. Vile vile serikali kuu na uwekezaji ambao wako hapa msikize kabisa kwamba serikali kuu imetumia pesa za umma kuhakikisha kwamba kwa kimombo we say lowering the risk of investment in this space. They sponsored a consultant to undertake feasibility studies to determine commercial viability of each of those prioritized assets. Commercial viability. Kwa sababu mwekezaji atataka asikie hilo. La pili, the same government is supporting work, research, through National Museums of Kenya and partner institutions. kwamba maarifa haya kama ile tiba asilia inatumika to manage blood sugar, diabetes, ama to manage obesity, kunenepa, ama na maarifa mengine, natural contraceptive. Haya yote tukiongea saa hizi inapitia kwa ukakuzi wa kisayansi kuhakikisha kwamba haya maarifa ambayo wenye maarifa wamesema kwamba hii dawa inafanya ni ukweli, and is it also safe? And that is the journey that those products in Brazil and China also went through. So kwa hivyo serikali inafanya hivyo, na wawekezaji wakisikia serikali imefanya hivyo na inabainika kwa ukweli kwamba hii tiba asilia yanafanya yale madaktari wa tiba asilia wanasema, bas, we've closed the loop. Third one, as I finish, ningependa tu nisungumzie kitu kimoja. Kwa miaka na miaka, hili soko la natural products hapa kwetu Kenya imebakuliwa sana. Why? Because it's in the informal. Imewekwa kwa informal realm of the economy. Because market inasema, oh no, but those products are not standardized. How do I know if I buy a product right now, 5 years later, it will be the same product? Standardization. Kupitia kwa ushirikiano baina ya National Museums of Kenya and the Kenya Bureau of Standards. And I'm happy Kenya Bureau of Standards team is here, led by Dr. Titus Oyo. Our CEO's office reached out to the CEO office of KEBS and created that partnership. KEBS has led the process of developing standards. And that's government trying to inspire the market, okay, or business into this. Again, another critical part. Hawa wenye maarifa huwa wanasema, nikipeana maarifa yangu itapotea. Mtu ataiba na sitafaidika. Serikali ikaja na utaratibu tena kupitia kwa huu mradi kusema kwamba tunataka tuhakikishe haya maarifa yamelindwa vilivyo through what we call kwa kimombo intellectual property protection. Na tuko na wenzetu hapa kutoka taasisi ya Kekobo, Kenya Copyright Board, kutoka Kenya Industrial Property Institute. Wako hapa. Wako wakili Sharon Wata, tuko na mwenzetu Janet Kisio, wako hapa na wataalamu wengine bwana Anthony Bayaki from Moi University, na wenzetu Frederick Osongo na wengine ambao wameshughulikia haya mambo ya IP. IP is critical. Na IP relating to indigenous knowledge assets is even very complicated. So we have come up with a system we're calling sui generis, one of its kind, to protect haya maarifa as the first line of protection. And any ubunifu wowote, any innovation that arises from that, it will be protected through copyrights, trademarks, patents. So again, government is doing something to inspire the business community to venture into this. So hiyo namalizia, the last one. Now this is really where the rubber hits the road. Hapa ningependa tu nitambue katikati hapo tunasema establish cottage industries. Industry ambayo yatakuwa yanalenga kuunda bidhaa kutoka kwa maarifa yetu ya kale. Cottage industries. Ndio every community, every county where you go, you find a cottage industry. For instance, Murisiki or Nyerinyeri or African indigenous vegetables, whatever they are. And when you go to the 4th medium-term plan of the Kenya Vision 2030, signed by the president, you will find mention of cottage industries and the Indigenous Knowledge Innovation Bank marked to our ministry and the National Museums of Kenya to do it on behalf of Kenyans. So, cottage industries zinapatikana namna gani? Wazo lifuatalo. Kwanza, tuko na county aggregation industrial parks kupitia kwa ushirikiano wa serikali kuu na serikali katuzi zote 47. Hapa wenzetu wanadhibitisha kwamba there are county aggregation industrial parks. That's where the cottage industries will be. So kwa hivyo mradi huu is riding on another investment government has done, and that's very attractive. na wahusika haswa ni hawa wenye bidhaa hawa na micro, small and medium entrepreneurs. Na kupitia sasa kwa hili kongamano International Investment Conference, tunataka tukuze ushirikiano baina ya hawa wanabiashara wa hicho kiwango cha chini na wale who are established, na waende kwa hizo cottage industries na waanze kuunda bidhaa vile nchi zingine zimefanya. Kwa hivyo we are closing the loop. So holding of an International Investment Conference is to create that critical platform ya kuleta pamoja wale wenye mali yetu ya asilia na wale wenye pesa ambao wanatafuta nafasi ya kuwekeza. And when we do that, we will now start to develop heritage-based enterprises. Kwa hivyo, nikipenda nimalizia hapo, nikisema tu, those are the 6 areas of focus. Traditional foods and local cuisines for enhanced nutrition and food security. Mtasikia, kuna wataalamu hapo watazungumzia. Indigenous technologies for industrialization. Heritage sites and for cultural tourism. Traditional medicine for one health. Vile wa China wamefanya na kwingine. Performing arts and creative economy. That's where pesa zitapatikana. So kwa hivyo, Wakenya wenzangu ambao mko hapa, asante kwa kunisikiza, and also MC, thank you for being patient. Nimeenda zaidi ya time yangu, but I had to do that ndio tuwe on the same page. Thank you very much. Asante sana.
Asante sana. Makofi tafadhali. Thank you so much. Asante sana. Protection for posterity. Promotion for prosperity. And there is a growing demand for natural products in Kenya. Thank you so much. So this is that critical platform. Let's have the screen. Let's have the screen, please. Let's have the screen. We are ready. Because of time, I'd kindly request our dear speakers to please shorten your presentations. Once you hear this sound, once you hear that sound, it's a sound of a gong. It basically means please wind up. So for the next 20 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, it's already 42 minutes past the hour. For the next 20 minutes, get ready to hear from this gentleman.
He is a distinguished academic, Fulbright scholar and thought leader in business, data science and innovation, serving as Associate Dean at the University of Nairobi. With a rich background in research, policy advisory and global academia, he is also a long-time columnist and a respected voice in Kenya's economic and intellectual discourse. Please welcome Professor XN Iraki.
Makofi yake tafadhali, 20 minutes.
Good afternoon or good morning. Unfortunately, I will not talk in Swahili like Dr. Taracha. I'll talk a lot of English. Not because I'm very good in English, but because that's the language I'm conversant with. Before I make my presentation, I have a few observations to make. The first one is I've been here from 8 a.m., so if you find me sleepy, forgive me. Number 2, I was very fascinated by your names, because I realized that our Christian names are also rockerized. So I was very surprised to find Amokami, who is called Pamela, because all the Pamelas I know are from the Lake region. So I expected Mukami to be Anastasia or to be somebody else. Even our names are rockerized. The third thing, which is very important, is if you have ever been my student, raise up your hand. If you have ever been my student, raise up your hand. There's none of my students here, there's one. And there's one at the back. Because I always tell my students that one of my dreams is to make sure they are better than me. So I was very happy today to see one of my students being one of the presenters, one of the keynote speakers, and that's my dream. So if you can put on my presentation, I'll be very happy. So that is my presentation, and that's myself. I will try and do it within 20 minutes. I wish I had my computer here so that I have control over my presentation, but I'll see what I can do. So that is my title, and that's what I do. When I'm not at the University of Nairobi, I am at that newspaper, and some of the issues we are discussing today, you can find them in today's newspaper. And over the weekend, culturally speaking, that's what I do. I am East Africa's only certified dowry negotiator. So anybody who is attending this meeting today, kama una kazi, I will give you a very good discount. I also give discount very favorable to those who are getting a second wife. Very good. So let's get into business. This is what I want to present today. I'll briefly talk about the Kenyan economy, what is indigenous wealth, how we transform it, specific cases, some hurdles to overcome, and I'll even go to space. This is how our economy has been behaving lately. You notice that the biggest part of our economy is service industry, and that is very important. Then we have some industry, some agriculture, but agriculture is about 21.8%, but service is the mainstay of our economy. And why is that important? You are going to see in a few minutes. You can see the contribution. Agriculture is very important. I hope you have some farmers in this group. Mukurima inua mkono juu. Very good. You know, when I go to the university, everybody is calling me Mwarimu, and I get annoyed. Because nobody is calling you Mukurima, and you should be very proud of that. If you go on, you find our economic growth. And this is an important PowerPoint, because most of our economic growth is driven by services. It's not by industry, it's not by agriculture. So Kenya seems to be becoming a service-based economy. And I can compare Kenya with other countries. I've already given you that. Look at Singapore. I chose Singapore deliberately. And you can see about 70% of their economy is service. Agriculture is not even noticeable, but they still eat. If you compare that, let me go a bit faster. Look at China. Only about 80% of the Chinese economy is agriculture. Most of it is service, and manufacturing, about 40%. If you go to Tanzania, I was very surprised that Tanzania is actually more industrial than Kenya, about 25%, and agriculture 26%, a bit bigger than Kenya. US, agriculture is not noticeable again, and most of their economy is service-based, about 75%. I will explain in a few minutes why that is important. So clearly from those PowerPoints, a few things come out. One, our growth rate is not good enough. Our economy has not been growing fast enough. During Kibaki's era, and may he rest in peace, we wanted the economy to reach 10%. That will give the momentum we want our economy to grow faster and faster. And the second thing we observe is our thinking. What is the role of the government, individuals, institutions, and external environment? Everybody is talking about Iran. But that should not have taken us by surprise, because we knew the consequences of war. And one of the things I noted interesting about our thinking, which makes me very sad, is that Kenyans want to go for higher education, masters, PhDs, and so on. Not to work, but to be paid more and work less. So I wonder who is supposed to work in this country. The other observation is sectoral contribution, and this is the question our policy makers should be asking. Should we follow the Chinese, Tanzania standard and focus on industry, or should we follow the Singapore or the US way, where we focus on services? Then consensus seems to be we are already a service industry economy, 55%. So we need to enhance that. And the question we should be asking now is, how can we do that? And that's why I was told to come and discuss today. How do we ride on service industry? My argument is we focus on the forgotten frontiers, or the frontiers nobody thinks about, like indigenous wealth or indigenous knowledge. So how do we make money from that? Dr. Taracha has opened the discussion for us, so he makes my life easier. So this is my simple model. We have indigenous knowledge. It's about land, plants, wisdom, governance, and so on. But very important, that's what we forget. We must add modern knowledge. Because we have indigenous knowledge, we are not going to close our schools and our research labs. We must marry the two, like a pair of scissors. If you want to cut something, you have two blades. Modern knowledge and indigenous knowledge. You use them to create wealth. And you create wealth, Dr. Racha put it very well, you brand, you market and commercialize. People are not going to buy something because you have it. You must brand it, give it something catchy, then take it to the market. And that's what Coca-Cola, Toyota, and others have done. And then you come with new enterprises, you expand the old ones, that's how we come up with economic growth. A very simple model on how we can make money from indigenous knowledge. So how do we transform that? That's why I want you to sit, relax, as I prepare in the next, as I explain to you in the next few minutes. One is you transform tangible and intangible assets. Some of the indigenous knowledge is tangible, something you can touch. Others is intangible, stories, folklore, medicine practice, and so on. Why is this such an important asset? Why is indigenous knowledge so important? Why is it easy to make money out of it? One, it's hard to copy. It is protected by traditions, language, and secrets. Who is from Somali tradition, Somali community here? Somali or Oromo? Because I asked them, how do you make injera? They told me that is our secret. If you ask somebody from Kericho, how do you make morsiki? They will tell you that is their secret. So because of that, that secrecy, that tradition becomes an intellectual protection. So we can make money from that without anybody knowing about it. The same way Coca-Cola makes money from Coca-Cola because the recipe is secret. Number two, we are the experts. Nobody will make Mokimo better than Kikuyus, Mushenye better than Ruyas, Kimanga better than Titus, Modokoi better than Kambas, and the rest. Nobody is going to carve better than Kisis. Nobody will sing better than our songs, and nobody will tell our stories better than us, particularly in mother tongue. And I have a very good example there about the Greek mythology. For 2,000 years, we have been talking about Iliad and other Greek myths. A lot of books and movies and research has been done about that. So why can't we do the same? Some of the greatest writers happen to be the Irish. All of you have read Things Fall Apart. And you know the opening statement, turning and turning in the word and girl, things fall apart, by the poet W.B. Yeats and James Joyce. They were from Ireland. And one of the reasons why they have been so successful, they have been using Irish folklores, Irish traditions to write. And nobody can write better than them. So why have we not been doing that? Every Kenyan community has some folklore, some stories. Why don't we package them and take them to the world the way Grace Ogot and Goge Wadiongo have tried? Who said we must listen to stories from other parts of the world and not our own? So indigenous wealth has been hiding somewhere. It is already there. Our work is to exploit it. Where has it been hiding? In services. If you open up that 55%, you'll find some indigenous knowledge in it. It is there in manufacturing. We talked about pots, soapstone, weapons, and so on, and foods. That's where it is hiding. And our work is to exploit it and make money out of it. It is also in frugal innovations. I was in Thika Greens here the other day. This golf course here, I'm not boasting, I'm just informing you. And somebody was stung by a wasp. You know the wasp? And one of my colleagues started saying, why don't we call a doctor? I said, no, don't call a doctor. Somebody said, look for tobacco and just rub it there and it will be healed. Those are examples of frugal innovations. If you go to the countryside, almost every problem has a local solution. And that's one area we need to focus on. And indigenous wealth is in our minds, movies and books. And I'll be showing you a few examples. It is also in service delivery, tourism, medicine, entertainment. And of tourists going to Rangata Cemetery because that's also a graveyard. So the most important thing is to transform our thinking and attitude on indigenous wealth. And how do we transform that thinking? We see it as a source of wealth, not curiosity and fascination. And I always give this example here, Calabash. All of you have been using Calabash until somebody, I don't know who it is, realized that he can make a plastic Calabash. And he's making so much money. For you, you keep it in your house as a sign of curiosity. Somebody sees money. That's the way we are supposed to be thinking. You can make money without deals. That's what I'm saying. You don't have to come up with deals to be corrupt. There are many ways of making money. So let me give you a few examples. This is a sweet part. I will be very fast. One of them is our foods. We can make so much money from foods. Can you imagine how much money McDonald's makes from hamburgers? Or KFC from their chicken. Or Coca-Cola from their drinks. We can focus on our food. We can even give them exotic names. Like when I go to Kisumu, why don't I find fish burger? Watu wa Kisumu. I need to find fish burger there. Teach tourists how to make that food for a fee. Don't we learn how to dance Ruba and others? And very important, we can make the cooking process as our IP. For example, those from Maasai community, how much bread and how much milk should you mix to make the best mix? That should be a secret. You should not just share it with everybody else. Otherwise, somebody will copy it and you will not make money. You can see Ethiopian restaurants elsewhere. In Germany, this is an Ethiopian restaurant in Germany. Why can't I find a Kamba restaurant in Germany or a Kisi restaurant in China? Why? Why can't we take that food there? And what about our brews? There's somebody making Muratina in of all places, California. And this Muratina was imported from Kenya. You can see Omukomboti. You remember the song? Yes, Omukomboti. This is meat tasting Omukomboti somewhere in Zululand. Some people make money from that. Our clothes. I like the beauty of those ladies. Can you imagine if all those clothes they are wearing were exported to other parts of the world, how much money they would make? In fact, I'm very ashamed to be wearing a suit today. I should be wearing like them. This is somewhere in Kyrgyzstan, and you can see how awkward I look wearing that. What about the money from old colonial houses? Why can't we package that knowledge and make money out of it? For example, the house on the left is somewhere near Nyahururu. It was owned by South African who sold it to a Briton. Two nationalities, Britons, South Africans. So if you connected that family or those families to that house, you'll find a lot of tourists coming there, and they'll make you their money. You can see those three ladies there. They came to see their house at Chiromo campus. That's where their father used to live. That was last month. So one way to make money from colonialism, or one way to pay back colonialism, is to make money out of it, like through these old houses. What about things like, simple things like leakage of planes? On the left is a beach in Canada, and there was a plane crash some time ago, and tourists like me went to see that place. That is a wreckage in the Aberdare Mountains. That's a wreckage I went to see about 6 years ago. Why are we not going to see there to see those wreckages and make money out of them? Taita Taveta, that's a cradle of what? It is in Taita Taveta that we had the first flight. I was looking at the logo for Taita Taveta. What are elephants doing there? Should be having a plane there. That's how you make money, by coming up with a story. Our golf courses, in the golfers here. Yeah, this looks like people of darts. This looks like Maradonas. These are places we can bring tourists throughout the year and get money out of it. Let me show you why it is important to think about things like golf. McRoy, that guy on the right there, last weekend, he made $585 million because of winning a tournament. Wachana na mambo ya Arsenal. Watu wa Arsenal mko wapi? I sympathize with you. And I was saying here, the weather and the youth are a big asset. They're some of our indigenous assets that we can exploit. We are a young country. Very quickly, let me run now. Bridges. People go to see that bridge in California. Millions of people go to see that bridge. Why can't we make Nidi Bridge a tourist attraction? And I was there. There's a bridge in California. And in the middle there is a prison, Alcatraz. Some of you have seen the movie. 1.5 million people go to see a prison in California. Packaged. Even Trump talks about it. Why can't we go to visit prisons in Margaret Island, where Mau prison as well? I went there the other day. There's nothing like prison. Even Kamete can be a tourist attraction. Why don't we package our schools and the knowledge there so that people go to see them and we exploit that knowledge? When I went to this university there, I found it quite interesting. You had to queue to take photos there. When kids come to visit Nairobi, do they go to our universities? You know where they go. Our architecture, there's a house in the Happy Valley in Nyandarua that was built in 1908. It is made of mud, and it's still there. And you can see how people copied our architecture with historic buildings like that one in Taiwan. You can see even Google Workplace is copying our hearts. That's our workplace in Google. And you can see that Kanyumba there, they are copying us. And you can see that church in Germany that was left after the war, so that you can go and see how churches were before. A very interesting way to make money, packaging our indigenous knowledge. This is a church, the only church that I know that was sold in Kenya. Anybody from Laikipia here? Laikipia? If you go to Nyahuru, you find this church. It's an AIC church, but it was a Dutch Reformed church. After independence, they sold it. A very good story. Can you imagine how many people can go to see that church that was sold? Some of you are hearing about it for the first time, even members of AIC. Mau Mau, if you come from central Kenya or thereabout, Mau Mau villages were surrounded by a moat. I went looking for one, I couldn't see. Why don't we have such things? We go and see them and make money, just like the Great Wall of China. I was very popular in China. This guy decided to take a photo with me. They told me they have never seen a black man. I was very popular there. We can even make money from old technology. Look at that vehicle there. People make so much money from weddings and from what? Movies. If you see that vehicle on the road, utachekelea mwenyewe useme, why is not driving a V8? But there's a lot of money there. Some of you go for quadrilateral guns. Technology again, technology again. Why don't we make money from nature? This is part of our indigenous assets. Who said you must go to the national park and see animals? Can you see how beautiful that place is? Imagine somebody who is coming to Kenya for the first time and has never seen a tea farm, how beautiful it is. You just want to see the big five. Let's think without a box. Look at that, the farmlands. This was, you cannot believe, this was a group of combined harvesters around 1970, somewhere in Laikipia. That is gone. Look at how beautiful that place is. Look at that place, very beautiful landscape, Happy Valley. And I've been asking people from Machakos. Machakos was one time the capital of Kenya. Nobody talks about it. And we would be visiting there and making money, going to see the old capital. That's just coming up with a signboard. Welcome to Kenya's old capital. And you can see the number of books and movies that are made about that place, the Happy Valley in Nyandarua. How many of you have been to Mamburui around Maridi? We fly from here to Dubai. We leave our deserts here in Mamburui or northern Kenya. We think we should think outside the box and make money from here. Stereotypes, we can even make money from our stereotypes. Now, if you go to Scotland, people go to see the Loch Ness Monster. Nobody has seen it. But people go to there to see that animal that has never been seen. And they make money. Why can't we go to Ndondori, near Nakuru, and all the stereotypes about Ndondori? Like I'm told, if you are from Ndondori and a car stops, you check the gender. I don't know whether that is true. I'm told if you come from Ndondori, you believe that a Nissan Matatu will keep growing until it becomes a bus. So why don't we go and visit those places and make money? Or people from Makueni, Kitisa, Muiso, Wandia. Attract people there with their money. They will come. And this place here, Gaturi. I'm just about to finish Gaturi. For from Muraga again. That is where the witch doctors, I'm told, live. But if you do your research, you'll discover that in Gaturi, that is where the weapons were made, arrows and spears. So they used orogi or witchcraft to protect their what? Their skills. If you are told you are going to be a witch, you'll never go to Gaturi, so you'll never know how spears and arrows were made. Very creative people. So let's visit those places and see what happens there. Our herbs, enough have been talked about that. Every community had a cure for everything. Taracha talked about that. Why don't we do that? And Museum is doing that. Why can't we make money from traditional ceremonies? Ndeo, Gurario, and Koito. I talked about Egypt. And something very interesting we can make money from. That's again Laikipia. Somebody called Major Harold White is buried there, near Urumuruti. Then what did I discover the other day? The grandson of Harold White became Australian ambassador to Kenya. And somebody else who lived around there became the Australian, 2 people from Australia became ambassador to Kenya with roots in those counties. Now, if you make connection to Australia, that's a very deep connection. They will come here, they spend money here, and they leave a lot of money with you here. And our languages, Zulus have made so much money by singing in mother tongue, same with them, Kosige and others, because nobody can sing better than you in your mother tongue, not English or Swahili. And of course, you remember this secret of how America has made sure nobody broke the communication code using the Navajo language. IT people will tell you that the best way to make sure nobody breaks your password is to use your mother tongue. Nobody will break your password if it is your mother tongue. I'm just giving you that secret. And of course, you can't forget about proverbs. Our presidents, we have not made enough money from them. South Africa, talk about Mandela. What money have we made from Jomo Kenyatta, President Moi, and President Kibaki? Those are national property. How come to never go to Gatodo to see where President Kenyatta grew up? Who goes to Nyeri or who goes to Baringo to see where President Moi grew up? It's a national asset. Let's think outside the box. If you go to the US, you find Kentucky and Illinois fighting where Abraham Lincoln was born. So now they have agreed he was born in one state, he grew up in the other one because of tourists. Think outside the box. I'm just about to finish. How about inspirational wealth? This is one area we have not done very well. Because one way to make money is to inspire people, entrepreneurs. People don't just make money or become entrepreneurs because they have money. It's because they are inspired. Like the American dream. What is the Kenyan dream? We talk about Jews and persecution. Indians building the railway in Kenya. And somebody nobody talks about. Indians helped the Briton fight the Germans in World War I in Taita Taveta. You can see their mausoleum or their memorial there. Chinese talk about civilization. And the Mau Mau can inspire us so that we think we can do better things. And very important inspiration that is indigenous knowledge is family knowledge or family history. Nothing can inspire in you more than family history. How much do you know about your family history? Like, I'm very proud of my family history because 2 of my uncles went to World War II. They came back. So me, I am not a coward, because if I'm a coward, I'll be like who? And if you don't believe that, just tempt me outside there. Nichokoze kidogo uone. And interesting, my family left this county where we are in 1937. And I bought property around this place because in 2037, I will be back here. I will be coming home in 2037. Get your family history to be an inspiration. And I met this Kenyan friend of mine in my village. He told me he fought in Tobruk during World War II. He fought against Hitler. Nobody remembers him. And when I talked to the family, they were asking me, why do you want to know about our grandfather? What is it about him and war? Can we get inspiration from our families? This is my grandfather's marriage, my grandfather's baptism card, 1920. His marriage certificate of 1924. Do you have such assets in your family? What inspires you? Before I came here, I found a young girl at the back. She is sitting here, I will not pinpoint her. And I was telling her, I know who Taylor Swift is. And she asked me, at your age, how do you know who Taylor Swift is? Most of you don't know who it is. But you know so much about people who don't matter. Yet we don't know about the people who matter, like our heroes, our families, and so on. And then we must think about space wealth. We are going to the moon. Who is going to own that wealth? Are we going to be left behind as Kenyans, just talk about the moon without taking care of that wealth? We must think beyond the earth and think about space. Earthrise and sunset. So I'm just concluding that our indigenous wealth, heritage, biological assets, secrets, and folklore, and so on, even inspiration, must be packaged, branded, and taken to the global market. Our market is too small. Kenya is 55 million people, but the world is 8 billion people. That's what the Koreans did. You can see that car on the left. That's the Hyundai. They took it to the global market. Now it is scaring Toyota. That is Nyayo car. It is still around. So our indigenous wealth will not be expanded or will not be very effective if we don't take it to the global market. And that is where innovators, marketers, and everybody comes in. Who will do that? Counties must do that, national government, institutions. That's why I'm very happy to see universities here, national museum, and so on. and all of us because we all need money. Our indigenous wealth is a low-lying fruit, and I've tried to give evidence. This conference should be the starting point in this transformation, turning our indigenous knowledge into wealth, into money, to create jobs and real wealth across generations. Very important, must be cross-pollinated with modern knowledge. We are not going to close schools. I will conclude with an AI quotation. Indigenous knowledge holds immense, often undervalued economic potential for local development, sustainable agriculture, and healthcare, representing billions in value. Tarasha gave that. It acts as a driver for rural economy, income via biodiversity, ecotourism, and traditional medicine, but faces challenges with intellectual property rights and commercial exploitation, but these are hurdles that are surmountable. I believe we can do that. You can look at that research paper at your own time. Asanteni, thank you. And because we are in Murang'a, we can say Noega, and we can say we talk or we do what? Twaranĩria. Asante sana.
Wow, makofi tafadhali. Professor, hatutaki kukuchokoza nje, tunakuchokoza hapa.
Now, since you have been a very good audience,
yes.
I have 30 seconds to show you something here.
Right.
You're a very good audience. I decided that since we are talking about the museum, there's something I have for you here. And in the National Museum of Kenya,
right.
You can talk to me later on.
What do you have in here?
This is what I have.
Oh, solid, solid. Camera, solid.
What do you think this is? Everybody thinks this is the uniform for the PC. But this was an officer's uniform during World War II.
Wow.
Somebody gave me her father's World War II uniform. This one was the most treasured possession that I have.
Wow.
There is even a shirt here.
Wow.
And I have this
So
phone. How many of you remember this phone? Talk to me well.
Talk to Prof well.
But I have something very interesting here.
Aya.
And here nobody can tell what it is. I showed you a photo where I went looking for wreckage of planes in the Aberdares. And this is what I carried from the Aberdares. This was part of the guns that is mounted on a bomber. That plane was not just a plane. It was a World War II bomber. So the National Museum of Kenya, you can sweet talk me after this. We can talk behind the tent. For all of you, have a good afternoon.
Asante. Just give me sound here. Prof, you've shown us all that. We want you to show us one more thing. Give me sound. Now show us a dancing style. I mean, yeah. Kila mtu tusimame.
See, that is stereotyping me.
Twende. Kila mtu tusimame. Bas, wewe. Makofi ya Prof, asante sana. Well done, Prof. Well done, Prof. Asante sana. Thank you so much. Excellent. Makofi nyingine for Prof. Thank you so much for the insights. My.
I wish you had given more time, but if this was a class in the university, I would have taught it for 2 weeks.
Wow. There we go. All right. Thank you so much. Give me the screen. Give us the screen. Thank you so much. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, let's have the main screen. Thank you so much. And sound. Up next for the next 7 minutes.
Is a respected community leader and entrepreneur from Marsabit County, known for her deep knowledge of Burji culture and cuisine. Through her work with women's groups and cultural festivals, she has championed indigenous food heritage and community empowerment across diverse ethnic communities. Please welcome Ailo Aden Bunge.
Makofi yake tafadhali. Karibu sana, 7 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Lo Habiba. I think I've tried severally, maybe for amendment of my names. And anyway, even the names which appear on the presentation is still my mother name. And I'm here to present traditional food and cuisine from Burji community, Marsabit County. And the food or the cuisine which I'm to present is called Kanchibelo. It's a unique cuisine made from different varieties of crops. I can share maybe the ingredients, but for the recipes, come for the test. So, karibuni. Sorry, you know, some of us, we are from, what can I say? At times we say we are not from Kenyans. Wow. Oh, thank you, asante sana. Why I should market and want this one maybe to be marketed? One, it is because of the nutritious values. And one, the food, as I said, it is from different variety of crops: sorghum, finger millet, teff, wheat, and other food items. That is meat, onions, tomatoes, and whatever you are seeing there. But the uniqueness part of it is the teff crop. Teff crop, I think, is only found in Marsabit County. And historically, the Burjis moved from Ethiopia to Kenya. We are found everywhere within Kenya Republic. And as I said, for the teff, it is unique. And also there is moringa. We have moringa, a unique moringa, the moringa aloe vera, and we call it shalkeda. It totally differs from the moringa people are using, because the moringa all Kenyans are using for herbs or medicinal herbs, and it is found in different parts of forest, Kefri forest, Kibwezi forest, Kitui, and even at your homes. But this one has using any fertilizer. We only use natural fertilizer, and even that one is in minimal use. Use as drought-resistant crops requires minimal chemical inputs, as I already said, supports sustainable food system. I'm rushing with the time, eh? It has a strong cultural identity and storytelling. The strong cultural identity, what I meant is that, especially for mothers, when they are welcoming their spouse, ama ile mpango ya kando. So kuna wengine, some of us, we are single mothers. But if I want to please that man, I must have this type of food at my place. So, women, come and see me. Kwa tent, nikuambia siri ya hii. Then it is acceptable across all communities. Not associated with any food taboos. Anybody can eat that. Haina mpaka yoyote saying that maybe this is a taboo for this community. No. One, why? Because this is a well-balanced diet and very nutritious food, and it has all what it entails in health consciousness. Can be consumed fresh, dry, or processed. And it can be used as ingredients in value addition. Initially, traditionally we are using our indigenous tomatoes. But nowadays, because of the climate seasoning or the mazingira we are having, you cannot have access or maybe having that indigenous tomato. Si rahisi upate. It's now when we are using the tomato, kawaida muna the shamba tomato, which is not indigenous, but ni ile ya kupanda. And we do plant all this at our place, at our own shambas, and without using any fertilizer. Sustainable for local, international, and markets. It can be suitable, sorry. It can be used within and at the diaspora. High potential for investment and export. We have it in a larger amount, supports livelihoods and food security, promotes sustainable and cultural rich innovation, and maybe to wind up, mine is to say that you have seen the color. This color is from, we have some spices which have different colors. And at the same time, the same spices has content of medicinal herbs. And we have standardized some of these ingredients already. And even we are in the process of even preparing the same for the standardization. And I'm saying that for this one, karibu sana. Looking even at the way this food is, it has been garnished. It's like the modern table setting when you are having your dining table to have or with the family. I say this. For health, your health matters to us, and we are accountable. We account for selling the same to you. Karibuni sana. Thank you so much. Because of the time, I say bye-bye. I'm Nagat.
Nagat. Asante sana Habiba. Makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much. It's 23 minutes past 1 p.m. I'd kindly request, please don't mind, I'd kindly request that we hold a bit. We'll have our lunch a little bit late, but definitely we'll have it. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome.
She is the Director General of the National Museums of Kenya and a renowned conservation biologist and bee specialist with extensive expertise in climate change, ecosystem services and food security. A prolific researcher and global contributor, she continues to advance science, conservation and sustainable development across Africa. Please welcome Professor Mary Gikungu.
Big round of applause, please. Karibu sana.
Sawa. Ni sawa. Who is from Rural? Misawa. Good. Good afternoon. I know that we are running out of carbon, and I'll not take long in my presentation. But I want to express myself how excited I am today that we are having this international conference taking place from today. We have been looking forward to this day, and I'm happy for each one of you, all the distinguished guests, invited guests, and every one of us who is here. I'm so happy this afternoon, even as I present to you a very short presentation about how National Museums of Kenya research contribute to the economy of this country. And that is my title, The Role of National Museums of Kenya in Research for National Development. Many of you, and I think you'll agree with me, visited NMK when you are very young. And you can remember a few animals that you saw, including elephant, Hamid the elephant, and the snakes. And this afternoon, as I listen to the speakers who have been here ahead of us, Dr. Taracha, Professor Ilaki, Madam Bunge, this is what was coming to my mind, that God put us in a Garden of Eden in the name of Kenya as a country. We are such a rich country. We have diversity of knowledge, intellectual assets. And the National Museums of Kenya has been given the privilege of managing and preserving the heritage of Kenya. And this is in terms of cultural and natural heritage. Because we have not been able to apply this knowledge, we have lagged behind. And I think I was given this opportunity here to show you that you are the right place for partnership. We are only presenting a bit of what God has given to us. There is a lot about our heritage that can drive development, including our indigenous knowledge. I keep telling my friends that when I was growing up, my grandmom never sent me to a pharmacy. There was medicine everywhere, in the farm, along the fence, along the house. There was medicine everywhere. There was food everywhere. Even the weeds that were in the farm, they were part of it. And this is part of our indigenous knowledge. Allow me to talk about what we do as National Museums of Kenya. Si museum kwa nyoka peke yake, ni museum kwa research, multidisciplinary research organization. And this is what I want to take you through. And because I know your carbon levels are going down, I'll take a very short time. Next slide, please. That is how we brand ourselves. That our vision is that we are the global leader in heritage management for posterity. That is how we brand our vision. And this is our mission, to sustainably manage national heritage through innovative research, knowledge sharing, and entrepreneurship for the benefit of the country and humanity. I'll jump some areas and I'll stick to what is important. I told you earlier that we have to research on our cultures and our cultural heritage. We do a lot of studies of our natural heritage, that is botanical, zoological. We also think about the history of where we are coming from, the archaeology, archaeological tools. We also look at the living organisms that are already fossilized, paleontology, and you've also heard about the Turkana boy. We handle a lot of historical materials as an institution that talk about the history of our country. We are also committed to understanding the geological aspects in terms of research. And all this is geared towards supporting heritage-based enterprise. I've talked about the Turkana boy. This is one of the almost complete human fossil that is 1.6 million years old, and you can find it in one of our collection center, and it is protected, bulletproof protected, because it is a very unique object for Kenya as a country, and you cannot find it elsewhere. We do a lot of publication on the history, and we have a lot of artifacts that are so important to tell us where we are coming from and what has been changing over time. We also do a lot of researches, including biodiversity, and we have collections of unique materials that are very important. This is a bee that was collected around Kericho, and very unique, so we have such unique collections. We are also very key in driving the education center in terms of sharing the knowledge that we have. And our scientists are very good sharing books. And actually, we have also working with KICD because we want to participate in coming up with complementary books and also participating in curriculum development, because we have realized that heritage knowledge has been forgotten in the past. And we have been reading books that are coming from the West, but not relating with the knowledge that is domiciled among our scientists and in this particular country. We are also doing a lot in terms of projects that can bring solutions of the issues that are affecting us today. For many of you, you know that we are using a lot of chemicals to control pests and diseases. But at National Museums of Kenya, whose mandate is to preserve both the natural and the cultural heritage of Kenya, we are also looking at how do we use the theme to become part of the solution of what is required, so that we can minimize the use of agrochemicals in the agro-ecosystem. This is a project that we have been undertaking, funded by the Kenya government, where we are using our own natural heritage to do the spraying, using our natural enemies that can be able to fix those fungus that are affecting our crops. And from this particular presentation, we are using the bees to do the spraying, and they carry the natural enemies. At the same time, they also do the pollination. They facilitate the pollination service. For us to enjoy watermelons, without the bees, you cannot have fruit set. Even the taste is very different. The quality is compromised because watermelon and pumpkins, they require a pollen vector. They require the bees for pollination, among other pollinators. The same with the strawberries. So as an institution, we are also very much active in driving applied research that has a lot of impact in this country. I'll give you an example of one of the plants that we studied, the sunflower. When we undertook this experiment in central Kenya, the yields increased by 41%. You can imagine those who were able to use their knowledge, their natural heritage, cultural heritage, would be able to get to a level whereby they can solve their problems without spending a lot of money, wasting a lot of time, because the bees can spray for you. You don't have to be in the farm. It's a matter of using the technologies that have been established. And in so doing, we save monies that are spent for chemicals, we promote human health, we promote environmental health, and we also promote the bee health. This is just one of the examples of the researches and innovative researches that we are undertaking at National Museums of Kenya. And we have also been able to work with local communities. I know there are people from Kilifi County here, and this is Arabuko Sokoke Forest, whereby we felt as an institution telling the community members not to cut down the trees is not the solution, but helping them to use the natural heritage that is domiciled in the forest, and we taught them how to do butterfly farming, we taught them how to do beekeeping, and also how to cultivate the butterfly plants within their farm, and by so doing, they are able to produce the pupae, and the pupae are exported abroad, and the monies are brought back to the community. And this is sustainable utilization of our forest, and also driving the local economies within our communities. We also have innovations, hubs for the youth based on the cultural heritage. So far we have established 4. We have Jenga IT at the headquarters. We also have another innovation hub based on cultural knowledge at Fort Jesus. We also have another one in Ramu called Kijumwa, and also Ireret in Masabit. So we are doing this because we want to harness the cultural knowledge that we have in this country for socio-economic development. We are also mandated to take care of our heritage. And here we are seeing some of the sites that many of you may not have been able to visit. This is the Sioux Fort, among many other monuments. We manage the monuments across the country, and these are very important for us because we know they are tourism products, and if we preserve them, we are preserving them for posterity and prosperity because they promote tourism and knowledge that we need to pass to our next generation. So I wanted to talk about the collections that we have as National Museums of Kenya, because we have a national repository of both cultural and natural materials, which are very important in driving education, driving research collaboration, and policy interventions, including issues of food security, diseases, and promotion of tourism, and understanding of, issues of climate change. In short, I wanted to let you know that the National Museums of Kenya has the mandate to document, to preserve, and to manage both the cultural and the natural heritage of Kenya. And we do a lot of research in relation to that for the benefit of humanity. And this is very, very important. So when we talk about indigenous knowledge intellectual asset, this is part of our mandate. And we are so happy that today we are working together as a nation. We are working with other countries to see how we can harness this knowledge that has been underutilized. So I'm so happy today to have each one of you in this conference, and we are looking forward to seeing how this country can have a new chapter, because we have the assets that are needed to drive our economy. We have the assets that are required to build the cottage industries. I visited Indonesia last year, and I was so impressed by their culture. Even the clothes they put on, they have a meaning, and they are very expensive. So for us, I think for a long time, we have not been able to embrace our cultural heritage, and this is very important. And this also includes the indigenous knowledge that God has given to us. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much for listening to me.
Asante sana. Thank you so much for Kenya. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we now want to have that moment where we can officially open this conference, and we have the county represented. Please welcome
He is the governor of Murang'a County, a reform-driven leader with a strong background in law, governance and public policy. Known for championing innovative programs in healthcare, education and youth empowerment, he continues to drive inclusive, data-driven development and position Murang'a as a model county. Please welcome His Excellency Dr. Irungu Kang'ata.
Well represented by Waziri Mugo, tafadhali. So we have the representatives set, but because of time, I'd kindly request that, please pardon, we will have the official opening in the afternoon after lunch. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, very quickly, we're going to have 3 parallel sessions, which we call breakout sessions, happening at the same time. So please take note, The first is traditional foods and local cuisine for enhanced nutrition and food security. So that's the first engagement. The second, very quickly, is traditional medicine for One Health. That's the second one. The third one, very quickly, indigenous technologies for industrialization. We'll start at exactly 2 p.m. and we close at 3 p.m. for lunch. Our lunch will be from 3 p.m. to 3:45, so that we come back here from 3:45, then hopefully we close by 5 p.m. latest. Now, I'd kindly call upon Dr. Benson Buru. Dr. Benson Buru uko wapi? Dr. Benson Buru, njoo tafadhali, makofi yake tafadhali. Dr. Benson Buru is the moderator. Please come forward. Dr. Benson, tafadhali, is the moderator of this particular engagement, themed Indigenous Technologies for Industrialization. Njoo tafadhali. Dr. Benson, karibu sana, makofi yake tafadhali. So Dr. Benson is the moderator. At exactly 2 p.m. you kick off up to 3 p.m. so that we can close in good time. Now, your session will be at Annex. Where's Faith? Faith is lifting up her hand. She will direct you straight to Annex. I'd kindly request Dr. Benson, once you are there, hit the ground running, because at 3 p.m. I'll be there to close the session. Makofi tafadhali. Anyone interested in that discussion, please follow Dr. Benson. Anyone interested? Indigenous Technologies for Industrialization? Inua mkono wako tafadhali, mfuate Dr. Benson. Naona David ameinua mkono wake. Please. Faith, where are you? Faith is at, okay, let's go to the back. So that's the second session meeting at the Annex. Asante. So please follow suit. 2 p.m. kickoff. Now let's move on to the second. The second is traditional medicine for One Health. Dr. Titus Oyo uko wapi? Dr. Titus Oyo uko wapi? Njoo tafadhali, tutaka tukuone, ili hawa wenzetu ambao wangependa kujiunga nawe waweze kufuata. Dr. Titus, naomba tu uinue mkono wako. Asante sana. Anyone interested in traditional medicine for One Health, please follow Dr. Titus. Where is Masila? Masila, put up your hand. Masila will guide you to Amboseli room. Dr. Titus, over to you. At 3 p.m. 2 p.m. we kick off, 3 p.m. we stop. Thank you so much. 1 full hour. Excellent. And now the third team. Well, Third team, you don't need to move an inch. This is traditional foods and local cuisine for enhanced nutrition and food security, moderated by Bwana Mwaniki Mageria. Makofi yake tafadhali. It's happening here, so you don't have to move an inch. But remember, kick off 2 p.m. We stop at exactly 3 p.m. for lunch. Bwana Mageria, karibu sana. Makofi yake tafadhali, makofi yake tafadhali. Asante sana. Vyakula. Bas. Bas. Ndio hiyo sasa. Kazi kwako.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much, my brother. Round of applause for that great young man, Mr. Who? It's good to see you, brother. Now, you know he's my younger brother, so I'm able to, Mwakazi, I'm able to have fun with you kidogo. All right, so good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. How are you? It's so good to see each and every Professor, thank you very much for your wonderful talk. And Bona Iraki, you're going with that hat. You know, you can be hit by somebody on the side there because it's a very, very, very valuable piece of heritage. We're pretty far away back there. Do you want to come a little closer, or these chairs are booked for people? Are they booked? No, come closer, please. Those of you at the back there, please come. Come a little closer. I would like to invite my panelists today on this wonderful, wonderful talk that we're going to be having about indigenous traditional foods and local cuisine for enhanced nutrition and food security. So my name is Mwaniki Mageria. You talked about names earlier. Let me just say something about my name. Mwaniki means the person who puts up beehives. So Professor, me and you and bees, tunapenda bees sana, eh? And we know they're the soldiers, they're the workers that work without being paid. You know that? They make you a lot of money. All right, so Mwaniki means the person who puts up beehives. Oh, second name, Mageria. I like to say that one. Mageria means to try, the person with effort. And there's a saying in my tribe that says, Mageria no mo mahota, you can only succeed if you try. Yeah, that's what my name means. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, my panelists include a very good old friend of mine, Professor Mary Abahutsa Onyango. Please come on stage. She is a professor at the Horticultural Jomo Kenyatta University of Science and Technology. Karibu, round of applause for her. We've been on the panel before. I think last time we were together. Give a better round of applause, guys, like you really mean it. Thank you. Karibu sana ya choose. I think the one in the middle there is there for you. You'll be making a small presentation, I believe. Also on the stage, Director and Head of Nutrition and Dietetics, Ministry of Health. Please put your hands together for Miss Veronica Kirogo. Where are you, Veronica? Are you here? Daktari? Okay, we should be coming, I presume, at some point. Oh, there she is. Please give a round of applause for her. Karibu sana, Dr. Victoria. Then we have the Country Director for Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition and Food Culture and Alliance Convener. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Miss Ruth Okowa. Karibu sana, madam. Don't get tired of clapping for them, please. The more you clap, the shorter they will talk. All right. Then I also have a gentleman who I know very well. We've heard of fast food. He is the country coordinator for slow food in Kenya. Put your hands together for Mr. John Karaoke, all the way from Nakuru. He told me he came with the rain. So kutoka Nakuru mpaka Nairobi, mvua, the same level of a lot of rain. Karibu sana, sir. And then, of course, we have the Group General Manager, Food and Beverage from the Tribe Hotel and Trademark Hotel, Mr. Richie Barrow. Round of applause for him. Karibu sana. And then finally, I would like to invite onto the stage a leader for African Barn Owl Cave in Mtwapa. If you've been there, it's a beautiful, beautiful place in Kilifi. Mr. Goodluck Washa Mbaga. Round of applause for him as well as he comes on stage. Thank you. Do I have everybody on stage now? Is everybody here? Super. Oops, sorry. Mr. Mbaga, habari yako? Hata viti vimeisha. Sijui tutafanyaje. Oh. Oh, thank you very much. All right, good. So, ladies and gentlemen, I was given a nice short bio of each of you, but I think I want to do justice on those bios. What I would like to do, when I ask you your first question, please give us a bit of an introduction of yourself, and your, by the way, your personal interest in what we are doing today. Not just what you do professionally, but also your personal interest in what we do today. So I think I'd like to start off right away with I have some really interesting questions here. First and foremost, Mr. Barrow, I would like to start with you because it's a very interesting fact that you have, if I can put this off, okay. You have, as a professional, as an international food chain or hotel chain, have decided to do a local cuisine on your menu. Now, my experience as a foodie for a long time now, and I've done food now for over 15 years, was that a lot of the hotels in Kenya are always doing international cuisine. You're always finding French cuisine, Italian cuisine. We do British continental breakfast, you know. And when we start talking about local food, they tell you the only thing they'll give you is ugali, and then they'll give you the very white ugali that has very little nutritional value. So tell us a little about why a Tribe Hotel. Do you have a microphone? Oh, okay, let me give you this one. Oh, this one there. Thank you. Tell us why the Tribe chain decided to go this direction, and tell us a little about yourself and why this is of interest to you.
Thank you. Firstly, yeah, it's such a pleasure to be here. It's so nice that these conversations are starting to happen in a formal way. And no, I think it's important as we move, obviously, that no movement happens without everyone moving. So I think from our side, we're really consciously trying to make sure that as we market Kenya, we're also marketing it in a very authentic way. So I think when it came to Tribe Hotel, and you're right, five-star market or the five-star hotels used to traditionally have international cuisine in their hotels. We made a decision about 4 years ago, a very conscious decision with Jiko, one of our restaurants, to begin. Actually, before I start that, my personal journey. My father's he's a conservation. Provide you or give you food that comes from our homeland. So now with what happened with Jiko is what we did. We call it African inspired. We try and we are in an approachable manner trying to do two things. The first thing is to authentically put forward the foods and flavors that we feel are important to showcase. The next one is trying to work with our suppliers and our supply chain, because I mean, I'm speaking to the converted, but the importance of getting back to nutrition.
Fast food, and everybody knows about fast food. So tell us a little about slow food and why that is such a passionate, why you're so passionate about it, and what it means for right now enhancing what we're trying to do.
Yeah, so good afternoon, everyone. So my name is John Kariuki. I work with Slow Food Kenya as the team leader. And I would say that I'm very happy to be here today because I think that what you're discussing today is very much aligned with what we do as Slow Food Kenya. I know that when you talk about slow food, people tend to think that it's all about cooking slowly, eating slowly, or maybe growing food slowly. But of course, slow food is a global movement that started back in 1989, and it was started in Italy to counter the rise of fast food in Italy. So it was started after the first McDonald's restaurant was opened in Rome. So the founder, together with a number of people, sat down and decided to start a movement to counter the rise of fast food in Italy, and it has now grown to over 160 countries in the world. Personally, I happen to study at the University of Gastronomic Sciences, which is owned by Slow Food, and that's where my journey began. So I'm very keen in promoting traditional foods, and then of course trying to figure out how we can ensure that communities are benefiting from the indigenous and heritage products.
Asante sana, John. Madam Oroa.
Nutrition is very lined up here, are gain partners in one way or the other, just to emphasize on a partnership. We are also the conveners of what is called the Food Culture Alliance, an alliance that is focused on reintroducing the traditional foods or the foods that are seen to have been, consumed in the past and are considered highly nutritious, but kind of being forgotten. So we work with Alliance members who are here to see how we can reintroduce the foods. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a personal passion about it yourself, eh?
So I'm really passionate about improving the nutritional status of the vulnerable, and it cuts across all parts of the country. We've worked in this, or personally I've worked in this in different places. The northern, when Nyeri Nyeri was mentioned, sound very familiar. We actually work with the Nyeri Nyeri group to improve on the dry meat in Marsabit and also with the milk. So just working through what is already existing and making it better to improve on the nutritional status. We don't want to bring exotic foods. This is one organization that has also introduced healthy snacks using traditional foods through what we had, the dish competition. So we are really looking at local cuisine, so locally available foods to make it better, to make it more nutritious. The biggest complaint for many people has been that they're not very palatable. They don't taste as nice as KFC,
Yes.
which sometimes is true. But how do we make them taste better than KFC and give you the right nutrition? And GAIN has been working on this for a very long time with different partners. And I hope I'll have opportunity to share how we've been able to do that through different programs and also through the alliance that we are convening.
Asante sana. So Veronica, you're next. Now tell us about dietetics and what the ministry, what is the focus at the ministry, and tell us a little more about your passion yourself.
Thank you very much. My name is Veronica Kirogo, Director of Nutrition and Dietetics.
Dietetics, yes.
In the Ministry of Health. But maybe before even I say what I do, when it comes to nutrition, it's actually a passion. Before I moved to Ministry of Health, I was working with the Ministry of Agriculture, working with women groups, trying to improve household nutrition, looking at how to improve on local recipes. At one point, because the traditional vegetables were like foods for the poor, we also had a campaign to popularize the indigenous vegetables because of their nutrient value. At that time, we partnered with the National Museums of Kenya, and we did quite a lot. I can see Dr. Patrick there. We would do traditional food fair, where at the museum, different community groups would showcase the traditional recipes. But from the Ministry of Agriculture, then I would say like malnutrition is the health sector that is bringing. And now when there came an opportunity, I said, I want to get into Ministry of Health. I see how to strengthen agriculture and nutrition linkage so that we can be able to address the rising burden of malnutrition. And 7 years down the line, I'm still there trying to strengthen that linkage. But I think for me, when I got the invite from the DG, is that, our traditional indigenous foods are really nutritious. We have done the food composition tables for Kenya, and indeed they are. But we need to work together to be able to change that mindset that KFC is better, or that the exotic vegetables are better, or they taste better, and working with the chefs in that environment, see how do we make our recipes or traditional diets more presentable, more acceptable, because that's the only way we'll be able to address the rising burden of malnutrition. And we are now also looking at the overweight and obesity because of poor food environment. So I think when we go back to our roots in terms of the our traditional foods, our indigenous foods, they are healthy, and therefore we can be able to really help even in the health sector in addressing the rising burden of non-communicable diseases.
Absolutely. Asante sana, Madam Veronica. I actually will be asking you about how do we get this information about nutrition to people, because that's how we enhance being able to do this. I would like to jump to him, then you will be last, Madam, if you don't mind. Bwana Wache, habari yako? I hope you can speak Swahili kidogo. You know me, I think we've done a lot of Kizungu now. We need to go, okay? So tell us about African owl. What the place is called? Remind me, because I've been there. Nilipitia tu kidogo. Africa Barn Owl Cave, Mtwapa. Na jina yako?
Kwa majina.
Yeah.
Mansikia?
Yeah.
Kwa majina naitwa Bembaga Washe, jina la kinyumbani. Na Bembaga Washe yani babake Mbaga Washe. Mbaga nilivyoanza kusema Mbaga ni chupa mbili za mnazi.
My kind of guy.
Sasa African Barn ilikuwa ni tulianza kama azimio la kubadilisha watu fikra zao. Kule nyumbani kulikuwa kuna mahali ambapo huyu ndege ambaye anaitwa bundi huwa anataga akizalia pale. Sasa watu wengi katika jamii nyingi za Kiafrika wakawa wanafikiria ya kuwa huyu bundi akija akilia nyumbani kwako kutatokezea jambo, mtu atakufa. Sasa sisi tukaanza hilo azimio, tukaanza hiyo initiative, tukapageuza pale pakawa ni mahali pa kitalii. Sasa hata ukifika pale unakuta hapo mahali ni pa kitalii, watu wanakuja wakitembea na pia wakimwangalia yule bundi na wakirudi manyumbani kwao wakiwa salama. So tuligeuza ile dhana ya fikra za kikwetu ya kuwa ukimwona bundi ama akija akilia nyumbani kwako mara 2 ama mara 3 wewe utakufa. Lakini kule uzunguni hawa bundi bwana wanasemekana ni wanyama, ni wako wise, wanasemekana as wise as an owl. Na wale owl wakiwa kama 2 3 wanaitwa a parliament of owls. Sasa sisi tunawaita wachawi. Sasa hizo ndio fikra tukawa tumezigeuza, na kidogo sasa tunaona watu wanageuka, wanakuja sasa wanaanza kuona na uchumi unageuka wapale. Na katika huo msimamo huo ndio tukaangalia mnazi pia. Watu waliangalia mnazi kama kinywaji ambacho cha kawaida, si cha kawaida kinywaji. Hiyo ndio mifumo ambayo tunaenda nayo. Naam.
You've really leveraged traditional knowledge, you would like to say, and changed mindset. Watu wanafikiria vingine. Yeah, very well done. Thank you. Tutaongea baadaye. I'll have some questions for you later. So ladies and gentlemen, we have a presentation, of course, by the professor, and her topic is an overview of priority indigenous foods for nutrition, health and wealth creation in Kenya. She is, of course, a PhD, EBS, and AFP laureate as well, professor of horticulture and former DVC at the Jomo Kenyatta University of Science and Technology. Please put your hands together for a nice presentation by Professor Mary Abuhutsa Onyango. Karibu sana. Give us this one. Will it come? I'll give her this one. It's on.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How are you? I want to ask a question before I proceed. How many have eaten managu this week? Lift up your hand, managu. How many have eaten murenda this week? Good. Okay. I'm a professor, but what's important to me is I am a promoter of indigenous vegetables, because when I was born, when my mother stopped breastfeeding me and tried to give me milk, and other products, I was allergic to them. So she used to feed me Esriezo, Risuta, and all those things. And that's how my passion came about. My father and my teachers wanted me to be a medical doctor, but I stubbornly, at 10 years, decided I'm going to work on indigenous vegetables, whatever course that brings. And that drove me to study agriculture. And my aim was to promote indigenous vegetables. What surprised me was that in the syllabus, there was no indigenous vegetables. In fact, Professor Micheka, who was my weed scientist teacher, taught me that terere is a weed, pigweed. So he is not here to fight with me. I had a presentation, I don't know if it can be projected, the ICT team had given to Dr. Taracha. Okay, so I'll just start in the interest of time. Facilitator, first, Taracha told me 15 minutes, you're going to be 10 minutes, but I'll try, as a teacher, I'll try to squeeze it to 10 minutes. Now, with that background, I'm going to just give you an overview of priority indigenous foods for nutrition, health, and wealth in Kenya. Do you have my presentation? Because I have a lot of pictures. Some of the things I would like to talk about are pictorial. So I really request that you project my presentation. If you have it, if you don't have it, I can just go ahead. I go ahead, okay. So first and foremost, I want to say that although I'm going to talk about indigenous foods, and Dr. Taracha insisted I must include Siswa. That's not my specialty, but I've included it. So I'll give you an overview of all the main indigenous foods in Kenya, crops and livestock. So to start with, I want to say that agriculture and food security is a key pillar in the Beta Development Plan of the Government of Kenya, which aligns with Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, and also Sustainable Development Goals. The question I ask from the onset is, what is the role or the place of African indigenous foods? This includes vegetables, fruits, grains, legumes, roots, livestock, and insects. So the next slide is supposed to show different indigenous vegetables, which includes managu, cowpea, terere, mrenda, and which ones? Do you know? I'll say it four. Just shout out indigenous vegetable you know from your county. Saga, another one? Atipa, okay. Mito, thank you. Now I want to say this. All those you have mentioned, our studies have shown that all indigenous vegetables have competitively higher or equal nutrient content compared to the conventional vegetables. For example, when you talk about protein, calcium, iron, beta-carotene, and vitamin C, all that we have mentioned are much better than cabbage, much better than spinach, and much better than kale. So why are we not eating these vegetables? I want to talk about production. African indigenous vegetables has had 200% increase in production in the last 10 years. Currently, we have 300,000 metric tons being produced as per the statistics of 2024, valued at 10 billion Kenya shillings. Most of these vegetables are eaten locally. Only 5 or 10% is exported. Now, the other issue is many of us will ask, how do I cook these vegetables? I know you'll ask me, especially young people. So my research assistant there will give you a recipe book. Wrote a stand and show them the recipe book we have. Because I'm not just here to talk, I'm here to sambaza knowledge. Start with the front, give them here. So that means that if you don't know how to cook terere, I have about 14 recipes that were standardized. You can cook. Those who are vegetarian and those who want to like meat, you can mix with meat. So we have that. Good. So I have passed there. Already, I don't know if I have this. Okay. Show me how to use this.
Just press down that.
Okay. So I've talked about productivity. Okay. That's commercialization of AIVs. That is a small entrepreneur in Western Kenya who is actually drying and packaging vegetables and selling it to Texas in US. So sky is the limit. So there's money in that. So that's just an example. This is the recipe book. We make sure you get one. I have 30 copies. If you miss, I think everybody here can get a copy. Yes, you go. It's free. It's very free because I'm promoting. So my only request, when you get, you must cook and give me a feedback. Okay. Okay, now indigenous fruits. That's a variety, some of the indigenous fruits in Kenya. Guava. Taraja knows guava. When you go to the Kakamega forest, guavas are just rotting and falling down. Guava is a super fruit. Why? Because if you look at that work done by Calro, it shows guava. The red part shows the high nutrient content. When you look at the vitamin B1, B2, B3, and so on. So guava is very important, it's underutilized. So we must commercialize it, we must make products out of it. I think there's a lot of work going on in Calro, and we need, from this conference, pick up the guava juices. I've seen some from South Africa, and you can make many products. Production is only 6,000 metric tons, and there's room for improvement. Bring in only 156,000 Kenya shillings, but guava can do better. 50% of the guava fruits get rotten, so we need to create an industry in Western Kenya, especially from Kakamega, to be able to harness this rich biodiversity. Indigenous grains, we have finger millet, we have sorghum, and we have Bambara groundnut. At this point, I want to say this. As I was looking for statistics, I could not find any statistics on the production of Bambara groundnut. But you go to Kakamega market, Bambara groundnut is very expensive, and it is something we can exploit. Mm-hmm. So that just shows some of the nutrient content of finger millet, accessions of finger millet, P224 up to Ihulule, and then we have also indigenous Bambara groundnuts, how they are very nutritious. They have protein, they have fiber, they have iron, they have zinc. Remember, one of the major problems, as Dr. Kirogo will tell you, that iron deficiency anemia is one of the key things. So if we eat these finger millet products, and also if we eat Bambara nut, you will be solving the problem. As I said, I didn't get any production figures from the AFA statistical report of 2025, but for finger millet, the production is about 6,000 metric tons, and the value of that product is 5 billion. I'm just giving the value to show how valuable these crops are. Sweet potato, someone talked about sweet potato. We have cassava. What is not there is yam, nduma. So those are just some of those things. Very nutritious, high fiber content. I don't have the figures here, but research has shown that all these have a relatively high content of fiber, and also they are used especially when you are diabetic compared to the Irish potato, the one you like. When you look at the glycemic index, these have a lower, so they are better options as root crops. Oh, wait. I need foreign aid. So this one is sweet potato. The production is about 863,000 metric tons in 2024, valued at 28 billion. So you can see those billions. As Dr. Raja said, if we can leverage on these products, I think Kenya or Africa should not be poor, as we are always labeled from the... Now, this is not my comfort area, but Taraja said the condition of coming here was to also talk about animals, livestock. So we have indigenous chicken, which most of you must have eaten. We have guinea fowl, the far end. Below we have the quail. We must find out what happened to the quail, why there was a fad and then it disappeared. We must not forget about them. Then we have the camels and the fish. I'm told camel milk is medicinal. Since I'm a vegetarian, I've not tried it, but try it if you're not a vegetarian. Almost there, Chair. So this is what I found. Camels, we have 2 million camels in Kenya, valued at 4.6 million. Just the value figures of 2023. Indigenous chicken, we have 54 million chicken in Kenya, and we have 55 million Kenyans, so there will be one chicken for every Kenyan. So you have no excuse, you have to eat this chicken. Quails, 31,000, the figure is still low, and guinea fowl, the funny looking bird you saw up there, colorful, 86,000. These areas bordering on production for food and also wildlife, so that's why the figures are low. Statistics candy, but we can exploit that. Tsiswa, Dr. Taracha, if you are there, you can see your tsiswa, so I've met my obligation. There's crickets, some people eat crickets, some people eat, that's called tsiswa, which is termites. Then down there, what is it? You can see below, grasshopper. Before I came on the stage, my personal assistant, who is Rhoda Stand, she said, she's a Luya, but in Luya land, when you go see tsiswa, you pick them live and eat and just bring ugali. You don't have to cook them. And she said she will never do that. So I will need to convince her to try and eat tsiswa. You just eat from the soil. Isn't it, Taracha? Yes, that's what we grew up seeing. So that's the tsiswa, termites. Very nutritious, high quality of protein. Okay, crickets also have been, like Jay Kayuati, we have a lot of information on how you can make crickets into biscuits and other products. So you don't have to see the actual insects if you are afraid of them. So we crush them and put them in the unga. But I've just highlighted a few, just a drop in the ocean. But I'm asking you, why are we eating unhealthy? Sugar, too much sugar, fat, processed foods. At this point, I want to say nyama choma is good, but it's traditional, but eat it with vegetables. Don't just eat it alone. There's a lot of vegetables. Yes, you eat it with, but then if you put vegetables, then you balance. Then because of this, Veronica will tell you, because of poor eating, we have what we call triple burden of malnutrition. I don't know if you have any of these diseases. Undernutrition, we are wasting for children. We have a percentage of 25%. I don't know if the figures have changed. Overnutrition, overweight, 30% of us are being obese because of what we eat and how we eat. Hidden hunger, micronutrient deficiency. Micronutrient deficiency or hidden hunger, 40 to 60%. And yet we've just shown all those things are in this indigenous foods, whether they are livestock, grains, or legumes, fruits, or vegetables. So why can't we solve our problems using our indigenous foods? I want to say this, CALRO has been promoting climate smart agriculture. And some of the options they have given is aquaculture, camel, cassava, finger millet, indigenous chicken, indigenous vegetables. What we are saying is that indigenous foods will be part of the solution when we are looking at climate change mitigation in the world. So, wow. Okay. So our dialogue since morning should be how to enhance sustainable and inclusive production of affordable, safe, diverse, and nutritious indigenous foods. It must be safe, it must be diverse. Don't just eat nyama choma every day, don't just eat chicken every day for the Luyas. Don't just eat, mix it. Mrenda, chicken, insects, siswa, and so on. How to effectively promote indigenous foods in Kenya? That's why we are here. They will tell us, these learned friends will tell us. I like the restaurant. I booked an appointment with him. After this, maybe next weekend, I'll be eating mrenda in his restaurant. How to accelerate and mobilize private sector involvement in increasing awareness, production, and consumption among the food system actors. I want to say my last word is this. In my last project, which ended just a month ago, I worked funded by National Research Fund, which is a Kenyan organization, which means that government of Kenya is very much supportive, as other speakers said, in promoting indigenous foods. So there was a private sector player who was just a small thing called the SME, who is just doing it in Western Kenya, trying the vegetables and selling them across the continent. He has all the capes, things, and the sky is the limit. Original, not GMO, not hybrids, the original vegetables. I want to support that there's money in this, there's food in this, there is quality life in this. Vision 2030 tells us that they want Kenyans to have quality life. So quality starts from your body and then the money. If you have money, you have no good health, then we are not doing a holistic work. I want to thank you. I don't know how many minutes I've taken. Thank you for listening to me, and let's discuss.
Asante sana, Professor. You've spoken very, very well, like a true teacher. You kept your time very, very well. A true professional. Asante sana. This is a bit, I think it's yours? Yes, thank you. All right. So, what did you think of that presentation? Particularly the last questions that she left us there with. What did you think of it? Anybody would like to? It's a quick responses from the floor. Yes. Do you have a microphone? Someone has my microphones. Let me come. I thought I'd have some, but let me just very quick responses to that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to just ask something from the panel in general, and particularly on the last presentation by the professor. My name is Brenda Bilby. I'm the CC for Tourism in Kericho County. I have looked at your data, and the slide went a bit fast. I wanted to look at the statistics on malnutrition. And you find the issue of food or indigenous food is starting to become expensive in Kenya. Yet it is literally supposed to be the other way around. If you walk into a restaurant, unaulizwa unataka kuku kienyeji ama broiler. It comes with a difference in the price. So now as a country, how are we investing in the seeds to ensure that it is available to grow, to plant? Kwa sababu naweza kuwa nataka mrenda or whatever vegetable, but I'm relying on my grandmother's seeds, which are no longer viable where we are in Kenya. The commercialization of the indigenous product, I think, is a conversation we must continue to have. Because now, how do we grow this food? How do I grow millet? That millet, that one. Yeah, so I think I'm just commenting, observing. Brenda.
Thank you, Brenda. For the very, very powerful point. I already talked about that. Thank you. One more.
Thank you, Professor, for the wonderful presentation. My name is Nicholas Nzioka, the Acting Waziri, Tourism, Culture, Industry, Marketing, Makueni County. Now, a lot of civic education is required in highlighting the importance of these indigenous foods. And I want to tell you, I went to Uganda some years ago, and what baffled me was the quality of food that these people take vis-a-vis what we take as Kenyans. Their ugali is called katoko. And I can tell you, you eat that ugali in the morning because the main component is actually cassava. Yes. You will only need to take water the whole day. And now with that knowledge, I can tell you, and I can confirm, I have grown cassavas on 5-acre piece of land because I want my people to also realize the importance of this, and the support from the people who know that I'm doing this is overwhelming. So in the next 1 year, you should be coming to Makueni for these cassavas. But most importantly, because I'm also in charge of public participation in Makueni, I think this is something that we need to take as counties and preach the gospel to the masses. And trust me, it is very easy to change the mindset of our people, because initially, I have kids who never used to take this ndoma washi, but today, they're asking for it. Now, I'm smiling all the way to the shamba. Asante.
Asante. We'll take a few more later on, but for now, I think the question is accessibility and affordability of our traditional herbs and traditional vegetables and foods, and also being able to educate our people to be able to know that that is a better option than your nice tasting KFC. Oops, KFC, am I going to be in trouble with KFC? I would like you to say something about that, but it's now open to, I'm sure you'd have something to say about that, Veronica, as well.
Okay. Thank you very much for your concerns. Here I am, I've told you what I've done. Moving this forward, it's not a one-man or woman work. It's a collective responsibility. Each one of us must play a part. So for me, when I've done my research, I've worked with various stakeholders, including policymakers. In Veronica, we worked with her before. So at every point, we must work together. We have worked in counties. I know we've been promoting African indigenous vegetables through the project of Dr. Taracha in almost 32 counties. So we are doing some work, but we need to work together. When it comes to expensive, it is a law of supply and demand. So we just have to grow more, because we are growing 300,000 metric tons currently. But we can increase the productivity through increasing the acreage and increasing the yields. I want to challenge the counties, because you develop what we call value chains. How many of you have moved value chains, indigenous foods as value chains? Many of you go for these conventional foods. I know for indigenous vegetables, I know Vihiga County, maybe Laikipia, maybe Kisii, I don't know. So we need to also work together. So I'm just saying, I'll bring my research, but you need to uptake. Okay? So, but seeds, there's a lot of improvement. We have released, myself, I've released 9 varieties of indigenous vegetables, not GMO, they're just well described. Calro has released some. So we are trying to work with seed companies to make sure seeds are available. Please note, they are not GMO, they are just seeds we have collected from various parts of Kenya, described and cleaned them. So, of course, we are better than we were before. Now, when it comes to acceptability, my friend from Makueni, I've used everything, even newspapers, even TV, even online. You will see Abukusa talking about these things. You also talk. So it is, as I said, let's talk about, so long as people are convinced something is good, it will work. The way you just said you are growing cassava. I know that Makueni, Machakos, we've been there, but if you want specific information, specific trainings, let us know, especially from JKUAT, we have various technologies, and that's why we are here as a research institution. We'll work with you just like my colleague, Professor Kigungu, who is also my colleague from JKUAT, product from JKUAT, that we need to work together. We cannot work in isolation. So today is part of that promotion, because I would have chosen not to come here. But I said I come here because it's very important. In 2023, we had the Kenyan, I think, Indigenous Food Dialogue, which was that time organized by the Ministry of Agriculture. So let's keep going because the Constitution supports us. Let's all do our part. When I have my research, take it up and use it for prosperity in your counties. Thank you. I can talk until tomorrow.
I can see. Is your research available online? Is it easily accessible? Where can I find it?
Just key in my name and vegetables, you will see peppers and products and whatever we do. Yes. Rhoda stand, that stand Rhoda, she has searched and everything is there and we are even putting it on cloud this week. Yes, thank you.
Excellent. Veronica, I know there's a school nutrition program for schools. Tell us a little more about that and what the ministry is doing to help us improve the thoughts about the nutrition of the food that they eat in school programs.
Thank you very much. Let me say that as much as I work in the Ministry of Health, where the nutrition policy is domiciled, as a professor said, no sector can work alone when we are trying to improve food and nutrition security. So we work together with the Ministry of Education to improve or to enhance the school meal program. One of it, for majority who maybe have benefited at one time with the school feeding, we used to call it school feeding program previously. We know that what was being provided or what is currently provided is the maize, beans, and oil and salt. Then the schools are expected to give, to provide the vegetables to go along with that meal. Of course, that has been a challenge because even as we look as a country, we are looking towards universal school meal program. Currently, we are reaching 2.6 million learners, and we are planning to reach 10 million learners by 2030. It's a heavy, it's really a gigantic task. But for us from health, what we are concerned is the quality of the food the children are getting. So what we have done, together with the Ministry of Education, we have developed what we are calling the Kenya School Meal Menu Guideline, almost at approval stage. And we went around the 47 counties, and we were able to get what is available in each of the 47 counties, which can go into the school meal. That is one. But then there's the issue of the supply, because the menu guide can give the variety, including what Professor was talking about, using the local or indigenous vegetables, using our legumes, our millets. But then the local production has to match the demand. And so what we have done with that, because we are now looking at homegrown school feeding, is also working with the Ministry of Agriculture. They have been able to develop a guideline for home school meal production, to just guide in terms of production of the local foods that can be matched or linked to the school meal. So there's a lot happening, and with the three ministries, and we are hoping that we are also away from the local farmers. So I think it's a great opportunity, but the key thing is volumes. Do we have enough volumes to be able to satisfy our school meal programs? Because we know that when learners are well nourished, then they'll be able to learn more, be attentive, and also be able to perform well in terms of school performance. So I think it's a great opportunity for both farmers and also for the chefs, the cuisine, because definitely the foods that will take the day is what is acceptable, presentable, which the majority of the population can eat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Veronica. That sounds like a tall task. A very big, but doing a pretty good job, and I really appreciate that. And we're looking forward to seeing how it increases and becomes better and better. In fact, just something I watched recently on TikTok. By the way, TikTok is another good teacher. That in Japan, the meals for children from kindergarten are designed by a school nutritionist. Each school must have a nutritionist, and they made sure that they eat good food and not the fast food. Very interesting when you look at it that way. And we'll talk about that in a minute, John. Ruth Okowa, how do you stop this, shall I call it movement towards nutritious food, better tasting food rather than nutritious food? What is GAIN doing together with the alliance partners to make sure that we turn away from this very worrying trend?
Thank you very much for the question. Yeah, as I said, GAIN has been a champion of nutritious foods for as long as it has existed. And we are doing quite a number of things to deter the promotion of non-nutritious foods. One of them, I'll give two examples on how we work, one with the Alliance and one on our own. So GAIN, in about 2022, launched a project called the Vegetable for All project. This project is meant to promote the consumption of indigenous vegetables, the terere, managu, and all that. And this is from a study that showed that only just about 5% of Kenyans eat vegetables. Yeah, the required quantities. Yeah. It's surprising, but it's the truth. So, and there were various reasons why they were not eating vegetables. One of them is first palatability. People said traditional vegetables are not interesting to eat. They are not palatable. There's the aspect of accessibility, affordability, and safety of the vegetables, which was mainly a concern in Nairobi. So we as an organization work to see how do we tackle all these things to make sure that people, and we chose 5 counties of Kiambu, Nakuru, Nairobi, Machakos, and in Mombasa, to see how do we promote the consumption of vegetables. And in that, we worked with the last mile vendors, mama mbogas. So we work with mama mbogas in those counties, and we try to see what are the things that inhibit people from eating vegetables. And so we address the aspect of safety, tracing the vegetables up to where they're produced, up to the farms, doing minimal residual tests to see whether they have the right levels of metals or whatever it is. And we found that some were actually very unsafe, and you'd give those results to the counties to see what to do and work with them. Then we also worked in the production of vegetables because they say they are not affordable. The reason they're not affordable is because they're scarce. So how do you make vegetables more available? And we had to work with what we call market facilitators or vendors to make these traditional vegetables more available to the mama mbogas, to the last mile vendors in the stores. And then the other question came. People are not buying. So yes, now there is production, but demand was an issue. So we started various campaigns to ensure that people know the value of eating traditional leafy vegetables, and we created a brand called Food Fiti. I don't know how many of you have heard of the Food Fiti campaign on Citizen TV, on other media outlets. So we created a brand that now we'd use to promote the consumption of the traditional leafy vegetables, telling people the need for, the importance of eating the vegetables, and at the same time also telling them where the vegetables are available and how to cook the vegetables. We went ahead, and I like, Prophet, you say you have a recipe book. We created a recipe book and I think we can see how we marry that and share that with the consumers. This is how you can make a quick traditional leaf vegetables. And we did even demonstrations. We still do that. demonstrate on how to make those vegetables. Somebody say, I don't know how to cook managu. And they say, yes, we will be doing a demo in a hall like this. Please come. And then after that, give you a recipe book and say, you go and try. We'll meet next time and tell us what you think about that. So in that, we've seen a rise in consumption. It's not at a level that we want it to be, but we've seen a rise in consumption of the traditional green leafy vegetables. And we've seen many of the mama mbogas or the last mile vendors saying their sales have increased. The farmers saying, yes, they now have a market. But we still say it is not at that level. Now, because we realize we cannot tackle this by ourselves as GAIN, the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition, we formed an alliance called the Food Culture Alliance. And this brought together different partners, stakeholders. And our greatest stakeholder in all this is the Minister of Health. We work very closely in the Minister of Health, even the development of the recipe book, looking at how we tackle the issue of malnutrition. So the Alliance has many members. And I'm proud to say the National Museum of Kenya is one of our Alliance members. We have Slow Foods. We have Food Innovation Studios, many basically targeting chefs. Then we have GAIN, we have FOLU, and we have others. All these are carefully chosen because of the added value to the alliance. So one of the things we realize, and we have Akili Kids, media. Now we want to start influencing children when they're young on the consumption of traditional foods. So we brought in Akili Kids. And we have a program with Akili Kids, really, trying to influence children on the need for consuming, traditional foods at an early age. So they grow up in it. We don't want to wait until they're 30, 40 and tell them, you need to go back and eat this. That's like, it's not palatable, it's not nice. And also changing the narrative on how traditional foods are presented. They're usually presented as food for the past, foods for our grandmothers, foods for the, economically challenged people. You only eat them when you don't have money. So this alliance did a research and came up with clear guidelines on how do we promote the consumption of traditional foods, and went ahead and developed a curriculum, a course on how you can promote traditional foods. I think you've been a beneficiary of that course. A 3 to 4 days course. And even restaurants, institutions, I believe should attend this course. How do you promote traditional foods, in terms of the way people think about it, the way people feel about it, and the way people value the traditional foods. So the Alliance has come together and put forward, the course and a curriculum that would show people how you address this issue. It's still in the early stages, but ours is to bring more stakeholders, people who are in different industries. Sports, for example, is a big consumer of the traditional foods. And if you want to build your muscles and other things for sports, you actually need traditional foods. We're also looking at the fashion industry. These models, what foods do they want to eat to continue being what they are? So we are actually bringing on board different stakeholders that have a say in how the food influences their life, the food, they feel about the food, and they think about the food. So we're actually asking people who are in those industries, please join the Alliance. And the Alliance is moving forward to now identify which are these traditional foods that we should actually promote. And as I said, we have a brand called Food Fiti. Yes. It's not only for promoting traditional leafy vegetables. We can use it to promote the consumption of cassava, the consumption of millet, the consumption of other indigenous food, the cricket and the rest. So we are open and looking forward to how do we partner and use a brand that is already registered, is already showing that the consumption of traditional foods is something that everybody should take on board, to bring on board also other traditional foods.
Fantastic. Hey, the passion, Bana. Can you feel the passion, eh? John, I know you want to say something about that, because one of the things I've benefited from the GAIN, the training that you did, was I met John and his team, and they taught me how to cook very nice slow food. Now, my problem is this: slow food budgets versus fast food budgets for advertising. And being able, because in my mind now, I'll go out here and I'll see a billboard very quickly for fast food, but I will not see a billboard for slow food. How do you overcome that?
I should have said slow food is part of the alliance, if I do it.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, so thank you so much for that question. In fact, we are members of the Food Culture Alliance, and I know that, of course, we have had a huge debate on the issue of food prices.
Yeah.
And what I believe is that, one is that we should not be afraid of paying an extra coin for good food. Because we believe that whatever you save today by eating bad food will be spent sometimes in the future. Yeah, so I think that that is critical, and we should work towards a system that is fair for both consumers and also farmers. Because we realize that our farmers continue to be very poor, and we are saying that we are supporting the same farmers. So we need to work towards a system that ensures that the prices are fair for both parties. And then on the other side, I know that we have talked a lot about traditional foods. And I think that what we forget to do is to ensure that, of course, we are documenting all our traditional foods that are disappearing from our farms and also from our tables. Because sometimes you talk to, maybe you talk to a Gen Z from the Maasai community, ask this Gen Z, what were your forefathers eating? They don't know anything about what their forefathers used to eat. But then when you talk about spaghetti, of course, everyone knows spaghetti. Even in the deepest village in the Maasai community, you talk about spaghetti, they know that. So I think that we need to deliberately work towards documenting all these traditional foods that are disappearing. This is one of the areas that we're investing a lot of our energy as slow food. We have documented over 100 products from different communities in the country. Looking at the Maasai community, we have documented the red Maasai sheep because it's a breed that is disappearing because of crossbreeding between the red Maasai sheep and the exotic breeds. But this is a breed that that has a strong connection to the Maasai community. But moving forward, if we fail to do something, of course, that breed will disappear. The same applies to plant varieties, crop varieties, of course, looking at the Kenyanya from the Kampa community, Kenya Lili. These are traditional varieties of maize that are disappearing. And going back to the Kikuyu community where I come from, we used to have Gedhigo. Gedhigo used to be very popular. But nowadays, finding Gedhigo is becoming very difficult.
What is Gedhigo?
Gedhigo is a traditional variety of maize that was very popular in the Kikuyu community.
The colored one?
Yeah, the colored one.
Oh, that one. You find it in Western.
Yeah, so we are working a lot towards documenting all these plant varieties, animal breeds, and also processed products so that at least the future generations can know that they used to exist and they can know how their forefathers used to survive. And then on the other side, looking at the issues of food prices, we are very deliberate on creating linkages between food outlets and cooks. I would call them cooks, not chefs, because I think that when you talk about chefs, you think about like these superstar guys on TV, but we want to ensure that, of course, cooks from street vendors to high-end restaurants are able to offer quality food to our people, because we believe that quality food should not be a privilege, but a right of every Kenyan citizen.
Very important. Bonabaro, what is the response to the African, to GICO? And also, is it a model that can be replicated at a lower level, shall I call it at a grassroots level, do you think?
Yes. I mean, it's actually just hearing what's been said already. I think what's traditionally happened with Kenya and how we market ourselves, and even to ourselves, is that it's always been, foreigners, the foreign foods are better, the foreign foods maybe or more flavorful or whatever it is. I think from street vendors to high-end restaurants, I think it's really important that we actually try, because in a lot of ways, and if you look at it, the identity of our food is really quite hard to put a finger on. And even the ones that, I mean, I was the same. I mean, a couple of years ago, even 5 years ago, ugali to me was white flour, was corn flour. But then if you look back traditionally, obviously that's not the case at all. So I think it's really important that we get back to what our food identity was, but then also have it available from, I mean, in Thailand, for example, the street food that is available as you walk, and it's available to every single person, is incredible. It's incredibly tasty, it's incredibly flavorful, and everyone is consuming it. And by consuming it, obviously, then the prices come down. So I think from our side, absolutely, I think it's scalable. I think the people that come to dine at GICO is actually, it's a very small amount of foreign guests, It's incredibly popular among our African brothers and sisters from other countries. It's incredibly popular for the embassies as well, because obviously when they're now trying to showcase Kenyan or African cuisine, they want to come somewhere that has a variety of it, and actually, we're really focused on what we're providing. And then also our Kenyans. I mean, what we've done a little bit different with Jiko is that even our ugali is different. I mean, we try and surprise people that would know this cuisine very well with different ways of making it.
An example, or is it a secret?
For example, like terere. Terere, we actually do it with a bit of sesame, so it's a combination. We do, gosh, I wish I had my chef here. There's, yeah. So yes, I think it is scalable. I think one of the other projects, our next project that we're working on, I'm really hoping that Patrick Mundu will be joining me as well, is we want to start working on this project called Canteens of Change. So Canteens of Change is, as hospitality workers, just in Nairobi City, it's probably 25 to 35,000 people working within that industry. I think now if we were to get some of these leafy vegetables available in their canteens, I think it will create a huge marketplace for the farmer, but then also it's a guaranteed marketplace. So because we know the consumption, even from a hotel, we know how much leafy vegetables we are buying for our team members and for our canteen. Now that can be scaled to every single hotel. So we know every single hotel or every single canteen, we know a year out what they're going to be using. So now for the farmers, if we can now start working backwards and start working with them and giving them our forecast, that means that there's already a marketplace that can be created. I think it's
the value systems she was talking about, making sure that everyone knows this is our future market.
100%. And then also the other knock-on effect is with the 25, 35 times, whatever people that are actually employed by in hospitality, if they're now taking these foods home, then that change happens again. So it's about bringing people back into moving away from sukuma wiki as a start, but moving into those leafy vegetables. And if we can bring those, if our team is going home having cooked these vegetables for wageni from abroad, and they're now bringing it back to their homesteads and their houses, then that's already a step in the right direction. So I think obviously we're all working in very different fields, but we're all working towards that collective.
The same goal, the same goal, enhancing this. Yes. Oh wow, that's wonderful. I know Veronica, you want to say something in the winding, but I'd like to come to Mr. Mashe. Mr. Washe, right? Yes, Washe. Tell me something about how do the experience that they come when they come to African the center. Is it only food and also culture, or is it primarily culture and then food? What is your focus?
It cuts across. I'll tell you something. I wanted to comment to help them. Naomba kusema Kiswahili. Sawa. Katika haya mapambano ni muhimu tupatie vyakula vyetu majina mazuri. Mshaelewa eh? Nitawapa mfano. Kuna samaki kule baharini haliwi. Aitwa bunju. Bunju puffer fish. Yuko na ninio huwa anafura namna hiyo. Huwa haliwi and it's very poisonous. But now it is becoming threatened. Kwa sababu gani? Watu walimpatia jina zuri. Ati yule ni mbuzi wa baharini. Sasa mbuzi wa baharini, jamaa wakaanza kumla, wanamtoa, so ile kitu tu wako keen na kutoa ile ile the poisonous pale. Wanamtoa, alafu akitoka hapo akichomwa. Bunju bana, kila anataka bunju boilo, bunju choma, bunju what. Sasa analiwa vibaya sana. Yet it was not supposed to be eaten. It's very poisonous. So tukileta upande huu, let us give good names to our food. Tuweza sema crunchy managu. Crunchy crickets. Mshona. Unabeba unapeleka nyumbani. Mshona. Tasty vegetables. The first time mimi wajua the first time macho yangu alipofunguka Nilipotoka hapa nikaenda nikaona caves kule South Africa. Nikaona hizi caves zao ni zile abandoned mines, ndio wamezigeuza. Yet we have got natural caves in Kenya. Nikasema mimi ngoja nikirudi mimi nitafanya hivyo. So ule mtazamo ukabadilika. Niliporudi huku nikaanza kusema sasa hizi caves zetu tulikuwa tunazitumia kwa kwenda kuomba, kwenda kusali nini. Nasemekana hizo caves za wachawi. Ngambia si wachawi, mimi ndio naingia. So ule mtazamo tukaubadilisha. Sasa watu wanaingia, zile caves si za wachawi tena bana, si za waganga tena bana. Kumbe tuweza ingia tukatembea. Manake mimi nimeenda nikao. Kitu kingine ambacho nilipotoka hapa nilipoenda kule, nilipokosa sima kwa wiki kama 2, ndio nilianza kutamani sima. Alafu kumbe bana kina value. Sasa ile culture shock ya sima, it was a food shock. Tuweza isema ni food shock. Ukikosa ndio ukirudi ndio sasa natamani managu, natamani ile toje zile mabiringanya za kuchoma. Tena sitaki hata zipikwe, zichomwe zitengezwe na limau. Natamani papa wa kuchoma. Ushaona? It is until that time umeikosa, you start craving for that food. And that's when you start unaanza kuipenda. Sasa you start embracing it. So nafikiri now we start giving them good names. Hii sukuma wiki tulibrand vibaya, ati sukuma wiki. You see, ati hii ni chakula cha kusukuma wiki. Unaona? No, hii atakana this sukuma wiki chakula cha kuanzia wiki. Yani vitu kama namna ile. Lakini tukisema ati hii tabakia ati ni sukuma wiki, watu wanaanza kuished. Watu wanaita yetwaje wale samaki wale wadogo wanaita these are Kisumu boys. Omena. You should give them Kisumu boys ama omena. Tupatie majina mazuri. Sasa sisi katika African Burn All, that's what we are trying to change. It's across the board. We are trying to change. Naomba kusimama. Manake weza soma hapa nyuma.
Linking communities in peace, culture and environmental conversation.
Conversation. Sasa sisi tunataka tuzungumzie mambo ya chakula, mambo ya tabia, mambo ya amani, kwa sababu ni kuhusu kubadilisha mtazamo. Ukibadilisha mtazamo, ukimwona huyu si bundi, si mchawi, kwa hivyo huyu bundi anaweza kuwa kivutio cha utalii. Hili ni pango, si mzimu. Hii sasa ni mahali ambapo tunaweza kutembea, tukafanya excursions. Unaona? Hiki ni chakula, si chakula ati cha mboga pori. Manake hapo pia tunatunda mboga pori kwa wingi. Hatuziiti mboga pori. Nasema natoa pale fresh from the bush to the kitchen. Hapo unatunda unakuja unaongeza, una add value kidogo, kitunguu inakuja na ladha nzuri, ile chakula kinakuwa kizuri. So tunabadilisha ule mtazamo wa jamii na pia tunaanza kuwa embrace. Kule kwetu kulikuwa watu wanaovaa nguo kama hizi, wasemekana ni wale wazee wa kaya. Unaona? Ambia sasa ni wale wazee wa kaya ambao najua ule uchawi ule ambao wana. Sasa tatizo ni kuwa wale wazee sasa wanauliwa ati kwa sababu ya uchawi, dhana za uchawi. Sasa tulipoanza kuzivaa hizo nguo, tukaanza kwenda nazo harusini, tukaanza kuziweka katika hali nadhifu, tuna vijana si uchawi tena. Sasa hiyo sasa inakuwa ni mtazamo, watu wanaanza kuiga. Unaona vijana pia nao wanavaa, wanaingia disco na hii ushaona. Sasa huo ni mtazamo atakana. Sisi kama African Burn All Conservation Initiative tulianza na bundi, tumekuja tumekuja kwa vyakula, tumekuja kwa mnazi. Siku hizi ule mnazi wetu tumewaambia huu si mnazi, huu tunaita Karisa Walker. Karisa Walker. Not Johnny Walker. Ushaelewa? So, inaweza kuketi mezani sawa sawa na zile pombe zingine. Ushakubaliana mimi? Sasa tunabadilisha tu mtazamo, alafu unaibrand tu vizuri, presentation. Mama amesema presentation. How do you present that stuff, even if it is local wine, but how do you present it in such a way that it is acceptable to people? Branding.
Asante sana bana Wache. Hey, my goodness, branding is everything. I think all of you talked about it. You talked about branding, I think it's very important, Foodie Fiti, to have branding. I think it's also very important to have, as part of your alliance or partners, the media to get things across. But you know there's now new media. So are you using new media to be able to get across? You talked about being online. Are you talking about TikTok? Are you talking about Instagram? And what are the other ones you guys are using? Gen Zs, mnatumia gani ingine? Mimi sijui. Threads, Eggs. Oh, Twitter. Yes. Oh, sorry, my ex is called Twitter. That's a dad joke. The guys will get it later. It's okay. So I wanted to do this. I would like to ask that we have a winding message, winding thought, particularly about accessibility and marketing and what you think, and it needs to be very short. I'm starting on that side, coming this way, and then I will have Professor give the closing word. You know, you're the professor, so you will say the last thing over there. So, marketing, branding, and marketing, and how do people access what we do? Let me give one last example. When I did Slow Food told me there are 4,000 different proteins I can get from traditional vegetables than I can get from nyama, fish, and what did you give? They gave me the meats. And they gave me recipes. I'm like, wow. But how do you brand it and how do you market it? Start with you. Okay, you're already doing a lot of branding, but tell us your closing remarks.
I think, just generally with branding and marketing, I think it's just really important to have a really key, simplified core message and just make sure it's accessible. So yeah, simple as. One thing I just want to add, exactly. The one small thing I know we didn't touch on is, and maybe it's on purpose, but I think briefly it was discussed about alcohol. I mean, alcohol, if we're talking about investment in future, Kenya's a huge importer of alcohol. But some of the detriment that happens with the counterfeit alcohol that is consumed here is it's tearing families apart. Now, I think there's a huge heritage and a huge history of local brewing that we should be tapping into and should be legalizing and putting in framework. I know Kebs is here, but putting in framework to actually allow for this alcohol to be produced at scale.
Why aren't you guys clapping? Is anybody clapping at that one? Or you don't agree with him?
But yeah, that's just another closing. I think that's a huge opportunity for us.
You're right.
I think we're... and I think a lot of the home brews are actually incredibly healthy as well. And it supports our farmers. We're not exporting our money elsewhere. Yeah. We're keeping it within the country, and I think it's a big opportunity as well.
Give the man a beer. That was supposed to be a joke. Please clap for him. That's a very important point. It's also very controversial, by the way. John.
Yeah, so I would say that we should continue promoting our traditional foods with pride and dignity. And then, of course, we need to make the media our friend, because, of course, we cannot win this fight alone, because the fast foods, invest a lot in marketing. So you also need to be intentional, ensuring that, of course, this message is out there. Yeah, and then, of course, we also need to fight against this tendency of corporate control of our food system, because he who controls your seeds controls your food. And then the person who controls your food controls you. And this is the new colonialism that we are talking about today.
Yes, it is. I'm glad to hear that you've got seeds. She told us she's got seeds. Okay, thank you. Ruth.
Yeah, I think we need to create memorable brands. And we need to brand and market traditional foods. I don't think I've seen any advert on traditional foods in any Kenya media house, apart from the Food Fiti brand that is now promoting vegetables. I've never seen a cassava advert or a millet advert on a TV. So we don't do enough. We need to do more. and move to advertise the traditional foods. Be intentional. Maybe below the line and above the line. But if you look at the commercial brands, they are very, very intentional and they're very aggressive. But if you look at the traditional foods, it's very rare that you'll find somebody advertising that you need to consume blended flour or sweet potatoes at a scale that is impactful. Thank you.
Much. Veronica.
You know, I was just recalling, for those who watch the local media, the advert on Kavagara. I mean, it's really getting into people. And Kavagara is the Raha maize meal. Eh? Yeah. Particularly, like I was with a group of children, and because now that advert is using children, they really want to consume that maize flour. So meaning, I think the challenge is how do we package the indigenous foods and vegetables as cool? Yeah, because we know like the fast foods, when they advertise, you actually want, you want to go and buy. And I think that should be the drive. But also coming from health, it's also important to just say as I wind up, that we are facing a very big challenge when it comes to the unhealthy food environment. And we are having a population that is eating junk and fast food, and that's why we're having a rising case of overweight and obesity. And from the health system, it's really overburdening in terms of treating of non-communicable diseases, which we can be able to prevent through healthy eating. Therefore, it's calling about stakeholders. How do we package, market these foods as the foods to have? Early this year, America, President Trump actually said for America, they are calling, they are saying the nutrition policy reset, eating real food. That's America. We have copied them eating junk food. So they're eating real food, and real food means for us is the indigenous foods, well prepared to nourish us, particularly because when we talk about the hidden hunger, our pregnant women, nearly half of them are anemic. We get iron from our local vegetables. And what is government doing? Because it's really a public health challenge, then we have to supplement the women. That's a cost. Can you imagine if women, pregnant women, were eating healthy diets rich in iron and other minerals? We wouldn't have to go and buy the iron and folate supplementation. That's what it means. And then that money which we are supplementing can go now to building roads, to doing development. Otherwise, if we don't address our food environment issues, be it the safety, be it the healthiness, then hata Singapore hatutafika. Thank you.
That is a wake-up call, Bwana Wache.
Mimi nitawapatia hadithi fupi tu, alafu nitaitafsiri. Mtaielewa. So, manake mimi ndio mzee. Fisi aliokota mzoga. Alipokuwa anatembea katika hali zake, aliokota mzoga. Alipoona ule mzoga namna hii, watoto wakaja. Baba, tugawanyie mzoga, tugawanyie mzoga. Sasa fisi akafikiria, mzoga ni huu mmoja na watoto ni wengi. Sasa akawaambia, sikizeni, kule mjini kuna mizoga mingi sana inaanguka kutoka, it is raining, mizoga. Kwa hivyo nyinyi nendeni. So wale watoto wa fisi wakamwamini baba yao, wakasema okay, sawa. Sasa badala ya kuenda kimya kimya, walienda na makelele. Woo, kuna mizoga huko, twendeni. Sasa fisi yeye anakula ule mzoga wake hivi, akiangalia hivi, watu wanapita. Anaenda kule Kila mtu sasa napita Simba, napita nani, kaangalia, fikiria pengine kule kuna mzoga kweli. So akawacha mzoga akakimbia. Sasa kitu ambacho kipo ni kuwa sisi tuwe kama watoto wa fisi. Tunajua ya kuwa tuko na mzoga wetu hapa, ni tukimbie na makelele kila mahali. Mmenielewa? Mmelewa kila mtu? Tumeamini ya kuwa hizi mboga ni nzuri, tukimbie na makelele mpaka kaunti zetu zianze kuangalia, wale wamepata nini. Waache kukimbia KFC, rais wetu akiketi kule juu aanze kuona, wale lakini wamepata nini. Aanze kuwafata wale watoto ambao watoto wa fisi ni sisi ndio tukimbia na makelele. Kwa sababu tusipojipanga tutapangwa na KFC. Tusipojipanga tutapangwa na KFC, tutapangwa na Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola watatupanga, KFC watatupanga. Tushaona? Lakini tukijipanga sisi ambao tunagundua kwa hiki chakula ni chetu, chakula ni kizuri, tukimbie nayo, we run with it, we talk about it, just like the way KFC talks about its food, we talk about it. Hayo tu ndio niliona.
Madam, your microphone is there. So Mary, you can finish off, Professor.
Let me also stand kama mwalimu. I want to thank you all. I want to thank our facilitator. I want to say this. Africa is a rich continent in every aspect. And to mine what is in Africa is us to do it, not any other person. Those who have been to Western countries, there will be a shelf for all other foods. There will be what they call, what name do they use it? Special foods. If you go to Germany, you will find the millets you have here. You will find all the foods. So nobody's going to take care of you. We need to take care of ourselves. Otherwise, you will get all these foods in Western countries and not in Kenya. And now you'll be eating the bad food. I was surprised when I went to Germany in Europe that even GMOs, it was in Germany, where they do GMO experiment is locked. And you are told GMOs are good. They're not good. They know. 2, Africa, apart from South America, are the ones who have indigenous foods still intact. So we can choose to use them for our prosperity, or we can choose to let other people use them. 3, we must have partnerships. Like we said, I'll do something, I've done my part. Like today, each one of you will get, if you are 30, you will get this. If you don't get this book, you will get in touch with me. This book shows 14 recipes on how to eat terere, as a vegetarian or as a carnivore, because they are mixed. Why do I do that? Because people say there are no seed, like my colleague said, they are one of our mheshimiwas, and then they say don't know how to cook. Be part of the solution. Last facilitator, I want to confirm that media is very key. You tell the story. If you say managu is bad and you go and say it on the TV, people will take that as truth. I have said, call me just every evening, I just take a clip. I say, I'm professor from JKUAT. Have you eaten your mrenda today? No. Have you eaten your managu today? People will eat those things. They will. It's just advertising. Last but not least is mentoring. That girl who's I keep picking on her, stand Rhoda, please, sorry, just forgive me. That Rhoda, I'm holding her hand. I've put her, just stand if you don't mind. So I have put her in my projects. She does research. Now she knows how to cook managu and eats. And that's why I say she'll be eating tiswa soon. So what I did is you mentor other people. You don't just talk. My own children hated this, but now one is in America, keeps on asking for these vegetables because I said you must eat them. Last but not least, please, let us not cook nduma like chips. When you cook like chips, you are just going back to fast food. It's not about the food, it's how you cook them. Because when you do, you are using fat, and you are now...
It tastes better.
No, wait. I don't drink. Those who drink, you drink this bitter beer. Does it taste better? Yes. It doesn't taste better. So it's just a matter of saying, the biggest problem is mindset. Mindset. Just change your mind and say, let me try this. So let's do it. Nobody will come and do it. If someone comes here from another continent, it's not coming for you. It's coming for themselves. So as Kenya, let us lead by example. I want to say the work we've done in indigenous vegetables, Kenya, actually we are ahead many African countries because you can get these things in supermarkets. In fact, it's Kenya and then Tanzania and the other countries. So let us do it. Let us not copy. Who said we must be like the rest of the world? Because I think Africa, we are unique. As human beings, the foods we eat, and that's why, don't quote me, even when COVID came, we didn't fall on the streets when other people were falling on the streets. Why? Because we have resilience. We have resilience on the way we eat. We don't know it. We think that the food we eat is bad, but you see, it has something in it that keeps us going besides our genes.
Exactly.
Be African, eat African foods. If you want to do the others, shauri yako. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Mary. Please give a big round of applause to my panel. They've done a great job. I know you might have some few questions, but what we'll do, because I know we're going to be having lunch just now, and I'm sure you right now your energy levels are like at zero. Are you at zero right now? Ama you ate that, what did you call it in the morning? You ate the cassava ugali, eh? That cassava ugali, it keeps you going until evening. So please, I would like you to give a very warm, a rousing applause to my panelists. Mr. Goodluck Washe Mbaga, from the leader at the African Barn Owl Cave, Mtwapa. Make sure you go and visit them. Round of applause for him. Sisi ni nini? Watoto wa nini? Watoto wa fisi. Tuende tuambie kila mtu. Makelele. Put your hands together for Mr. Richie Barrow, Group General Manager, Tribe Hotel and Trademark Hotel. Round of applause for him. Thank you very much. Please go to the Jiko and enjoy the food there. By the way, I'm coming next week. Yeah? In fact, this weekend. No, I'll be in Baringo the following weekend. All right. Mr. John Karaoke, Country Coordinator, Slow Food Kenya. Sunday Sana, sir. It was really wonderful being here with you. And of course, Country Director, Gain and Food Culture Alliance Convener, Ms. Ruth Okowa. Thank you very much. And of course, from the Ministry of, where am I lost? Oh, there we go. Director and Head of Nutrition and Dietetics. I got it right now, eh? Dietetics, Ministry of Health. Put your hands together for Miss Veronica Kerogo. And finally, our our speaker, she was a panelist speaker, Professor Mary Obukutsa. Thank you very much from JKUAT. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please give a big round of applause for my panelists. We have a group photo in front here, please. Let's stand in front here and take a group photo. Yes. Asante sana. Abuhutsa means seeds. Oh, really? Was that your natural name? It was. Oh, my goodness. Okay, guys, we need to mix a bit. We have all the ladies in the middle. Oh, that's okay. Yes. Stay in the middle, eh? 2 steps forward. Okay, 2 steps forward, guys. 1, 2. Move forward, ladies. Yeah, move forward, Mary, Professor. Okay, good. That's good. All right. Okay, look at the camera. Thank you very much. Asante sana. Thank you, guys. You've done a great job. Please, if you have any questions for them, and how are we getting the books? We come and see you. We come and see you for the books. Oh, you're giving them out? Oh, yeah, okay, so. Please get a book. Asante sana, DJ. I think we shall be called for lunch. Is lunch available now? Somebody at the back? Anybody can tell me? Is lunch available? It is. Which way, Africa? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I now hand back to Mr. Johnson Mukazi.
Hey, makofi tafadhali for the moderator and the panel. Asante sana. Now, our lunch is set to be served. Make sure you have your meal voucher, the green card that you are being given. Walk straight as though you want to exit, but that road, cross the road. There is a tent there. That's where lunch is being served. Let's meet here. Right now it's 23 minutes past 3 p.m. let's please be here by 4:15 p.m. 4:15 p.m. so that we can close in good time. Asanteni sana. Our apologies for the delay. Asanteni sana. Please give me sound, please. Are we ready with the sound? Dr. Kiprop yuko hapa. Asante sana. Do you have the sound? Do you have sound? And then give me screen as well. Okay, give me sound, screen as well. Give me sound, give me sound, give me sound. Screen, take us to the screen, main screen. Let's focus on the main screen. Main screen, main screen. Main screen, we see the countdown. Main screen, main screen. Main screen. Main screen. Let's kindly have it. Our panelists are already here. We want to kick off. We want to get to know who they are. Second installment, ready to kick off. And I'd kindly request all the panelists ready to kick off our second installment. Welcome, 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 welcome. Karibuni, karibuni. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready. 42 minutes past the hour. Karibuni, 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 karibuni. Asante sana. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Ready to kick off. Second installment, ladies and gentlemen. For the next 45 minutes, get ready to learn. And if you have any questions, we'll have the Menti platform ready for you. To start us off, I'd kindly call upon, and I saw him coming in, please welcome.
He is one of Kenya's foremost food storytellers and cultural documentarians, best known for Foods of Kenya, a landmark series capturing indigenous food cultures across all 47 counties. Through his work in film and media, he preserves traditional knowledge while amplifying the stories, practices, and heritage of communities across the country. Please welcome Mwaniki Mageria.
Makofi yake tafadhali. Welcome. Up next,
he is a distinguished cultural ambassador and former director of culture, Kisii County, recognized for his deep knowledge of Abagusi traditions and heritage. A thespian and advocate for cultural preservation, he continues to champion Kenya's intangible cultural expressions and artistic development. Please welcome Obino Nyambane.
Makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much. Up next,
he is a respected tourism expert and academic, specializing in sustainable tourism, destination management, and tourism policy. Through his teaching, research, and consultancy, he continues to shape industry practice, mentor future professionals, and promote responsible, community-centered tourism development. Please welcome Dr. Shem Maingi.
Makofi yake tafadhali pia. Up next,
she is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya and an accomplished intellectual property expert with over 18...
Makofi tafadhali. Up next,
he is the Director of Culture, playing a key role in shaping policies that preserve and promote Kenya's rich cultural heritage. He has deep knowledge in cultural research, heritage management, and the advancement of the arts. Please welcome Dr. Kiprop Lagat.
Makofi yake tafadhali. As we also get you a seat. Asante sana. And of course, our moderator.
She is the CEO of the Kenya Tourism Board, a seasoned tourism and marketing professional driving destination branding, global visibility, and sector growth. Through her leadership, she continues to strengthen Kenya's competitiveness, expand global markets, and champion sustainable tourism development. Please welcome June Chepkemei.
Well represented by Bwana Alex Tunoi. Makofi yake tafadhali. Bwana Alex Tunoi, the moderator of this session. And we'll have 45 minutes. Once you start talking, the timer, the clock will start ticking.
Very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and very nice to see all of you here today. And we have a very exciting topic that we'll be looking into. And we have a eminent panel of individuals here with us. So let's give them a round of applause, please. Now, to start off this discussion, allow me to put this in context into what this means to the tourism industry as we explore, unlocking investment opportunities in Kenya's indigenous wealth and new growth area of the economy. A lot of us know that tourism has been clustered in the past within just two key products. That is safari and beach. And I think all of us, when we think of going on holiday, going on, spending time with family, we limit ourselves to those two products. But you see, tourism cannot grow if we limit ourselves to that. The Kenya government has put in place an ambitious target to achieve over 5 million tourists by 2027. And how will that be done? That can only be done if we diversify beyond the core tourism products. And one of them is culture, because culture enables us to delve in and know more about what Kenya is all about. And that can only be done when we give our visitors that opportunity. And therefore, culture gives a visitor an opportunity to stay longer, spend more, interact with the culture, and get to understand himself. Tourism is about traveling and identifying yourself and learning what the world has to offer, because Kenya is very rich, and we have a whole rich cultural heritage that we want and we have to show to the world. Ladies and gentlemen, we have only 45 minutes, and I will proceed to invite our guests. We have a couple of presentations that we'll do. We will limit our presentations to between 5 and 10 minutes, and then thereafter we will go into some discussions. And if you have any questions, please jot them down, and then we will address some of that. So to begin with, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to invite Dr. Kiprop Lagat, Director Culture, State Department of Culture and Arts and Heritage, to start off our first presentation that will lead into the discussions, followed by other presentations as well. Daktari, karibu. Let's give him a round of applause, please.
Good evening, delegates. It is a pleasure to be part of this conference. I'm told we have about 45 minutes. That means sharing 45 minutes between the 8 of us, that will be a challenge. I'll, however, try and limit my presentation to about 10 minutes at most. But if I skip some slides, please excuse me. I'll leave them, they'll be shared later on. So in terms of background, my presentation is titled The title of my presentation is Policies and Practices Creating an Enabling Environment for Harnessing Indigenous Knowledge and Intellectual Assets. I, however, decided to amend it a little bit to include matters, legal frameworks, because it's difficult to discuss policies without the legal frameworks. In terms of introduction, I think please put on the first slide. This is not the first one. Okay, I think that's fine. Okay, by way of introduction, I'll mention that Kenya is richly endowed with indigenous knowledge resources that constitute a strategic national resource. It compasses a number of domains touching on ethnomedicine, ecological knowledge, biodiversity, agriculture, governance, indigenous technologies, amongst others. IK, as you may know, has historically been underutilized in formal economic systems in this country, and therefore it is important that we appreciate the growing recognition that for it embeds tangible investment opportunities whose exploitation could open a new growth area of the economy. I'll delve into matters, legal and policy frameworks. I'll just mention a few. The first one, of course, is the Constitution of Kenya, which recognizes culture as the foundation of the nation and as the cumulative civilization of the Kenyan people, and obligates government to promote all forms of cultural expressions through traditional celebrations, literature, amongst others. That Article 11 of the Constitution also obligates government to promote intellectual property rights of the people of Kenya. We have Article 40, bar 5 of the Constitution that also talks of protecting and promoting the intellectual property rights of the people of Kenya. Article 69 mainly touches on obligations with respect to the environment, whereby it talks of ensuring sustainable exploitation, utilization, and management and conservation of the environment and natural resources to ensure equitable sharing of the accruing benefits. In terms of the legal frameworks, Acts of Parliament that are already in place, we have the Protection of Traditional Knowledge and Cultural Expressions Act of 2016, revised in 2018, which also talks of protecting and enhancing intellectual property in indigenous knowledge, biodiversity, and genetic resources, and to ensure that communities benefit from the harnessing of that intellectual property associated with the traditional knowledge. We also have the National Museums and Heritage Act of 2006 that mandates NMK to undertake research on matters traditional knowledge and all scientific fields, and I think indigenous knowledge is part of this. We also have the Environmental Management and Coordination Act of 2019 that also talks a lot about preservation of environmental resources, biological resources, and therefore, if they are well utilized, they could also be important to our cause in this event. What are the benefits of indigenous knowledge? I think there may be many. These have been discussed in some of the breakout sessions, and therefore I may quickly scan through this. We, of course, have the economic transformation and employment opportunities as it underpins sectors including herbal medicines, traditional foodways and condiments, beauty products, creative economy, and tourism. It also strengthens our primary health care. It further foregrounds scientific innovation and knowledge adaptation. IK informs modern science in agriculture, medicine, as well as cultural industries in more context-specific solutions. It expands cultural tourism, enhances food security, and reinforces our own identity. In terms of challenges and gaps in harnessing IK, we have a number. There is inadequate legal frameworks, weak commercialization frameworks. Policies have previously focused on the preservation of IK rather than harnessing its economic potentials. We have fragmented institutional coordination. Amongst others, there's marginalization of indigenous knowledge systems and technologies by modern scientific approaches, weak documentation of indigenous knowledge systems, threats of biopiracy, Amongst others, our suggested legal policy and practice-oriented interventions very quickly would include strengthening policy and legal frameworks. We, for instance, have legal frameworks that do not have regulations to operationalize them. For instance, the TK Act. We also have a national policy on traditional knowledge, 2009, that has not been activated to date, or it's not been finalized. There is an ongoing review of the NMK, National Museums and Heritage Act, amongst others. There's also need to establish a national coordination mechanisms to enhance interagency collaboration, incorporation of IK into modern scientific approaches and innovations. We also need to talk of integrating IK into education systems, as well as promoting festivals, exhibitions, and cultural tourism, especially to support its utilization in schools. Let me go to my conclusion. I think in terms of, I'll make just a few statements in terms of conclusion. The National Products Industry, as most of you may know, is a Vision 2030 program, and thus a demonstration of the commitment of government to protect, promote, and leverage IK for sustainable development, leading to some of the following outcomes: enhancement of national GDP, increased community income and better livelihoods, employment opportunities, enhanced climate resilience, better health outcomes, and therefore, there is need for a strategic shift from protection of IK to include protection, productive use, and commercialization of IK assets. And I think this investment conference in IKEA's, in our view, will undoubtedly unlock a new area of economic growth. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Daktari. Let's give him a round of applause, please. As now we move to the next presentation, and allow me to invite Mr. Ken Oluoch from the Council of Governors Secretariat to come and give his presentation.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, it's indeed a pleasure for me to join this very important gathering, the first of its kind, the first international conference and trade fair on indigenous knowledge intellectual assets. And for this session, I'll be speaking to the topic on positioning counties as cultural tourism hubs, and specifically looking at the policies and strategies for economic transformation in Kenya that will therefore support us to realize this dream. Allow me by just introducing the Council of Governors, which is the umbrella statutory body bringing together all the 47 counties, and which provides a platform for counties to address policy, collectively address policy issues. We also facilitate peer learning between counties, and also address issues of common interest between counties. Just trying to find out this thing moves. Just press. Pointing there. Sharon, you're next. I'm just trying to operate this so that my slides can move.
Maybe we can do it for you.
Yes. So, looking at the topic, how counties are hubs for cultural tourism, I will allow me to say that Kenya's next frontier for tourism development is actually the rich untapped cultural heritage that are endowed within the 47 counties. As the previous speakers indicated, traditionally our tourism has been modeled around the beach and safari. But we note that the tourism globally is changing. And for us to hit the 5 million mark that we are looking at by the year 2027, it calls for diversification of our tourism products. And the modern tourist really wants to have a touch, the authentic, they want to get the authentic stories, they want experiential engagement with communities, they want to experience the indigenous knowledge, and also they want some kind of cultural immersion, the food, and also as well as the storytelling within the communities. And so county governments are therefore strategically positioned. In fact, at the Council of Governors, we've developed an adage that Kenya is no longer one experience. A tourist coming to Kenya is coming to experience 47 different experiences. And that is the rallying call that we are currently pushing, that each of our 47 counties have at least a tourism product to sell. And to support that, we've undertaken mapping of tourism products and experiences across all the 47 counties. And the underlying tourism product is culture, which each of our 47 counties has a unique cultural aspect or heritage to sell. And together with the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife, we are currently developing a portal, a GIS-enabled portal, where a visitor or a tourist clicking on each county will be able to identify the unique attractions and product in each county, as well as other supporting infrastructure like accommodation, and of course the status of those products. Looking globally, you note that culinary tourism has currently been, in 2024, was valued at about 1.09 trillion US dollars. This is a huge, huge potential because of the unique foods that we own or we have as a county, some of which are being showcased in this conference. And if we can strategically package this, we surely will be able to hit the target or even surpass the 5 million tourists annually that we are looking at. The policy landscape, of course, at the national government, we have the Tourism Act, we have the TK, the Traditional Knowledge Act. But of course, we note that specifically for counties, to develop each of the sectors, counties also need to develop supportive legislation and policy frameworks. And this is an area that we've been struggling with. First is to delineate the functional assignment between counties and national government. It's been a gray area for some time because counties are supposed to be in charge of local tourism, while national government is supposed to be in charge of tourism policy and development. But I can proudly present to you that this has since been overcome through a multi-agency process led by the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee. So the functional assignment as far as tourism is concerned is now clear between county governments and national government. And also to support this, counties therefore need to come up with policies and legislations. Because progressively, currently we have about 17 counties that have tourism policy-related policy, legislation, or even acts. But the Council of Governors is currently developing a model bill that counties can be able to customize depending on their various situations. And we believe this will be able to enable all our counties to have legislation that will support and govern the administration of the tourism sector. Of course, taking into cognizance the important emerging products like heritage, the foods, and of course the other emerging ecotourism and nature-based tourism products. So, moving forward, what is this that you are going to do to enable to steer this process forward? One, we are looking at strengthening the heritage and festival model. And towards this, the Council of Governors passed a resolution that all counties must have at least one annual cultural festival. And towards this, I can report that 27 counties have annual festivals. And I believe you have all noted the rising number of festivals, some of which have been upgraded to national status, like the Ma Festival. We have the Pinyiluo in Nyanza. We have the Tobong-Lore in Turkana. We have the Lake Turkana Festival in Marsabit. And of course, we have the Lamu, the annual Lamu Festival. And of course, the Uraget Festival in Tarakaniti. And we want at least all counties to have predictable annual cultural festival that can be marketed and be promoted internationally for tourism. And I think this model has been exploited by, particularly in South America. You note the Brazilian, the annual carnivals, and we believe we can get there if we can have the festivals predictable and calendared, and through the collaboration with the national government, we believe we can be able to attain that. Then another very good opportunity is the agro-tourism. A presenter in the morning talked about the Kiambu and the tea tourism. If you go to South Africa, I believe you've had the product they sell about the wine tasting, and we can do that in Kenya with the tea and other products from farm to the table. It's an entire circuit that attracts a lot of tourism. Then also importantly is now linking tourism to entrepreneurship. How do we link tourism to enable communities to develop some entrepreneurship initiatives? I'm happy about the Ushanga initiative in Kajiado and Narok. How can this be replicated across all the other counties? So that is another strategy that we are looking at in terms of embedding economic activities to tourism products, and of course, with real emphasis to nature-based products. In the interest of time, I think I'll stop it there, but of course, I'll be open for further engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ken. Let's give him a round of applause, please, as we prepare to welcome our next speaker. And our next speaker is Madam Sharon Wata. She's the Deputy Director, Training and Research, the Kenya Copyright Board. So Sharon, karibu.
Thank you. That's a nice welcome. Thank you. Could I please have my presentation up? Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
I hope you're well. My guys, kwenye mitambo, what's happening?
They thought that someone else was next.
Mwakazi, time yangu bado ijaanza, si ndio?
You told him about Bosoto.
Yeah, I'm told I have just about 10 minutes at most. I just want to bring some thoughts around protecting this indigenous knowledge, intellectual assets, yeah? The policy, the practice, the challenges that are there and the way forward. I think when Dr. was speaking in the morning, Dr. Taracha, he talked at length about this IKEA's, Indigenous Knowledge Intellectual Assets. And I was looking at it and telling myself, what is the difference between the intellectual assets and the indigenous knowledge itself? And what I want to bring to us is that when you're talking about the intellectual assets, it's those ones which hold potential for economic value. So we are talking about indigenous knowledge, but we need to look at it as knowledge that has potential for economic value. And I think that's the one thing I've struggled with a lot in the intellectual property space. A lot of the creatives, a lot of the people who create and own intellectual property have not begun to think about it as something that holds value, economic value. And I think that's the one thing I want us to put into perspective this afternoon, that we're talking about indigenous knowledge, but we need to begin to look at it as indigenous knowledge that holds economic value. Protecting indigenous knowledge, of course, involves safeguarding traditional practices, biodiversity, and cultural expressions from misappropriation. Hey, my guys, I need my presentation, please. I need my presentation. I want us to see something here. I'm going to skip a lot of slides, but there's one slide I really want us to see. When we're talking about misappropriation, what are we talking about? I had put up examples of misappropriation. Reports indicate that over 1,000 companies worldwide have used Maasai names, images, motifs without permission. Some prominent examples include the brand we know, Louis Vuitton. I am not a French speaker, so I may not be pronouncing it well.
Louis Vuitton.
Oh, sasa ikikuja with a Louis accent, just clap, okay? Louis Vuitton. They used Maasai-inspired patterns in their designs, in their collection in 2012. I had put up the pictures, maybe we'll see them as we go along. There's another company, Ralph Lauren. They marketed a Maasai collection featuring plaid patterns resembling traditional Maasai shukas. Where are my people from Maasai? Do you know if the Maasais ever received anything from it? Your guess is as good as mine. It's a no, yeah? Land Rover advertised vehicles with Maasai warriors in promotional campaigns. Did the Maasai warriors receive something? No. Dr. Taracha? No. Calvin Klein and Target, they have sold Maasai-themed fashion collections without consultation. That's what we are talking about, yeah? That's the misappropriation we are talking about. There's a time I was watching the news and there was a lady from, I don't remember whether it was Japan or China. She had come, settled in somewhere in Luoland, learned how to play the Nyatiti. They gave her a name. David, where are you? What is the name you people gave her? Anyango. Anyango went back home to play the Nyatiti. And made money. Did they see how people get any money? But you taught her for free, right? That is what we are talking about. Thank you. Okay. Move to the slide that has there. Despite generating millions of revenue, these brands have failed to acknowledge or compensate the Maasai community, highlighting the broader issue of cultural misappropriation and intellectual property theft in the fashion and branding industries. Munaona hizo? That is Maasai cloth. And I can tell you for free, no Maasai community gained. There was the collection. That was the Louis Vuitton 2012 Summer Spring collection. All they said was inspired by the Maasai. That's it. The ones in Kenya, the ones in Tanzania received nothing. Okay? So, the approaches we have had to protection, of course, even Dr. Taracha mentioned it in the morning, sui generis system. Conventional APRs are designed for individual commercial innovations. So many indigenous people are pushing for sui generis system, specialized laws, yeah, that suit collective, intergenerational nature of traditional knowledge. You know, IP is centered around you, the creator, individual, but IK is centered around the community. You are also able to use the intellectual property tools that are existing. For example, trademarks, you can use to certify the authenticity of indigenous made products. Copyrights protect cultural expressions, stories, music. Patents can cover inventions derived from traditional knowledge. I think we, as Kekobo, we have been a partner in this process and supported the process. And in our last meeting in Machakos, I have several of my people here from the counties that were able to register logos, to register their work. David from CI, I think, are you here? Yes, there he is. He does some very beautiful artwork using fire, drawing on skin, hide with fire. He was able to register that. There was another lady who was able to register her baskets, her designs of her basketry. So you can actually use these tools that we have now for registration at the moment. Documentation and databases, I think that's what had been lacking until now. Daktari, that was lacking until now. Now we have done documentation, there is a database. You need to record the knowledge, have the libraries, the databases. Then community-led control, and I think, Daktari, you emphasized this in the morning. The involvement of the communities and the ownership of the local communities, I think that is a big approach to protection. Then, of course, there is also the international protection that has been provided. I think 2024, the World Intellectual Property Organization adopted their first treaty around traditional knowledge and genetic resources. And it includes provisions specifically for indigenous people as well as local communities. Policies, we have policies on protecting IKEAs. These ones, generally in Kenya, they focus on preserving, promoting, preventing misappropriation. We have the TK Act and other frameworks that we are having now. Challenges. Nothing does not have challenges, right? We have a few challenges in this protection. One of the challenges is the conflict with conventional IP laws. I talked about intellectual property laws being centered around an individual, a creator. So that has been a challenge for IKEAs. Oral tradition and lack of documentation had been a challenge, but until now, I think we have surmounted that challenge. Documentation is going on. It's just that we are still at 13 counties. But Dr. Taracha told us we should head to the 47 counties by the end of the day. Biopiracy, unauthorized commercial use. Third parties frequently misappropriate medicinal, agricultural, cultural knowledge, exploiting it for profit without sharing benefits with the original community. And we have just seen in the fashion industry what has been happening. I can only imagine what has happened in the medicine, with medicines, with other things, yeah? Definition and scope issues, defining boundaries of traditional knowledge and identifying its originators is difficult, especially when the same knowledge is shared among multiple communities. Sometimes it's really difficult to define those boundaries. There's the high cost and complexity. The legal, technical, and financial barriers to filing IP protection are often beyond the capacity of small traditional communities. At least with copyright, it is now free. And that is how our friends were able to register their copyright. But it won't be free forever. And it will reach a point they will have to pay. Will they be able to afford? And that's why we are hoping that the counties will be able to support that. Patents are expensive. Trademarks are expensive. Are they able to support that? Loss of knowledge, change in culture, and a lack of documentation leads to disappearance of valuable indigenous knowledge, making it harder to protect it. One of the examples I like to give, my grandmother used to treat people. I have been a beneficiary, but I have no idea what she used to use to treat us. When you had homa, she'd mix something and cover you with a blanket and you're good to go. When you had a stomachache, there was something for it, but I really don't know what it was. When people gave birth then, your child had eczema, there were some leaves you could wash her in the water, yeah? Now we just go to hospital and you're given dawa. So what is the way forward? We need to strengthen our legal frameworks. For example, the TK Act, we need to have it going with the regulations in place. Community-driven documentation and digitization, that is already happening, and that's the reason we are here today. Economic empowerment and commercialization. Again, we must begin to think about indigenous knowledge, intellectual assets, as something with economic value. That is how we are going to commercialize it. International and national policy alignment, that is necessary because we want our products to move beyond Kenya. And then ethical research protocols, that is needed. I think I've skipped a lot of my slides, but we get the point. Mokazi, am I in my time? You can clap for me. I've kept my time.
You've done well.
Let's give her a round of applause, please. And as she takes her seat, allow me to invite the next speaker, Dr. Shem Maingi, lecturer, School of Tourism, Kenyatta University.
2 minutes. Once it gets there, wait for it to come.
Okay, thank you very much. I think a lot has been said. A lot has been said about what we need to do, what government needs to do, what the kind of regulations that need to happen. And I figure out that we know what we need to do. But are we doing what we are required to do? Are our communities developing these intellectual resources? Are our young people learning from the ancient science and from the ancient knowledge? And you realize there is a problem. So in terms of maybe the slide, in terms of commercialization of cultural tourism is concerned, a lot has been done from the tourism perspective. We now recognize communities as stakeholders. We've integrated communities in our constitution as important stakeholders, and the issue of free prior informed consent. Even in our universities, we require that there is free prior informed consent when collecting data from the communities. So the rights of communities, we have to preserve their rights, we have to protect their rights. And I feel there is a lot that we need to do. I don't know whether my slide is visible.
1 minute.
Not yet.
He's saying 1 minute.
1 minute. So in my slide, I'll talk a bit about monetization of this great asset that we have. And this asset is what we call our heritage. Our heritage, our culture is very important for us. I happen to be a member of the advisory board for the UN Tourism, Best Tourism Villages Initiative. And I was really surprised to see that a lot of the Asian, the European communities are investing a lot in their heritage. They are really promoting the concept of tourism villages. And looking at our African contexts, are we promoting our villages? The kind of gentrification that is happening in our country, when you see young people traveling to Russia and all these stories and all that, it's just an indicator that there is something wrong that we need to deal with in our society. Lest in the future we will not will not have a future generation to bequeath our heritage to. So one of the things that maybe is important for us to think about is to think about the future generation, because this heritage, it's a must for us to Yes. So just don't have the PowerPoint because of time. So we have to think differently. And I remember my lecturer, Professor Exen Iraki, who made a presentation today, used to tell us to think globally and act locally. We need to think differently, and we need to act locally. We need to act because we need this heritage that we are documenting, that we are preserving. One question we need to ask ourselves: who are we preserving to? And the future generation is the biggest challenge. I work in the university, I've worked in the university for 16 years, and I've seen, and sometimes I get very worried about the future. But as we think about the future, let's think also about preserving this heritage, documenting this heritage, and because the heritage tourism market is very established in Europe, is very established globally. It generates a lot of money, a lot of economic value for Europeans. And for us, it's important that we think about how we can tap into this market. How do we monetize our heritage? Look at what Switzerland is doing by, Switzerland Indigenous Tourism Network. They are thinking about how to document their heritage on YouTube, and they've partnered with YouTube, with Google, and they're coming up with very interesting concepts on how to preserve this heritage for the future generations. As we said, a lot has to be done. Right now, there is a problem of misrepresentation of our cultural resources. You've heard about the mushrooms, right? The mushrooms. Yeah, they sang a song and they talked about Hakuna Matata, and that song, Hollywood has picked a face from that song, and Hakuna Matata has been, taken over. We have films, movies like The Lion King. They talk about Hakuna Matata, and we kind of look at our heritage just disappearing. So we need to think about how we move, not just as Kenya, not just in our counties, but how do we move as Africa? How do we work with our fellow colleagues in the African continent to preserve this heritage? We have a lot of our cultural assets in Europe, and we need to do a lot. So thank you so much for this opportunity. I did a presentation, but I don't know, something happened. But I think, thank you for listening to me.
Let's give him a round of applause. Sorry, Daktari, about that. We had a bit of a challenge with opening the file. Now we'll move on straight to the next presenter. Let's give him a round of applause, please. Our next presenter is Mr. Obina Nyambane, Cultural Ambassador and former Director of Culture, Kisii County. DJ, please. Obino, sorry.
It's not Obina.
Mwakazi, there is a challenge here because something is wrong connecting us to the audience. And when that happens, it lowers my performance. Right? DJ. Okay, I want to take this opportunity to thank the organizers for inviting us and inviting me in particular to present this. They have talked almost all that I was going to talk. That is why I don't even fear the time that I've been given, 1 minute. I'm talking about the promise, realizing the promise of our traditional culture and the expressions, the traditions and expressions. And what I must tell you in summary is this, because this technology is not working. When we are talking about us, it is us, it is our life. The problem that now we have gotten is that we are not interpreting our knowledge. We are not using our knowledge in tandem with nature. The others have done it, but they have confused us in form of their education, and we stopped living in our natural environmental adaptation. And in the result, they disoriented our movements of growth in every aspect. And now here we are trying to follow, and we are trying to go back to who we were in our rhythm with nature. I just want to give one example. I'm telling you to realize the potential that is there in us and in our culture and traditions. We talk about food. We talk about herbal medicine. We talk about singing and dancing. All these things, we grew with them. We had them. They made us happy and we were healthy. We lived up to 135 years, but not now because we got disoriented. Can we start thinking? Can we remove this mindset that ours was bad and theirs was good? I'm sure you are listening. Amen. And you are getting what I'm saying. Amen. You are getting what I'm saying. Ours is bad, theirs is good. So, you know, our songs were very spiritual. Very, very spiritual. So we could play Nyatiti, we play Obokano and everything. Can you do that in church? But in church there is a violin, there is a guitar, there is a drum. What is the difference? So one is sinful, one is not. Then when it comes to technology, my technology, I don't need it. My technology, you call it witchcraft. Yes, it is a craft. You call it witching. Your technology, you give it a brand name. Now, let me give you a simple example so that you understand me. Meanwhile, I'm looking at it from the community perspective. I'll come to the county perspective. This is a living heritage. In my community, there is a way mamas used to control, by remote control, the way we are using this. There is a way they could post pregnancy, for example. Look at that technology. If it could be used in family planning in this country, MTCs, if it can be used to control, it is from nature, and it could have no harm in our lives. How much could we be making in our communities? That is just one example. Medical tourism. There are many examples. You discover something small that is magical. And the magic is within. If you decode it from our rhythm with nature, you will get it. It is only that we got disoriented. We had all this power. When we are talking about television, when we are talking about teleportation, when we are talking about telephone, then why don't we talk about ebibiriri? Ebibiriri, if it is packaged properly, it can do wonders. I'm talking about the power you say the Abagusi people have in getting coffins from the graves. No, it is not about the coffins from the graves. It is the power that is in people that has not been packaged properly. So, what I'm saying, the promise is that if we package our indigenous knowledge, our tradition, cultures in a proper way, we can earn a lot, just like Loliondo did for Tanzania, if you remember. All traffic was going there because of the package. If we package our items properly, we are living. It is a living heritage. It is our identity. It is what we need to do. Okay. What is the role of counties in this? They make policies, they make budgets, they are there to protect our rights. So if the counties take their role in legislation and enable that environment for us, because there is a danger that the people who have this knowledge are disappearing at a very high rate. There is a lot within our communities that we need to safeguard, document, and preserve, and if possible, give to the other generations. And life will be so beautiful. But we are there running to other people's heritage. We are there borrowing other people's mannerisms, atitembea kama mzungu, kula kama mzungu, as if we didn't have our mannerisms, which were more superior, I believe, than what many of us have put a mindset in us. Ladies and gentlemen, I've summed up my topic because it has already been talked about. So we can discuss it more. We shall talk about the community more. We shall talk about the role of our county governments plus the national government in implementing policies that favor those who have the traditional knowledge that can be crafted to give us a lot of money, a lot of financial aid. In short, I am trying to say that the holders of the knowledge are within the counties. And it is the role now of the counties to enable them and give them an environment to prosper. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Obino Nyambane. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Obino. Let's give him a round of applause, please. And as we wait for the next presenter, we're just having a little bit of a technical issue. I think I'd just like our panels just to consider some of the things. I have a few questions here, and I want you to sum it up in 1 minute and then just, give your closing remarks. Dr. Lagacho had spoken about legal frameworks. Are they moving fast enough with a weak documentation, and what needs to be done? You can just think about that, and then you'll answer that as we go on. Ken, you spoke about documenting all these and putting these cultural sites on a portal. Are the portals available, and where can we access that? Madam Sharon, you had spoken about the exploitation. How then do we seek for justice, given that a lot of these intellectual properties and cultural artifacts have been used to enrich certain brands across the world? Is there a way forward? Is there a hope, or do we just give up? For Shem and Dr. Obino, I think the question would be on the future generation. We all want to be modern, and all our children want to be living the modern world, speaking the modern language. We want to interact with, Jay-Z and all that. How then do we ensure that our future generation is able to accept, and still remain authentic in this evolving world? Everything is changing from what we knew to what is. Right now, we all want to be fashionable. We want all to dress in designers. I don't think some people don't want to be left back. Think about that. I think maybe we can just answer that as we wait for Mwaniki's presentation. And then just give us what would you like to change that would create an impact for what we are discussing right now that can keep us going for very long because we've lost the older, we're losing the older generation who had the knowledge. Now the ones that are remaining don't have all that. I like what Madam Sharon said. We've all been treated by traditional medicine, but we don't know the recipe. How then do we maintain or try and get back what we've lost? So maybe in no particular order, we can start with Daktari as we go down.
Okay, thank you, Alex, for that very good question. I think it is true that we are losing a lot of our cultural heritage, a lot of our oral traditions because they are not documented. What I want to call upon us is we nowadays have gadgets that can be used to document a lot of stories, a lot of practices. I think it is important that we document that for the sake of preserving it. It doesn't have to be a national institution coming to you to encourage you to document. We can actually document it in our own ways, have our own family repositories where this knowledge can be kept. However, I think in terms of legislation, the Protection of Traditional Knowledge and Cultural Expressions Act has very robust pronouncements and processes on how this needs to be documented. It empowers county governments, especially the CEC in charge of matters culture, to develop registers of traditional knowledge and cultural expressions. At the national level, there is the Traditional Knowledge Digital Library that the law currently talks of it being based at the Kenya Copyrights Board, but I think we are moving to review that law in order that it becomes domiciled in the State Department for Culture, the Arts and Heritage, and the National Museums of Kenya would play a very critical role in that. There are a lot of other players who are working towards documenting our cultural heritage, our traditional knowledge. I think we should have coordinated mechanisms where we are able to interlink some of these repositories, make them accessible, but of course, while ensuring that we protect harmful exploitation of this knowledge, these repositories, because these are assets that can benefit our communities, they can benefit our counties and nation. Whereas the legal frameworks are a little bit slow, policy making laws is a slow and tedious process, but once we are aligned from the community level, county level, and the national government, I am persuaded that we will have robust laws that will enable us protect IP relating to these communities while ensuring that the owners of this traditional knowledge are able to benefit. So the rallying call to all of us, let's document and jealously guard the exploitation of our traditional knowledge, of our heritage for wrongful purposes. I'm persuaded with time that will happen.
Thank you so much. And a quick one, Bwana Eric, before we continue on. Mwalimu Nyambane, we have one panelist joining us online. If we could just kindly allow him to speak. Let's have the screen ready. Let's have the screen ready. Let's have the screen. Screen, please. Screen so that we appreciate his profile. Screen, please. Screen, please. Screen, please. Screen, please. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen,
he is one of Kenya's most influential singer-songwriters whose music has shaped generations and reflected the voice of a nation. From iconic hits like Daima Kenya to global collaborations and theatre productions, he continues to use art as a powerful tool for expression, dialogue and change. Please welcome Eric Wainaina.
makofi tafadhali, we can see you clearly. Go ahead. Bwana Eric Wainaina, karibu sana.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me here this afternoon. The pleasure is all mine. I hope you can hear me clearly.
Clearly indeed. Go ahead.
I've been asked to speak today on the issue of talent to enterprise, how we can take this God-given innate thing that we have, how it's going to feed our children, how it's going to pay our mortgages, how it's going to pay for school fees, all within the all within the context of also what we are borrowing or building on from our indigenous knowledge. Now, I think there's three parties involved in the monetization of culture. Number one is the practitioners. For the practitioners, we need to be as good as we possibly can be. We need to involve ourselves in as many industries within our art form. Take, for example, I am a singer and a songwriter. I'm also a producer. I write for musical theater. I teach when I speak at conferences. So in the second half of the year, for instance, when there are no performances, I know that when there are performances, then I know that I'll be playing a couple of gigs during that time, and that's gonna be one revenue stream. In the first 2 quarters of the year, when it's pretty much dry, I can hide myself in my studio, write music for film, write music for picture, and are living that way. Next, people who need to be involved, who we need to look at, are the audience. In preparing for this talk, I was listening to a playlist called Kenyan funk music. Funk spelled F-U-N-K. Now, the funk movement was popularized in the 60s and 70s in America. You've all heard of likes of James Brown, Sly and the Family Stone, the Jacksons, that kind of thing, Stevie Wonder. And just to give you an example, it's like a very strong drum beat, right? And then the guitars are playing on the offbeat, that kind of thing. So here I am listening to this Kenyan funky hits. And I don't know whether you know, but there was a funk movement in Kenya in the 60s and 70s. Now, this one song starts with the lead singer asking, Niweu, which means, who are you? And the band members reply and say, Mo Africa. And then he goes on to say, Ginyaga na hinya. And I'm asking myself, is he saying that I step with force or that I arrive with force? And as I listen to this song, it becomes clear to me. And I continue to see the reasons why the kings and queens of this great land continue to undermine the art forms, is because someone who will reply to that question, who are you? Answer with force and with his chest and say, Mo Africa, that is a person who's hard to govern. Thirdly, government. Now, if we believe in the best all the time, and believe in the right motives behind things, I think that one of the problems that we have in Kenya, I'm not saying it's the only problem, is that we've allowed civil servants and elected officials to benefit from private enterprise. Now, well, I said, let us believe the best. In the 60s, when the Degwa report was being written that allowed this to happen, the idea was threefold. Number one, to attract the best talent. Number two, to be able to compensate it and therefore retain it. Number three, we had to blacken up the civil service. Now, no matter how liberal we are, no matter how forgiving we are, there's no way that we could have a civil service that was staffed by white men and women who are nationals of our immediate former colonial master. But with those permissions to own businesses, the framework to govern against greed did not have was not as well developed. So, ladies and gentlemen, because these three things work together. Now, when we talk about corruption is when you get stopped by a police officer and you give him 1,000 bob because you haven't paid your insurance. Now, we've all done this before. Let's all apologize to each other and say it'll never happen again. It's like when you score an own goal. It's a mistake. You're in defense, someone kicks a ball, and you try and stop it. What happens? It hits your foot, ball gets deflected, the goalkeeper goes the wrong way, and the ball goes into the net, and you say to your guys, I'm sorry, that wasn't meant to have happened. I'm very sorry. And they say to you, Sijali, Eric, we know that was a mistake. We know that was a mistake, right? But you have to admit, it's a totally different thing, and we have to find a different word for it. When, let's say I'm now the goalkeeper, the ball has gone out of play, and I have an opportunity to take a goal kick. And my guys are there like, yeah, kick the ball here, kick the ball to me. Up. And instead of kicking the ball to them, I turn around and I kick the ball into my own goal. Now you have to admit, that's a totally different thing. And in many ways, that's how we continue to operate in this country, where we allow civil servants and politicians to own and profit from private businesses, where we could be investing that money into the growth of culture and the arts. In closing, I'll remind us that, and Dr. Obino, you said this so well. Dr. Wata, you said this so well. I'll just take an example of every car in front of you is a Toyota, so they say. Where is this coming from? The Japanese have a long history in minute details. I witnessed a tea ceremony once. It's just boiling water and majani. But the way in which that tea is presented, the care, the reverence, you can see how a people like that will take their culture and transform it into whatever it needs to be transformed into. We have to be in touch with our culture, with our indigenous knowledge, and practice it on a daily, because that is the only way that we can advance its use. This is something that I'm very passionate about, and I thank you all for allowing me to speak. But just to wrap it up one more time, the practitioners need to be better. We need to be better at what we do and continue to improve. I can tell you now that if you look at the Ed Sheerans of the world, the Adeles, the Beyoncés, they are not better than Bien or Eric or Atemi Oyungu or Lisa Adorno. They are not. The audiences, there should be a Nyatiti in every school. There should be an Arutu in every school. We should be teaching children how to play and appreciate their culture. Cultural practitioners are not failures in society. I am an A student. I graduated honors from my university. I'm doing this because this is what wakes me up every single day. Thirdly, government needs to play its role. The government cannot continue to score own goals intentionally. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eric. Let's give him a round of applause. And now, as we come to the last section, let us invite, I don't need to introduce him, Waniki. Let him come and just give his presentation. Very short.
Yeah. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Eric, for that challenge. It's always so wonderful to listen to you. The passion is amazing, as usual. He's my younger brother, so we've known each other since he was, 10 years old? Yes, so, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Moniki Mageria. I think you all know me from Foods of Kenya. And that's why I'm here, because I love food, and I talk about food a lot, and I would like to, is it ready? Are we ready to go? Yes, because I think I just want to give some 3 videos, and then I'm out of here. 1, 2, 3. We're good? Shall I press? Daktari, nisukuma hii kitu? No, sorry, not Dr. Taracha. By the way, Dr. Taracha, thank you for bringing us together. You've done a very, very good. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Taracha. He's done an incredible job of bringing us here together. Once again, this is the future. This is the future. All right, indigenous knowledge. Could I go back? Yes. Is there the first? Is the video? Do you have the video? Oh, there's no video. Okay. All right. Let me go forward. All right. Oh, yes. Is the video slow? It's not loaded. All right. Let me move forward. So why does what I do matter? The video was the first. It was the first video before this. It was the first thing before this. So let me just go through, because it seems like I'm not going to get the video. Why does promoting indigenous knowledge through film matter? It matters because our screen time has become, globally, our screen time has increased, but not screen time in front of big screens, screen time in individual screens. Where do you get your information from right now? How do you know what's going on around you? You don't wait for the news at 9 o'clock like we used to do before. You get to know it right away on TikTok. You know what is happening on Twitter. You know what's happening on IG. You know right now, if something were to happen right now, you would know immediately. We're not going to wait for the 7 o'clock news, for the 9 o'clock news. Right now, young people are communicating with each other across continents on their phones. That is where our information is coming from. This is where our IK needs to be. That's where it needs to lie, so that young people can be able to access it, so that we can all have access to it. Books in libraries, they say in Africa or in Kenya, if you want to hide something, write a book. Yeah. Yeah, because people don't read books. But in our generation, it was very nice to read books. So if we in the film culture make it available on platforms that are frequently visited, then we shall keep IK alive. We shall make sure that it is in everybody's minds and everybody's place. So that's why it matters to use film for IK. What is Foods of Kenya? It's a documentary series, TV documentary series that travels across Kenya, communicate the communities to showcase indigenous knowledge through food, farming, and culture. A lot of dancing, a lot of singing, a lot of fun, and cooking, of course. We eat a lot of food. I need to learn how to do this properly. Oh, my next one is a video, is it? No, not yet. Oh, yes, there's the video. Will it play? Play the video, please. Thank you.
We're here at Mwachegualata. This area is called Sagala. From Nyamira County in Taita Taveta County. It's gonna be epic. Kenya is God's piece of earth, filled with beautiful, welcoming people. We love Kenya! A rich, diverse culture and different tastes in food. Let's go Ginger! When the food tunakula na ugali, tunataka mnaii. Ni mzuri nyama. Nyama. This looks like a cow, doesn't it? Join on this culinary journey as we bring you the best of song, dance, smoke, and of course, food. Foods of Kenya. Yeah. Munapenda sana. Every time.
That's what we do. And we go around the entire country bringing this kind of stuff to you. Yeah? You enjoyed that? Okay, next. Okay, there's a whole team that does this. We are not, it takes a lot of work. Talking to the communities before we go there, getting permissions from the chiefs, getting permissions from the local leaders, getting the women together, the dancers, the food, sending money for the food, and it's a lot of work. Then we finally travel there. Of course, we have to win the community's trust before we go there. We go there, we sit with the elders, we film, and then immediately after that, when we come back with this guy over here, comes back with all the camera work and everything. And the tapes, not tapes now, they use SD cards. The editing team sits down and edits it, and it goes through process, and it's quite a bit of work. But how it started, we just wanted to find out where is this knowledge that we had? Where is it? You know, when we were growing, we used to go to the hotels, I remember. Where is this knowledge that we knew that our parents cooked, our grandparents, our great-grandparents cooked this kind of food? How do we hold on to it? And what surprised us is that it is still there. The knowledge is still out there. People are still cooking the way our grandparents used to cook. So we bring that to you in your houses, in your homes. It is right now on NTV, 8 p.m. on Saturday. NTV, that is a current home. Before that, it was on K24, then KTN. It is actually also on TV47 and on Akili TV at the moment. And we also have a few snippets on YouTube that you can watch as well. All right. Storyteller is Mwaniki there. You know him. I'm not going to talk about that guy. Can we move to the next one? Yes. Then DR Studios is our studio company, is our company that does these projects. We've done things like Real Houses of Nairobi, Our Perfect Wedding, various other stories like that, various other shows. That is my business partner, Eugene Bogwa. Some people think I'm Eugene Bogwa, but he's the creator of a lot of this content that we do, and I'm the face that comes out and makes it happen on this other side. The Ogiek, now I want to talk about the Ogiek, because they are a very interesting, this is now indigenous knowledge at its best. They're deep in the forest, and a community whose survival depends on knowing exactly what the forest has to offer. For generations, they have used the forest plants, not just as food, but also as medicine. Their knowledge of conservation is inseparable from the knowledge of healing. And I hope that video will play. Please play that video for me. And you see the Ogiek doing their thing. We are going to have some nice honey. I remember the professor likes honey. She's yes, there's a lot of honey in this one.
That initially inhabited our forests. The Ogiek are hunter-gatherers and use sustainable methods to ensure that the environment is well conserved. So much so that the Ogiek are the only community in Kenya that are allowed to hunt for sustenance. On this episode of Foods of Kenya, we'll learn the versatility of moths. Our serviette in the forest, of course, moths. Oh, take it off quickly. And put it back on, and you continue growing. No wasting.
Did you know that? You put it back up and it continues growing. Incredible. All right, are we done with that? Okay, next one.
A Kenyan community that initially inhabited our forest.
Okay, let's move to the next one. By the way, we were gathering honey, or what shall I call it? Getting honey from the trees, and the bees actually ended up stinging me, which was a lot of fun. Okay, sound. Wait for it.
Refresh. Here goes everything.
1, 2. And the guy got stung. Yeah, you saw that already. Okay, so Kipsigis. Now, the one thing about the Kipsigis here, we learned that they have. You do know whooping cough? You've heard of whooping cough? So, if a child gets whooping cough in this area, they get the hide from a mole, they create it into ash, then mix it with water and administer to the child, and the whooping cough goes. Incredible. All right, so that's part of the Ogiek. Then the Taita, one thing about them, they preserve food for long times, for a long period of time. They combine bananas and maize into a dense energy bar that is preserved through traditional methods and can go on for months, can stay for months. So they go traveling across with it. All right, I think, they're going to show it. Oh, yes, play that for me, please.
Look at it. It looks like a cake. It looks like sukari. This is it.
It tastes very good.
My goodness. This is the best dessert you can have any day. Can I tell you something? You're going to see this. I'm going to be doing this for you guys. You'll be coming to my house for this thing.
Maize and bananas.
This is your answer.
Okay, next, you can see who's right next to me. Okay, so for commercialization, the only thing I wanted to say was this. IK has never needed to be invented. It is there. It's already there. All it needs is to be recognized. The opportunity is not to create new knowledge. It is to finally document, protect, and commercialize what already has been there, and then distribute it for there to be a value chain for both the community and the final the business people in between there. All right. So Food of Kenya is already functional, and our job is already to give the information to you. We'll be doing a book soon, but I'll talk to you about that later on. I talked about book, but the book will have augmented reality so that you can just get a picture of it and be able to download it. Okay, I'm done. Yeah, I'm done. That's it. Am I right?
Wow.
Yes. Our networks across Kenya, 10 communities, other food knowledge models like slow food. Stay connected with us. Moniki Mageria. Asante sana.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end, and you've seen there is wealth in indigenous knowledge. So let us champion our culture. Let's talk about it. Let's praise it. Let's be proud of it. Let's own it. And allow me to paraphrase for culture from Chinua Achebe. The lizard that jumped from the high Iroko tree said, "If nobody praises me, I shall praise myself." Let's praise our culture. Thank you very much. And let's give a round of applause to our eminent panelists. And I invite you all for us to take a picture right here in front. Dr. Kipkorir Lagat, Kenneth Olwoch, Sharon Wata, Eric Wainaina, Dr. Shem Maingi, Mwandiki Mageria, and myself truly, Alex Tunoy. Thank you very much, and we look forward to you in the next session.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause for the moderator and the panelists. DJ, that challenge. Are you able to throw it? Oh, okay. Let's have it. Do you have it? What happened to the? Yeah, we have okay, let's kila mtu tusimame kidogo atuonyeshe dance style yao. Tuko na Vaida pale. Twende. Okay, haya. Asante sana. Makofi yao tafadhali. Thank you so much. We appreciate. Aya, Bwana Moniki, Mageria, tafadhali, hebu tuonyeshe your dance style. We want to see you dance. Kila mtu. Twende. Haya. Mwalimu Nyambane, twende. Haya. Hey. Thank you, Bwana Alex. Kila mtu. Hey. Bas. Hey, mapeka. Hey. Whoa. Hey. Asante sana. Well done. Asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare to continue on very quickly, asante sana. Wewe. Hey! Hiri. Hey! Hey! Asante sana. Thank you so much, DJ. Well done. Asante sana, DJ. Thank you so much. Now to welcome us very quickly for the next session, but to officially welcome us here in Murang'a County, naomba tafadhali tumpigie makofi Mheshimiwa Paul Mugo, CECM Trade, Industry, Tourism and Cooperative Development, and also the CECM for Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, Murang'a County Government. Tukaribishe. Makofi yake tafadhali.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. Thank you very much, Bwana MC, and everyone who is here. Good evening, everyone. Good evening again. Tusalimiane kwa hewani. Thank you very much. As you have heard, my name is Paul Mugo. Mimi ni waziri wa Murang'a County, and I'm sorry when I was given this opportunity, I had gone out just to check on some few things here and there to make sure that this conference is good. And this evening, on behalf of our governor, Dr. Irungu Kang'ata, I want to take this opportunity, number one, to thank you, and number two, to welcome you again. I know you were welcomed here, but here in our place, Murang'a, we believe that it is important to welcome people when at least you have offered them something to eat or to drink, and therefore, this is the right time. I know kawaida, it is done before the meeting. So At this particular juncture, we want to thank you. We want to thank the National Museums of Kenya, led by the DG, Professor Mary Gikungu, and also the National Coordinator and the team, together with the COG. I have seen that we have some members of the COG here. My co-CECs, I have seen tuko na mawaziri hapa, in case we have directors and chief officers, na pia wanabiashara wetu who are now the IKEA holders. In Murang'a, we are a county that like people and love people, and therefore feel most welcome, and also especially in this county where we have what we call the spirit of entrepreneurship. We believe in business. And as we were seated down there, one of the questions I was asking myself is, as we do all these things at the end of the day, what is it culminating to? It is how we can actually make money in the pocket. And therefore, those IKEA holders who are already here, I know the government is doing quite a lot in terms of making sure that we have the right policy framework or legal framework, and we have actually the acts that are guiding all these kind of things. And therefore, all what you need to do is to challenge yourself and ask yourself, if this is happening and you have the government support, then what are you supposed to do? Go out there, market yourself, and make money. I've just gone out there to the people who are exhibiting, and I met a group from Murang'a, and I know that we have people from Murang'a. People from Murang'a here, if you're here in Murang'a, hebu simama kidogo. Just come here in front as I talk, because it's also good to welcome our people here. And I remember I challenged one of the group, and I told them, because they are dealing with humble products, I told them if they remember and if they know some serious business people like Cameredo Herbs, what have they done? Since I was born, I have always heard of Cameredo. And I think this is the spirit that we need to put it forward there. Whatever you have, try as much as possible, compete. Just come here, let people see you. Can we appreciate them? Let us appreciate people from Murang'a. I know you are feeling good, you are feeling home right now, but I believe that these people will make you warmer and will actually give you direction. When I look at them, most of them are the IKEA holders. I don't know whether this microphone can speak. Maybe you can just say your name very fast. Hello. Not working, somebody to help?
Hello, good evening.
Just your name.
My name is James Nduati.
Habari zenu wote. My name is Gichuri Ngugi.
We are in medical traditionals, herbal traditional medical practitioners.
Thank you.
I'm the treasurer in that organization. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Habari zenu. Mimi naitwa Stanley Mogwe. I'm the secretary, Murang'a Traditional Medical Practitioners Association.
Good evening, everyone. My name is John Gashanja. I work with Shemeji Healthy Products.
Hey, most of them are health products, eh? This is good.
Thank you, Waziri. My name is Jane Kamwaga. I'm a Nike holder. I have a product that is called Mataha and Oshorwamo Kio. That is the indigenous porridge that was used to take. Karibuni Murang'a, and you visit our stand. You'll get satisfied. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Waziri. I'm Esther Masaria. I'm a group member, IKEA holder. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Martin Kamijo. I work with the Shemeji Healthy. We work mostly on the healthy uji and medicinal coffee, which are working for our health. Thank you.
Thank you. Wakae tu hapa nataka muangalie. Immediately after this, you know, today there was a strike. So kuna announcement that we want to make. That once you come out of this place, don't dare go to Nairobi. Don't dare go to, hata kama uko na nyumba huko, we ukae wapi? Huku Murang'a, si ndio? Na huku Murang'a, what happens, because we are serious business people, sometimes we may not see the hotels along the road. But I want you to be very keen. We have so many hotels here. An example where you are right here, if you want accommodation, we have high-end accommodation here. Then when you get out of this gate, on your right, less than 100 meters, there are two very good hotels. One is called Sunstar, and another one is called Capulas. You can actually go there. But if you don't want to go that direction, On your way to Thika, because you'll turn light. That road is called the Old Murang'a Road. When you get the first junction, there is a very nice hotel up here called Sabe Hotel. You can go there. If you feel like you want to go towards the side of Thika, pale Delview, tuko na mahoteli mingi sana. Tuko sijui na Mona Lisa, tuko na ingine inaitwa nini? Tuko na Golden Palm, tuko na so many hotels there. You can actually stay there. We also have Airbnb. And then if you turn left on your side, you go to a place called Kabati. There is a hotel called Fort Hall, very nice, well done with very nice meals. And you can also go to Keno. And you know Keno now is actually like a replica of Nairobi. Because in Keno, we have now our Kikuyu cuisine. But in case you feel you don't want that and you want pizza, tuko na Pizza Inn. Ukitaka hata Java, kuna Java Hotel. Kama ni mtu wa miwani kama mimi, kuna Optica huko. I mean, we have everything at Keno. Banks, we have almost all of them there. And if you you want to go towards Murang'a, sasa huko ndiko utapata Golden Palm. Na ukitaka kwenda side ya Nyeri, kuna different hotels by the way. Kuna hata ukitaka kulala zinakaa kama 5 star. I think kuna ile inaitwa Nokras Hotel. Na hiyo iko na mambo mzuri sana. Na mjue recently we held what we call the water rafting event, Africa water rafting event, and now we are holding the world water rafting. So there is a place called Lapid Camp again towards Sagana, and it is actually also in Murang'a. Na kama unataka kulala mahali kunaitwa Abadea Lodges, kuna Abadea Cottages, kuna so many hotels because in Murang'a we have the ecological zones. Ile ya majani chai ya coffee in the middle, and then the lower side where it's a bit dry. And therefore, and then also I was today taking meal with the Director General. She told me, even as early as I think just last week, she visited Mukuru wa Nyagadanga. It's also near hapa Murang'a. You can also visit those places, to those shrines, they are around. So after this, hakuna kwenda mahali kwingine, si ndio? Tukae huku, tusaidiane, na tutasaidia. Nimesema hawa watu wakae hapa because now these are the signage. Sasa hii ndio signboard ya Murang'a, hii ni ingine na ingine. We make sure that we spend around. And in case you need to be hosted, also see them. We can host you in our places, and you can see that you are doing like this. Mnafanya nini? You can host them, si ndio? Asanteni, Mungu awabariki, mujisikie mko nyumbani. Thank you and God bless you.
Asante sana, tumekaribishwa. Thank you so much. Give me sound there, please. Thank you so much, and let's also have the screen set. Asante sana. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we want to appreciate the fact that we are not only here physically, we also have a powerful audience joining us virtually. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, for the next 1 hour or so, we want to focus on potential and pathways to securing niche markets while protecting Mother Earth, cultures and communities. And we do have specific panelists, and I'd kindly request that we start with the Mau Summit Botanical Institute representative, Mr. Frederick Njenga. If you're here or online, welcome. Makofi yake tafadhali. Up next, he has been here listening through, that's the chairperson, Kenya Diaspora Alliance, Dr. Shem Ochuodo. Makofi yake tafadhali, joining us online. We also have the Chief Executive Officer, Special Economic Zones Authority, Dr. Kenneth Chelule. Makofi yake tafadhali. And we also have Ms. Roslyn Jogu, Principal Secretary, State Department for Diaspora Affairs, well represented. Makofi yake tafadhali. And ladies and gentlemen, we heard from him earlier today. We want to welcome him in this panel discussion, please.
He is a distinguished thought leader advancing the sustainable commercialization of natural products through research, innovation and policy engagement. As Natural Products Industry Program Coordinator, he drives initiatives that promote indigenous knowledge, biodiversity conservation and value addition, empowering communities and strengthening the natural products sector. Please welcome Dr. Evans Taracha.
Makofi yake tafadhali. He's here indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, now, our moderator.
Media entrepreneur with over 25 years of experience in mainstream media. As founder and CEO of Chams Media, he leads in content creation, documentary production and digital media, while his platform Daring Abroad has profiled over 2,000 Kenyans in the diaspora, showcasing global opportunities and strengthening Kenya's international presence. Please welcome Alex Chamwada.
Makofi yake tafadhali. Please welcome our dear moderator. Over to you. Karibu sana, karibu sana. In case you have any questions or comments, please utilize the Menti platform. Karibu sana. Welcome.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Mpo, mkobie. Wow, as I think the panelists who are present, I think too, you are most welcome to take your seat. The others are online. And as we welcome the panelists who are here, Mr. Munsala Karibu, Daktari Karibu, is to appreciate that quite a number of presenters who have seen here are great friends of mine and have really been supporting my cause of telling the diaspora story. Waziri Paul Mugo, asante. We've done quite a bit with the Murang'a County, educating the diaspora on opportunities back home. Thank you, Waziri. Magaria, food across Kenya, that's epic. Tumpigie makofi. Yeah. I think so that I'm at the same level. Great. This is a great session, and let me begin by saying, for me, this is quite timely. After I've done a journey through East Africa by road. Yeah, just came back from a 2-week trip, and I've interacted with the diaspora, and Mr. Mwakazi, line up, there are some photos which I'll show you from a Kenyan in Uganda who is producing products from banana fiber. So I began a journey via Namanga by road to Arusha. We had a meeting with 150 Kenyans in Arusha. And then we went to Bujumbura, Kigali, Kampala, and Bungoma. On Thursday, we head to Moyale, meet Kenyans in Moyale, then Addis Ababa by road. So we appreciate that, and thank you for giving me a chance to moderate this session. And it's a very interesting topic, potential and pathways to securing niche markets while protecting Mother Earth, cultures, and communities. So let me just say the diaspora have been playing a key role towards this cause. And the diaspora is also advantaged in the sense that nowadays they're able to just be, contribute to the socioeconomic back home so easily, like they are just home. Why? The technological advances, ICT, there's the diaspora department that has been working very closely with them. County governments, financial services have become stronger through M-Pesa and so on. And there is strong diaspora associations. There are strong diaspora associations abroad. So I don't want to make a speech, but to begin by just saying, remember last year in December, the government of Kenya launched the Kenya Diaspora Investment Strategy 2025-2030. And this is a key strategy that now builds into what we are discussing. And I would want to invite our first panelist, Boniface Munzala, Director, Foreign Service, State Department for Foreign Affairs, who is representing Madam P.S. Roslyn Njogu, Principal Secretary, State Department for Diaspora Affairs. Tumpigie makofi. Yeah, and Munzala and I have been attending many forums abroad, educating the diaspora about investment opportunities back home. So, Dr. Munzala, yours is quite simple and straight to the point. The strategy that we've talked about, how does it build into this? And how is that a key pillar towards activating the diaspora to invest in indigenous knowledge back home. Kwako.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Maybe first of all is to say thank you very much to the organizers, Dr. Taracha, and your team for inviting the Permanent Secretary for Diaspora Affairs. I'm representing her. As you know, she's now on official duty in Italy, and so she sent me to come and sit in for her. The State Department for Diaspora Affairs is only 3 years old, and we are trying to find a way in which we can engage the diaspora in a structured manner. So this falls into it, because now what we are doing is we are looking at indigenous knowledge right now and seeing how we can, how that can be packaged. Now to start with, we have, as Alex has just spoken to you, we have the Diaspora Investment Support Office, which has been established by the President through the Executive Order number 1, 2025. This will be a one-stop shop for the diaspora. When they come over here to Kenya, they usually don't have a lot of time to go around all the offices. So we'll work to have a one-stop shop that can dedicate services to them in terms of investments and savings. So in investments, we would like to work with the National Museums of Kenya, of course, so that we can get information, well-packaged information that is clear and that can resonate with the diaspora in their different formations. Most of the diaspora, they would like to invest in Kenya. So the diaspora investment strategy that also Alex has talked about, which we launched, looks at various options of investments. And we're looking at arts, entertainment. Now we're looking at indigenous knowledge. Those are the areas that we would like to interest the diaspora to invest in. We also have an issue about people in the diaspora who are third, second generation, people who went there and they still have their parents, but we want to interest them in Kenya, to invest in Kenya through culture, food, music, and that is what we would like to do, because the diaspora, we have the young ones who just traveled recently, but we have the third generation who went a long time ago and they do not have proper linkages with the country. Culture, indigenous knowledge like this would help provide the links that are necessary so that they can stay linked to their country. So I think for us, what we would like to do is work with you so that we can have an information package that is diaspora specific, which we can use to disseminate through our missions abroad. We have about 60 to 70 missions and consulates. And also, we are now in touch with the Kenyan diaspora outside there, and we would like to reach out to them so that they can get this information and make investments in Kenya. We are going to be, our place now will be a linkage between the counties and the diaspora. And so we would like to have specific information on counties and products and the knowledge that you want packaged, and so we can disseminate this to our diaspora abroad. So we will be the interlocutor, or we will be the middle person, so that we can help you to give this information abroad. The only problem with diaspora right now is they do not have information. Then this would be a very, very important part of it. We've looked at the whole day what we've seen in terms of medicine, in terms of food, culture. We've also looked at artisanship, like the Kisii soapstone. All these need to be packaged as products in which the diaspora can invest in. And so we want to work together, and this is a very good opportunity for us to learn all this so that we can be your ambassadors. The diaspora also will be your ambassadors, because when they know the product, they can sell it, they can market it, and then also can make a link. They also have the money to come and invest in Kenya in areas that are directly related to indigenous knowledge. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Boniface. And just to appreciate, we have Mr. Agri Kanyanga in the UK who is following this discussion. And you know Agri very well. Boniface is the chairman of the umbrella body of all the associations of Kenyans living in the UK. So that's a very key contact person, and I think time allowing will come to you. Agri, thank you for attending. Also in Botswana, I've received a message from a friend, a hotelier there, Mr. George Onyancha. So thank you, George, for listening in, and all those who are following virtually. We really appreciate. Briefly, Boniface, how about, we've talked about taking Kenya to the world, the diaspora helping to export, or rather to promote indigenous knowledge and so on. How about bringing the world to Kenya and using the diaspora in terms of skills and knowledge transfer, the things they've learned outside there that can now impact on this knowledge we are talking about? The world to Kenya.
Thank you very much for that. The State Department is working on a program where we can have skills transfer. We are looking at creating a database of knowing, which is going to take some time, but we want to know which Kenyan lives where and what they do. So in that way, we can be able to pair those skills with the ones in Kenya. We have started with medical tourism. We've had Kenyans who've come to do philanthropy, and they do free services, medical services in Kenya when they're coming for summer. Would like to tap on more other skills so that they can freely give their services and also enrich our skills here. So we are trying to get a database in which we can try to match those skills so that when they do come here, we are readily able to let them know where they can fit in and how they can be of help. And all the skills that they have can be eventually slowly transferred in years to come with the population here. Thank you very much.
Makofi kwa Monzala, tumpigie makofi. Thank you so much. Let's move to Dr. Evans Taracha. And as coordinator of Natural Products Industry, NPI program, you designed and have been implementing indigenous knowledge, documentation, and digitization. What is all this about? What have you found out? And why is it important to do that documentation, Dr.
Thank you very much for this moment. And I wish to greet our fellow Kenyans out there who have tuned in. To the question from the moderator, why document, digitize, and protect our indigenous knowledge, intellectual assets, and what have we found? So we recognize our supreme law, the Constitution, which compels us to recognize, protect, and promote our indigenous wealth. And that is also very well guided in several national legislations. Now, down to the program itself, indigenous knowledge, documentation, and digitization, what it has involved is first to go to the owners of the indigenous knowledge, intellectual assets through a legally prescribed mechanism, and then explain ourselves why we are interested as government in the indigenous knowledge, intellectual assets. Having done that, they granted consent. They saw the need to protect, promote the indigenous knowledge, intellectual assets. And then after we got the consent, we did what we're calling capacity building as national government, together with their respective county governments. Capacity building here relating to two categories. One, refresh their knowledge about the Constitution, the various laws that guide the safeguarding of those assets, and also train them in the skills to document. And then the second category of capacity building was through this program, the national government bought a series of equipment, ICT equipment, for the purposes of documentation. So as we speak right now, the communities, the counties are capacity built, in terms of documenting. So what were we documenting and what did we find? One legal framework that guides this particular project is, as was stated by the Director of Culture, Dr. Kiprop Lagat, is Protection of Traditional Knowledge and Cultural Expressions Act 2016. Within it, it has listed a whole range of indigenous technologies that we need to document. But for a start, we focused on five. One is traditional foods and the local cuisines, and you'll be seeing some of them showcased here. Traditional medicines for One Health, you will see them showcased here. We looked at indigenous technologies, pottery, traditional regalia. The fourth one, we were looking at performing arts for creative economy, and that is song and dance, storytelling, and the rest. And the fifth one, we were documenting heritage sites, historical sites, very unique shrines that are held almost sacred by different communities, and the powerful storylines that are behind them. So all of these were documented and will continue to be documented in all the 47 counties. But for practical reasons, we've started with 13. And so, fellow Kenyans out there, through this program, we have documented and protected what those assets that have been held very, very fast for a long time by our communities. And government is coming in and asking the question, having protected for posterity, how do we now bring prosperity through these assets? And fellow Kenyans, we wish to state very categorically that these assets represent a very unique opportunity that if we invested in, we created the necessary partnerships with the asset holders and other players, we stand a chance, a very good chance, to come up with Kenyan unique products that we take to the market and create money and create prosperity. And this has succeeded very well. You are out there, you've seen some countries having excelled in this particular space. And therefore, to answer your question, the assets, some of them, fellow Kenyans out there, are displayed here. I would like to draw on one example from Siaya, where an indigenous knowledge holder by the name David Marenya has a technique of creating very, very wonderful images by creating images on a skin using a hot device. And if he can display it at some point here, you'll see what I mean. Similarly, we have got from Turkana, we've got a very interesting innovation called Anabed. This is a baby carrier made from animal skin, and it's done tastefully. But what is unique about it is that, unlike baby carriers that are put at the back of the mother, this one is put in front so that the young kid can continue to bond with the mother. And we have very wonderful handcrafts, very wonderful foods here. You've heard of traditional salt. Traditional salt has huge potential. Huge potential because those people who are suffering from cardiovascular health problems, high blood pressure, and the rest, and blood sugar, high blood sugar, are advised not to use this commercially available salt. But it will intrigue you to know that traditional salt is safe to use by every consumer, including those people who have health conditions that I have mentioned. So there is a very interesting potential there. These are products that have been used by our people for a very long time and with amazing results. But government, as I've said, is coming in and saying, no, we want to come up with systems where we make sure that these unique products, a wide consumer base is enabled to partake of them, whether they are foods, whether they are technologies like pottery. There is pottery products here from Murang'a, where we are. Very interesting one. They keep water cool without using electricity. And that's unique. And that water that's put in that pot is very tasteful. And I can name so many others. But I want to conclude by saying this, fellow Kenyans out there, that government is putting in place a number of measures to attract a new investment in this space. One such a measure is to ensure that these products are standardized. And I'm happy to recognize the presence and participation of Kenya Bureau of Standards, which is our statutory body charged with product standardization. They have come on board and taken leadership to ensure that these assets have product standardization and certification guidelines developed. And that will start to lure investors to it. Similarly, government is ensuring that issues of intellectual property associated with these assets are addressed. I'm happy to recognize the fact that government ensured that bodies charged with intellectual property management in our country, that's Kenya Copyright Board, KECOPO, Kenya Industrial Property Institute, KIPI, and experts from universities such as Moi and others have been brought on board to work closely with the community-based IK asset owners, researchers who come on board to want to scientifically validate them and add value, and any potential investor who may come on board. Issues of IP, intellectual property, have been addressed. So government is continuing to put measures in place to attract investment in this space. Thank you.
Thank you. Makofi kwake. Yes, so he's mentioned various products pale, ninaziona pale, pottery, kuna chumvi pale, so find time and interact with those assets there. But I would just be keen to see the traditional baby carrier. Iko wapi? Kuja hapa mbele tuione. We'll, because of time, we'll allow just one. Tumpigie makofi akikuja. Wow, wow. From the cradle of mankind. Yeah. Tuwapigie makofi.
Turkana.
Najua mimi napenda Turkana sana. Hata niko na kashamba pale, kana Mkemeri, niko na ofisi pale. Hii how does it inafanya kazi namna gani, briefly ukituelezea?
Hii ni mfuko wa mtoto ambao umeshona kama vile Dr. Tarachi alisema, na sababu kuu ni wamama peke yao ndio wanatengeneza. That is the uniqueness. Turkana women, alafu mtoto tunambeba tunamweka hapa ndani ili tuweze kukutanisha yeye kitofu ya mtoto na kitofu ya mama. Tunapokutana kuna ile joto wanapata na kuna hiyo attachment ambayo itakuwa forever and forever, na hiyo ni something that is unique than the other anapet ile ya the artificial one.
Ninaruhusiwa kushika? Oh. Ni nje mpesi, ni nzuri. Tumpigie makofi. Ejog
Noi.
Asante. Allow me to now go virtual and so that I'll come back to Daktari. We go to Dr. Kenneth Chelule, and Dr. Chelule is a fellow Chevening scholar, and we went to the UK at the same time, and we are returnees, and we've been collaborating to do quite a lot promoting the diaspora. And Kenneth, sijui kama yuko online. Are you there?
I am Alex.
How does it feel to interact tena in a forum like this?
At least it shows that what we invested in the UK or what we went for in the UK at least can be had if not fully felt.
Wow. Now Ujawambia also you are a fellow alumnus, is it alumna of Moi University? Ama namna gani?
And a fellow housemate.
Yes, oh my goodness. Tupigieni makofi. So, as Chief Executive Officer, Special Economic Zones Authority, tell us how the authority is promoting investment in what we are discussing, indigenous knowledge, and how can diaspora benefit from your policies? How are you promoting that, Dr.
Thank you. First, allow me to say all Kenyans, whether they are in diaspora or within Kenya, good evening or good morning, wherever you are, as applicable. My name is Ken Chelule, CEO of Special Economic Zone, as it has been described by Alex. I'm probably what he has said. And I'll start by saying that I came back to Kenya in 2012. So I'm around 13 or 14 years old here in Kenya, having spent a good part of my life in diaspora and desperate seeing some of the products being sold or being imported from countries such as Vietnam, China, that you would feel could be easily done in Kenya. Things like artifacts, herbal medicine, and small things that ordinary Kenyans, artisan, could easily do. So when I was out there, I've always thought, what is it that we need to do as a country to be able to be competitive and place a product in Europe? And then we got this opportunity to provide leadership at Special Economic Zone, where we create an enabling environment for people with resources that would want to optimize their operation for purposes of adding value to resources, whether they are natural, as in the case we are discussing today, agricultural, and all sorts, including technologies. So for purposes of export and for placement in the country and the region. For the diaspora, I am sure many of you will have wondered. Sometimes you find it shocking. You can buy jeans made in Kenya, in New York, in London, and other cities, but you can't get the same jeans in Kenya or in Nairobi. That's where I come in. So many of our investors see Kenya as a good environment where many of the enablers of ecosystem are already available. Highly educated population, good democracy, stable government, then availability of frameworks such as SEZ. So why is SEZ in existence? Its purpose. Kenya government is giving up many taxes that ordinarily a company would have paid to be in a special area so that it can get two things out of this program. First one is export of value-added products. And number two is employment to the population that, as you know, is growing, and every year universities are churning out university students and graduates with various skills. So in this environment, as an investor, you don't face circumstances that you would face as a company in industrial area or anywhere else in the country. You are technically in a foreign country in terms of custom law. Therefore, you operate under minimal bureaucracy. You are under one license from special economic zones. You are supported by Kenya Revenue Authority, other government agencies such as NEMA, Kenya Bureau of Standards, as applicable, would also come in to support. We currently have 35 special economic zones, which are both government and private. And from the way things are going, I'm seeing a future where SEZ shall be resource-based. And this is where the conversation of today becomes relevant. Where we have an advantage in terms of natural resources, it would be nice because some of these indigenous knowledge or other natural products require a lot of resources to add value, to provide infrastructure, to provide an ecosystem. So if you come in, you benefit from taxes which are exempt, such as withholding, stamp duty, IDF, reduced corporation tax. What you save in form of taxes, you invest into production of your products. So the challenge then becomes that to ourselves, Kenyans, be it from outside or within the country. How do you take advantage of this? Because for us, of course, there is a criteria, but our idea primarily, apart from attracting FDI, which currently as a country we are not doing very well compared to the region, we are also keen to promote local industries to grow to a level where they can compete globally. This can be done solely, and I want to appeal to diaspora. You know your market, you know the kind of products that are consumed, you also know resources which are here. You also know investors who may wish to come to this country to want to invest. Why not come with them? Why not go into JV and then add value? Many of the challenges facing Kenyans in Kenya is identifying the market where these products will go. You're already in diaspora, you know this market. Provide that linkage. The Kenyans here will provide linkages to the resources. And in the zone is where the two meet. The interest, the market expresses interest on specific products and the amounts required. And in Kenya, we provide resources into the zone for value addition, for processing, so that we do it onward. I have a good friend of mine who on a weekly basis exports gum arabic, which come from northern part of the country, from Pokot, Turkana, Marsabit, Isiolo. And these products go to Germany. In Germany, they are used for purposes of production of Coca-Cola. Something that I know many people will be surprised. And this gentleman does it every week. The demand is so high, and it's hard to take steps to ensure that he sustains supply by causing an ongoing effect of training local collectors how to add value, some form of value at northern part of the country. So in essence, Alex, we are here a special economic zone to create the necessary enabling environment for us as Kenyan to take advantage of these incentives to add value, give us jobs, give us forex through your export. Of course, we also allow you to sell in Kenya where you need to. My submission, Alex.
Fiko Daktari, wow, that's a very crispy, well-presented documentation of what you are doing, and we really appreciate. Hang on there, we will be coming to you a little later. But just to remind you that we have Dr. Shem Ochodho, online, Global Chairman, Kenya Diaspora Alliance, will be coming to you. And also in front here with us, I want to appreciate Founder and Director, Aromatic Innovation Hub, Mau Summit Botanical Institute, Mr. Frederick Njenga is here. But let's, makofi kwao. Thank you. Mwakazi, my fellow media consultant, hizo picha za Uganda ziko. I'll tell you something about a very, yes, mnaona hapo.
Yes.
I just came from Uganda recently, and that gentleman is called Kimani Moiruri. So he's a textiles expert. So we can just keep rolling the photos as I speak. He's a textiles expert. He went to Uganda to teach textiles. And you know what? He's a former high school teacher. He taught at Mbita High School, taught at Kapropita High School, secondary school, advanced his knowledge, and went to Uganda as a lecturer. So he's a lecturer in 2 universities. One of them is Makerere. And while daring abroad in Uganda, he decided to transform knowledge into practice. So he makes products from banana fiber. Now, Uganda is the largest consumer of banana in the world. Yeah. So you can imagine there is raw material. And you'll be surprised that in Uganda, they also do wine from banana fruit. So ordinarily, and I was brought up in my village, kulala kwa ile mat ya banana, si ni poverty. Yeah, yani ni kubaya sana, ni maskini, mnalala kwa. So banana was seen as ya wale watu wa chini, you know. Kuna kitu Muzala anajua ingata ya kubebea pot,
Yes.
na unajua vile walikuwa naitengeneza. So yeah, like people modernize and they think he sasa is not so civilized. But this gentleman has turned this into gold. And that's what we are discussing. This is indigenous and it's sustainable because the materials are sustainable. So he is even now training Kenyans to produce similar products. Unaona hapo ameshika, the black thing ni mnaita extension, anatengeneza hata wig. So there are people putting on wig, unaweza fikiri sijui imetoka wapi Amerika nini, lakini ni banana tu, ni banana fiber. So tumpigie huyu Maina makofi. And you see he's employed people, and those are people he's employed well over 80 people. And Dr. Munsala, these are guys I think you need to put in your database for skills and knowledge transfer. Maina, are you online? Sijui kama on the controls mmeona Maina. He wanted to tune in to just say hi. Are you online, Maina?
Yes, it's Muturi. I'm online.
Yeah, Kimani, sorry. Kimani Muturi, karibu.
1 kg of a kilo of banana per person per day. And this comes with a lot of waste. And when I looked at that waste in terms of stem, you can imagine that for every banana you eat, whether it is cooked, roasted, or ripened, there is a whole stem that is wasted. Because as we know, banana fruit's only one. So I saw this as the abundance of raw material that we can transform, which we can use to make a number of products. And from my textiles background, the interest was to develop a piece of textile that can be worn. And that's a journey I have taken for the last 10 years. And I can say that I'm very close to making a fabric. We have softened banana fiber to close to the level of cotton. We are now experimenting with spinning mills to spin into yarn. And by close of the year, we shall be having yarn to test weaving. Alongside, we have done hair extensions for women which are biodegradable and friendly to the scalp, non-cancerous, non-allergic, and we feel that is the direction the world have to be ourselves with a natural material that are alternative to synthetics. And equally, we are well known for making carpets. I can say we are the largest industry that makes carpets by hand in the region. And again, we use banana fiber markets across the region and also abroad. We are exporting hair extensions to UK, to Belgium, as we wait to upscale to some level as the demand comes by. Quite a number of products we are making. I cannot maybe list all of them, but I would like to say that from the waste generated during the extraction, when the banana stem enters Texford, everything is utilized. The waste that is generated, that is solid biomass, We carbonize it and make charcoal briquettes. It can also be made into compost manure, very good manure for our gardens. And then the sap that comes out from the stem, that stem you see has about 3 to 5 liters of sap, every stem. And when we squeeze it out, we get a biofertilizer, which we are now working with some local universities to establish the properties and see whether we can distribute biofertilizers to like flower industries and horticultural farmers. So there is quite a lot we can do. We have also developed substrate for mushroom growing from banana waste. And we have shared this with the National Mushroom Growers Association here in Uganda, and they're already enjoying the product. So in a nutshell, I think it's a time for us to look into our environment, and then we see what is abundance in our environment that can be a resource for raw materials that we can transform into products that would have a commercial value.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
Wow, wow. Let's look at what is in the environment and how we can tap into the environment. Tupigie makofi tena. Thank you so much, Kimani. Thank you for the correction. Kimani, not Maina. Asante sana, and bring that knowledge home. Allow me to go virtual again. Dr. Shem Ochodho. Uko, and thank you. We've done quite a lot together promoting the diaspora welfare. Karibu sana, nakuona umejaja uwanjani. Karibu. As chairman, global chairman, Kenya Diaspora Alliance, what specific digital platforms, trade networks, or investment structures is the Alliance building and advocating for to connect Kenya's indigenous knowledge producers with buyers, investors, and partners in the countries where you have members? Karibu.
Thank you very much, Brother Alex. Delighted to be part of this conference. Firstly, compliments to Murang'a County. I know you're doing fabulous work in automation. At one point, I may ask, where does by indigenous, what do we mean? Do stuff like M-Pesa, stuff like Silicon Savannah, would those be part of indigenous Kenyan knowledge at some point? At least if not now, in the future. Allow me to apologize not being in person. We are hosting about 25 investors, Black Americans from largely New York, currently in the country. The DG saying, let's bring investors into the country. That's part of what we are doing and other diasporas are doing. I'm delighted to see also recognize a few key diasporas in the house, Rosemary Musumba, Mshai, Mwangola, and the others. Exporting indigenous knowledge and indigenous food systems, both for health and wealth, is the way to go. I mentioned Rosemary because I know in New York, she sells Miranda and the like. Kunde, we have also members in Netherlands who sell some of those products. Some of them, they grow there. But then, of course, the weather there only allows them to grow during summer. So some of this could be exported, of course, from Kenya. But having said that, allow me just to pay attention to two major products that I see making a difference. The first one is during COVID time, 3 professors, 2 of them diasporians, one from Scotland, the other China, and another from Egerton, came up with what some people may have heard about CR7, COVID Remedy 7. This was perhaps one of the best, to the best of my knowledge, remedies for COVID. We saw tens of thousands of people who are positive, COVID positive, within 24, 48 hours turn negative. Professor Abdile Mohammed, who is the lead researcher in that regard, scientist, does remind us that in the Quran it said, God did tell Prophet Muhammad, go to the mountains to find the answers. I remember in an event we had before Professor Magoa left us, we were talking about indigenous food and health systems. And he did tell us not only 70, but about 80% of diseases in Kenya, stroke Africa, are treated by alternative medicine. So if 80% are being treated by alternative, why are we calling indigenous systems alternative? It should be then the mainstream. Conventional medicine really should be the alternative medicine. But we've been conditioned to believe that ours is inferior. So COVID CR7 is something I want to encourage people to look out for. Even some chronic flus, strange flus, it helps. Last but not least, allow me also to talk about what might be the next big thing for Africa, a product called safflower. Most people know about sunflower, but safflower is a product out of Botswana by a Kenyan domiciled in Botswana, Reverend Dr. Nelson Mwaniki Kiama. This particular product, we call it Kiama variety, and that's probably where the indigenous part of it is. It's an invention by a Kenyan. This product addresses at least six SDGs, ranging from food security, health, poverty, jobs, climate, industrialization. Why do I say this? This product, in terms of putting money in pockets of young people, an hectare on average in a year earns $75,000. I remember once a friend saying, these zeros are too many. $75,000, we're talking of 10 million, just a hectare. When a friend said the zeros are too many, I said that even if it was an error, assume it's $7,500. How many plants, crops do you get 1 million Kenya shillings out of a hectare in a year? But the research shows this $75,000 is real. Safflower, there's a lot of information on it on YouTube, check it out. This research has been borne by JKUAT, by Buan, Botswana University of Agriculture and Natural Resources. But what's more, often people ask, show us the market, is there a market? Our answer is normally yes and no. The most precious part of it, saffron, they made across the world, and we are happy to engage. But please be on the lookout for safflower. It's the next big thing, not just for Kenya, but for Africa. Actually, Botswana's president is like the champion of this. Already it's being grown in 10 countries. We are keen to see it grown, 10,000 acres already being done. We are keen to see it done in all the 54 African countries. Thanks, looking forward to more engagement.
Wow, makofi kwa daktari. Thank you, thank you. I have about 20 minutes, my session, so I think we are not doing too badly, but we go to the last panelist here physically, Dr. Frederick Njenga, founder and director, Aromatic Innovation Hub, Mouse Summit Botanical Institute. So briefly, you are building an enterprise rooted in Kenya's aromatic plants and botanical knowledge, working from the highland forests of the Mau area. What has been the most difficult stage of that journey, and what institutional or investment support made the most critical difference at the most challenging moments? Kwako.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chamwada. Nice to see you.
Yeah.
I've been seeing you daring abroad.
Turn it on. Turn it on. Okay.
It's on. I've been seeing you daring abroad in many areas. Number one, Mau Summit Botanical Institute is a realization that what the natural products industries initiative has been trying to do is to bring all the hindrances that have made us not work before, remove them from the way. We have seen the Primate Research Institute wanting to help us. We have seen the Kenya Medical and Practitioners Board, Poisons and Practitioners Board coming on board. We've seen the Ministry of Culture coming on board, and we can say now the road is open. On the other side, we have the 3 Ps. That is the people, the place, and the product. Kenya is not short of resources. What we are short of is the initiatives like NPI that pushes our agenda forward. I would like to draw Kenyans to a scenario where we can see figuratively what Dr. Taracha and his group are trying to do for Kenya. Let's go to a state of Utah in the United States. Dr. Chamoda, maybe you have gone there. It's a very small state in the middle belt of America, 3.8 million. But they export to the world $19 billion worth of natural products made from their local resources. And what is amazing is that they even import ginger and turmeric from East Africa. So our produce, first of all, goes all the way to America and comes back in as supplements. If you take any turmeric supplement, mostly it will be made in Utah, in America. So you can see the economics. We have all the resources here. We have seen Dr. Kimani in Uganda. He used to run an organization known as Afri Banana, about 15 products from that banana value chain. What is amazing with what we're interested in at Mau Summit Botanical Gardens is the aromatic plants and the medicinal plants. A lot of things can come out of that. About all the medicines we buy from outside can be made using our locally available raw resources. The gap has been the knowledge, the technology, the ability to be handheld by the pharmacies and poisons board. The regulatory framework has been a challenge. Now that that is gone, we are open to investment. At Mau Summit Botanical Gardens, we are able to harvest about 5 to 6 tons of medicinal and aromatic plants, which we turn into teas, medicinal teas and green teas. Where is the market? The market is in Kenya. Where is the demand? The demand is also global. For a person in the diaspora wanting to invest, this is the right time to come in. We have the physical facilities, we have the farms, and most of the practitioners are here. The next thing, why we call it an institute, is we realize the government of Kenya, through the TVETA authority, has already made curriculum that can remove a person from zero knowledge on herbal medicine preparation and dosing, and within a 3-month course, you are able to get a certificate of compliance. The courses go up to level 6, meaning those gaps that the traditional doctor is blamed for can now be gapped very well, and our products can go to the international market. Students from all over the world come to Mau Summit Botanical Gardens. A very unique group came from Marymount Loyola University in California. They are making the website, the e-commerce website, so that the products they come and buy at the shop can be availed to the world. What are the investments that we need to come into this? In the nutraceutical industry, we need equipment like capsuling machines so that our powders can go out as capsules, just as we buy capsules from abroad. We get a lot of syrups from abroad. Now we can make our syrups, the cough syrups. We have a Bugia ugandensis, we have Ajuga remota, we have Eucalyptus grandis. These are plants that are a lot in Kenya. Yet, we import syrups from Pakistan, Bangladesh, India, Egypt. Somebody mentioned Egypt in the morning. These are the jurisdictions which we were much ahead years ago. But today, because we did not invest in this industry properly, we are seeing a big potential. What are the opportunities, as Chamwada is asking, for a person in the diaspora here in Kenya? Investing in any of the natural products industries is a winner. You never lose any money because the market is there. Let us look at Senna angustifolia. It's wild. It grows every year, it flowers and goes to waste. But India is the leading exporter of Senna angustifolia capsules as a laxative. And what is the big market? The United States of America. And it goes from a farmer in Gujarat all the way to the United States. Do we have a shortage of that plant in Kenya? No, it's a lot. Another plant, Prunus africana. You very well know that it became an endangered species when most of it was harvested and taken abroad. Now, farmers are growing it again. And we can say investment opportunities in this sector are very, 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 very many. We have other plants like mint, green tea, purple tea. All these things are in the highlands of the Mau catchment. And what we can say is that if it was possible, we at the Mohammed Botanical Institute would like to work with the National Products Institute so that we mainstream these courses, and anybody doing this industry can come in for a short course and then upgrade his product and take it to the market.
Okay, thank you so much, Frederick, Mau Summit Botanical Institute. Tumpigie makofi. Well expounded there, and the opportunities in training. So I can see Mwakazi ananiashiria tuna wind up. Before Mwakazi, just a minute, we go to the parting shots from each of the panelists. Kindly, if George Botswana is online, to just wave, then we wind up. George, are you still there? To appreciate you. He owns a chain of restaurants, and I think probably at Pika Chakula cha Kenya huko, maybe ayuko. Rosemary na kuona hapo, thank you so much. Agri yuko, Agri, maybe not virtually, but I can see his name there. Agri is the chairperson of the various associations of Kenyans in the UK. Maybe in 30 seconds, just what's the role of diaspora associations in all this that we are discussing? Kindly 30 seconds. Agri, Agri, unatusikia?
Okay. Yeah, can you hear me?
Agri, can you hear me? Yeah, in 30 seconds, the role of diaspora associations in promoting indigenous knowledge and, the opportunities in there.
Thank you very much, Alex. And I want first of all to applaud the conveners of this meeting. It's very, very encouraging to see that we are convening to discuss such important matters. But let me just put it in context first of all. On 11th of April, we had a meeting with the Kenya Parliamentary Committee for Foreign and Relationship. And I took a bunch of young people in that meeting. And one of the areas that they said they would like to be included is in the promotion of Kenyan culture. Now, there's no better way of promoting Kenyan culture by providing opportunities for these young people to invest. I know in the past we've been applauded for remittance, but that is something that with the new generation that might not be there. So if we get young people equipped and investing in especially our culture, it gives an opportunity and a sense of ownership for them to feel that they belong, and also to keep them tied to the motherland. Here in the diaspora, we have a lot of events that we carry on to promote culture, where we actually encourage, using of indigenous food. I can see this year alone, there's about 5 or 6 different communities that are looking to have cultural events, and we are looking to promote our culture in that way. So, Alex, thank you so much for your Daring Abroad team. And if you're in the UK in the summer, we'll be inviting you to these cultural events so that you can see how Kenyans are showcasing to the young ones especially. Thank you.
Thank you. Agree. Now, I have 2 minutes to share for parting shots. I don't know what I'll do, but Mwakazi, I started 20 minutes late. So, Dr. Ochodo, maybe a bye and just say thank you to the audience so that we hear your final voice as we wind up. Dr. Ochodo.
We're delighted. Compliments to NMK. About 3 months ago, we actually brought son of Kwame Nkrumah. That's part of our indigenous knowledge. Much appreciated. The SAFLA staff, in terms of climate, does well in climate resilience, in arid and semi-arid, but also for industrialization. I had our minister for CS for agriculture say we spend 500 billion shillings to import foods whether it's sunflower, whether it's soya, whether it's edible oils. Edible oils are made from sunflower industrialization. Thanks so much. Looking forward to continued engagement.
Thank you.
Alex. Bye.
Thank you, Daktari. Dr. Chelule, a bye-bye from you.
Thank you, Alex, for the opportunity, and thank you, NMK, for the same. This is my parting shot. Countries such as China, Malaysia, Singapore have used SEZ to industrialize, taking advantage of the foundation in terms of education, technology that they had. In Kenya, we have an area of an advantage, which is indigenous knowledge. Surely, we need not to expect a foreigner to come and invest in our technology. It's our time to accelerate indigenous knowledge, industrialize with it, and we export it elsewhere, whether it is in form of knowledge, product, or human resource. Thank you, Alex.
Asante Daktari. We have 20 seconds. Wale tuko hapa tutasimama and then we wave. Kindly join me. So wao walikuwa present, so they've had the advantage of being with you physically. So let's wave to the crowd and say thank you for listening to us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening to us.
Yeah, and it's exactly on time, so I'm a very good timekeeper. Asante sana Mwakazi.
A big round of applause for the moderator, Alex Jamwada. On time, well done, and for all the panelists, many thanks. Makofi out of Adali. Give me sound, please. Give me sound, please. Now, as we close, as we come to a close, dear delegates, for the next, literally, very quickly, we have quick presentations here for just 1 minute. They're called elevator pitches. Are you ready? So one by one, you'll have 1 minute. Mtakuwa na dakika moja tu, mnakuja moja kwa moja na mnatuambia ni mambo gani, vitu vipi mko navyo. Camera. Are we good? Are we good? Dear delegates joining us virtually, we are ready here. So let's start with the first one. Let's have the timer on the screen. That's your time, 1 minute. It's a pitch. We have business people, investors who are ready to invest in your products. So let's focus. So let's have the first one. Are you ready? Come. Wow, I can see Mr. David is ready. Okay, let's have the lighting ready. Let's go up. In 1 minute, it's called an elevator speech. You walk into an elevator, you have only 1 minute to pitch. Okay, 3. If you hear the music, it means time's up. 3. Okay, microphone. We don't have time. 25 minutes past 7 p.m. Get another microphone. Let's get it. Okay, let's go. Masila, thank you so much. 3, 2, 1.
Mic check.
Okay, let's go.
My name is David Marenya. I'm a creative artist. I create art on leather using fire. So whatever you are seeing here is one way of investing in the leather value chain. This country produces a lot of waste in leather sector, and what I use is actually what has been determined as waste. So I recycle what has been put aside as waste, and my tagline is I art the trash. This type of leather this type of art goes a long way in not only decorating your houses, but also creating employment opportunities in the leather value chain. Thank you.
Asante sana, makofi yake tafadhali. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, get ready. 1 minute. Asante sana, Bwana David. There you go. We need to have an auction on that particular drawing. Well done. 3, 2, 1, go. 1 minute.
Asante sana, kwa majina naitwa Sabera Kaguna kutoka Tharaka Nithi County. Hapa tumeleta Tharaka Hataya. Ibianya nimevaa, hizo nguo nimevaa ni nguo ya wakina mama, na hiyo nguo ilikuwa nezimika sana kwa kijiji. Pia hizi nguo nimesika na mkono. Hii ndio mwanzo wa kuanza kupanga mwanamke. Ilikuwa inaanza kupangia msana mdogo mwenye hajatoka matiti. Hii ni nguo ya upande ya msana wa kike pande ya nyuma. Hii naye ndilikuwa anafungwa mbele. Sasa mama alikuwa anaanza kutayarishwa akiwa mdogo mpaka awe mama. Na hizi nguo zilikuwa zinaheshimika sana kwa kijiji. Na wamama walikuwa wanaheshimika sana. Ukiangalia hivi kama kijana kioa msichana, hii kitu ndilikuwa inaonyesha huyo msichana amepata mimba.
Asante.
Sababu inainuka.
Asante, makofi yake tafadhali. Asante sana. Up next, 1 minute. It's a 1-minute elevator speech. Check your time. 3, 2, 1, go. Let's go.
Asante. Kwa majina naitwa Beatrice Cherono Kirundu kutoka Vihiga County. Vihiga County tunalima mboga na tuna process mboga. Tuna promote zisaga. Zisaga ni mboga ya muhimu sana. Iko na nutrients zote mwili inahitaji na tunazipenda kwa ajili ya taste yake. Tunakausha, hakuna kitu inapoteza. Tunakausha kwa solar dryer. Nutrients zote ziko hapa ndani, zapoteza kala. Na tunahimiza wananchi watumie hizi mboga. Kila mtu duniani akule hii chakula mboga zisaga kwa sababu iko na dawa ndani yake. Kula chakula hilo najua itajenga na itibu mwili yako. Asanteni.
Makofi yake tafadhali. Up next, 1 minute, 1 minute. Let's go. Well done, well done. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Take it away.
Okay, my name is David Wata from Sia County. I'm a clinical herbalist. Today I'm here to showcase you Nyawata. Nyawata is a product that I formulated that helps in diabetes. We know that most people suffer from diabetes, and diabetes is a metabolic disorder. So if you want to tackle diabetes disorder, you need to have this component which increases the insulin sensitivity in your body. And we know that what is insulin? Insulin is an hormone in the body. So you need to increase the activities of insulin in the body so that your body insulin can function properly by using this herb. Then from there, you need to alkaline. The alkaline has fallen down there. So you need to alkaline your body in order for enzymes and hormones to function properly in your body. And other than that, we have another product from Siaya, which is good for prostate. We know that prostate is a condition that most men suffer from. So this, if you use it, will help in fighting all the prostate-related diseases. Thank you.
Asante, well done. On time. Thank you so much for the insight. Up next, Mercy. 3, 2, 1, go.
Hello everyone, I'm called Mercy Akaran from Turkana County. I'm the eye care holder, technology and innovation, and this is called Anapet in Turkana, that is baby comfort. It is something that is very unique, na ninaomba Wakenya wote wenye wako diaspora na pia wenye wako hapa kwamba this is a unique thing ambayo inakuza our culture, inakuza our heritage. So ninaomba tuendelee kuongea na wale wenye watahitaji, tafadhali naomba tuongee na nawakaribisha. This is something very unique for your cultural heritage, intellectual assets. Thank you very much.
Asante sana, makofi yake tafadhali. Up next, 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
I'm called Jessica Iren from Turkana County. I'm the producer of Turkana meat, produced from camel, goats, and cows. This meat is produced by mamas, and this meat is nutritious and proteinous. So, the product I have here is marketable, and I need all Kenyans to have it so that they can gain proteins in their families and also all the nation. Thank you.
Wewe.
I have.
Endelea.
Here, I have business cards. This is the name of my products, and this is the company of my product. Welcome.
Asante sana, makofi yake tafadhali. Haya, up next, 1 minute. Let's go. Let's go.
Kwa majina naitwa Mary Mito. I'm from Kakamega County. Hapa mbeleni niko na Luya Salt, which is called Omunyu Omufume. Hii Omunyu Mufume vile Mwalimu Teracha aliongea ni munyu ama salt ambayo imeundwa kutoka kwa nyasi, uilete mpaka iwe syrup, ukucha upike irudi iwe kama jivu. na usaidizi ni kuwekwa kwa chakula ya mboga, usiweke kwa ukali tafadhali. Na kwa hiyo mboga inaleta ladha kwa mboga yako, na ichakuu mboga unaweka tu kwa kila aina ya mboga. Kama hautumii chumvi, hii ndiye chumvi yako ambayo our forefathers walikuwa wanatumia hapo kale kama chumvi ilikuwa ichakuja. Alafu tena
asante sana. Makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much. Asante sana. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, 1 minute. Go ahead, Habiba. 1 minute, go ahead.
Good evening. I love Habiba once again with old technology from Burji community, that is weaving industry, where we use our textile, the indigenous knowledge textile. Na niko na shuka, I have shuka here. As you can see, I'm also dressed in this. We are using the same machine. Na ni ile ya miti, si ile ya digital. I have a man trouser here, full set. We also have scarf. And this is a full set. Tafadhali kesho unipitie tu, tutasikizana bei, tutakosana. This is from indigenous knowledge. And the promoters so that we can go far together with you. And
asante sana. Makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much because of time. Now, 1 minute. Up next, very quickly. We are at 34 minutes past 7. Up next, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. 1.
Kwa majina naitwa Salisa, natoka Kericho County. Niko na bidhaa ya vyakula. Hii ni kibuyu kubwa ya watu wengi. Maziwa inawekwa ndani na delicious, na kuna magaa ama miti ambao tunaweka, itakuwa ni medicine hiyo miti. Hii ni kishet. Sasa hii kishet ni ya mzee akiwa safarini, mnawekea ugali na mnafunga vizuri, haitapoa na haiweki maji kwa ugali. Alafu kuna mwenye anachunga ng'ombe, mchungaji, wesi wacha akae bila maziwa, tunawekea hii, anakuja anapata maziwa yake kwa kibuyu yake. Alafu tumeenda kuweka.
Asante sana, asante. Makofi yake tafadhali.
Hii ni ya magari.
Na kwa sababu ya wakati tutachukua the next 2, the rest we will pitch tomorrow. The next will give you time tomorrow, but for now, final two. Go ahead.
I am Betty Chan from Kericho County. Hi, we are making calabashes. This is traditional product which is used to make or prepare mursik, of which this mursik is preventive. There is a medicinal plant which is used to color the milk, hiyo magaa yenye inawekwa ndani. Inasuia mambo ya ulcers, inasuia tena mambo ya pressure, na hii ni ya mzee. Alafu kisiet, this is traditional plate. Hii ni ya watoto na mama. Alafu hii inatumika kwa kuweka fresh, na unywa maziwa ya fresh ikiwa ndani hapa. This one ni ya kijana mdogo mwenye anatumwa kuchunga mbuzi.
Asante sana. Makofi yake tafadhali. Asante sana. Thank you so much. Up next, number 1 minute.
Kwa majina naitwa Ann Kiblagat kutoka Kericho County. Kericho County tumekuja kuwaonyesha leo madawa. Tuko India ndogo. Kericho ni India ndogo. But kutoka leo itakuwa India kubwa. Tuko na dawa ya kansa, tuko na ya diabetes, ambapo watu wengi wako na hizi mashida za maugonjwa ya kansa, diabetes bila madawa. Lakini Kericho oye! Kericho, sisi Kericho tunawaambia hatutakufa kansa katika jina la Yesu, na diabetes na pressure na chenda. Kama hujazaa kijana, kimbia Kericho. Mbarikiwe sana.
Asante sana. Up next. Asante sana. Give me sound please. Thank you so much. Go ahead. Dakika moja.
Kwa majina naitwa David Macharia Mainge from Murang'a County, Mugoi Pottery. Hii ndio Dr. Taracha ame-mention about it. Hii ni ya kuweka maji. Ukiweka maji inakuwa mzuri sana, hata haitakiwi fridge. Unakunywa maji na cheji, hata inakuwa na ladha ingine, inakuwa na taste kabisa. Alafu hii nyungu ndio mama msichana akiolewa anampatia kama nyungu ya kwenda kumpikia bwana yake, kwa sababu hajazoea kupika na nyungu kubwa. Hii ni ya watu wawili, anampikia. Hii ni multi-purpose, naweza mpikia nyama naye, hata githeri, hata mukimo. Asanteni sana.
Makofi tafadhali. Tumemaliza wakati wa leo. Kesho naomba tupatane saa 2:30 ili tuweze kuanza kwa rasmi. Kwa sasa kuna chai pale, usije ukaondoka kabla ya kupata kikombe chako. Mungu naye awabariki. Tukutane kesho majaliwa. Asanteni sana. Wale wote diaspora, thank you so much. All the best. Let's meet tomorrow, God willing.